Hello, history nerds and historians. My name is Krystina, and this is Effed Up History. This is where we talk about a little tidbit from history that's super fucked up. So, I mentioned at the beginning of the week that I was going to be uploading episodes my multi-part episodes of Troy and King Henry VIII series and the wives of King Henry VIII, that I was going to go ahead and upload them all as like one large mega episode. So I already uploaded the Troy one the other day. Here is the story of all of the wives of Henry VIII. Divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. I hope that you have a great holiday season. I will see you again soon with more myths and more history and all of that kind of stuff. But take care of yourself. I love you so very much. Part 1. Catherine of Aragon, the one who made Henry. So Catherine of Aragon was born December 16th, 1485 in Spain. She was the youngest daughter of Isabella of Castile, aka Isabella I of Spain, and her father was Ferdinand the Catholic, aka Ferdinand II of Spain and or the Fifth of Castile. So I'm going to take a moment to talk a little bit about her parents because, I mean, it's really influential to how Catherine was, not surprisingly. I mean, I think we're all kind of like influenced by our parents in some way, shape, or form, whether that's a good or a bad thing. So Isabella was heir to the throne of Castile and Leon, which is sort of like Western Spain. And then Ferdinand ruled over Eastern Spain, like Aragon, Sardinia, Navarre, like those parts. He didn't rule over all of those areas at all times. He, sort of conquered them during his reign. He also conquered parts of Italy, the cities of Sicily and Naples. So they married on October 19th, 1469, and became known as the Catholic monarchs because Catholicism was like basically their only character trait. Now, I believe that this was very much a political move because in marrying, they united most of Spain, except for this small region in the south that was under Muslim rule. So Isabella of Castile was able to hold on to her power, though, which is something that I find really, really interesting about her. So it was part of their marriage contract, actually, that Isabella would still rule over her domain and she wouldn't sort of take a step back. During the reign of the Catholic monarch, they changed laws with the intention of bettering Spain. Whether they did or not is subjective. Like one of the big things that they did was they took a lot of power away from like the local nobles. There were sort of like these power struggles where the monarchy didn't really seem to have much power. So they stripped a lot of the power from these lesser nobles and from these what we would consider now like governors or mayors, that kind of stuff in America. I can't remember what the name is that they were called in their regions, but they sort of stripped a lot of the power from them and gave it to the monarchy. So that's one of like the big things that they did as far as laws go. They also supported education and the arts and all of that. So 5 years after their marriage, Isabella's brother Henry IV of Castile and Leon died. So she became queen, and then Ferdinand became Ferdinand V of Castile and Leon. But like I said, it was part of their marriage contract that she would still have her own domain. So she did not step back and become queen consort like a lot of women during that time period would have. It was actually Ferdinand that became her consort. And there is a difference, obviously, or I would not have made the distinction. So queen consort is like what we'll see in England, where they have the same social rank. They have a title. They get the pretty crown. They get, a pretty throne. They sort of rule over court, but they're not a ruler. They don't have any like political or military power. Isabella did not become a queen consort. She became a queen. And she was tested as a queen in her first 4 years of her reign when civil war broke out over the Spanish succession. So to like very briefly summarize a very complex political matter in Spain. Henry IV of Castile and Leon had a daughter, but it was questioned if she was legitimate. So he sort of pushed his daughter aside and made Isabella his heir. And when Isabella became queen, people did not like this. But as a queen, and not a queen consort, she led the army. Now, this isn't saying that she held a sword and rode on horseback into the midst of battle, but she traveled with every campaign. She led the field hospitals. She plotted strategy and battle tactics, and her guidance and command led to her victory. So she was a warrior queen. In 1478, the Catholic monarchs were responsible for beginning the Spanish Inquisition, in which they persecuted people for not being Catholic. So Muslims, Jews, scientists that refuted religious claims, but also people that they just claimed were not Catholic enough. And it led to a lot of people being killed. Historians are still kind of going back and forth about how many people were actually killed during the Spanish Inquisition, with some saying up to 300,000. But within the last 20 years or so, a lot of historians seem to say it was probably closer to a couple thousand, which is still a lot of people, but it doesn't seem as big as it's made to be when you learn about it in middle school and high school. In 1482, the Catholic monarchs began fighting with the Muslims who lived in Spain, and this war lasted for about 10 years until 1492, which was just a very, very big year for them. In 1492, they defeated the Muslims. They ran them out of Spain back into Africa, and after they did that, they turned their sights to the Jews that lived in Spain. They forced them to either convert or leave. So you have this whole population of Jews who moved to Africa or the Middle East, and others who sort of masqueraded as Catholics and went underground with their beliefs, and Judaism sort of became almost like a cult in Spain. It was very underground. It was very persecuted. People didn't look at you very nicely if it came out that's how you were. But I mean, the reason that most of us know the year 1492 is, of course, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. And Columbus never would have been able to sail the ocean blue if it wasn't for Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand. So they didn't fully think that Columbus would find a passage to India, but they did think that he might find some islands or groups of people who could be converted to Catholicism. This is the only thing that I knew the Catholic monarchs for, and I had really strong negative opinions for them about this. But they actually didn't really support how Columbus treated the indigenous people at all. In 1500, they passed a law that said that the indigenous people were, quote, free and not subject to servitude, and that Columbus and his men were only to attempt to convert them to Catholicism and not to enslave them. But Columbus and his men exploited loopholes and just basically did whatever they wanted because Columbus and his men sucked. So that is all I'm going to say about that and her parents before this turns into a tangent of 763 reasons why Columbus was garbage. I think that Isabella and Ferdinand are pretty interesting as far as monarchs go. And despite the things that they did in the name of God that I don't love personally, I do love a queen in her own right. And it's important to know for later, their warrior spirit really impacted Catherine. And just like her parents, Catholicism was very, very important to her. And these traits were also passed on to her daughter, who became the first successful queen of England in her own right. Also we'll kind of talk about. So let's get back to Catherine. So I couldn't really find a lot about her childhood in the sources that I was reading. I know there are probably biographies written about her that I just didn't find or couldn't read. But as far as the accessible information goes that isn't behind a paywall of some sort, she did continue her education. She was very well versed in history and arithmetic, law, philosophy, heraldry, and genealogy. Genealogy was a very big thing that a lot of the members of a monarchy or members of a royal family would look into, because they had to make sure that the alliances that they were making through marriage would be politically correct and would be something that would continue the royal line, because it was all about keeping it within the royal family for the most part. But it seems honestly, the only really significant thing that's talked about about her is that in 1488, at the age of about 3, she got engaged to Arthur, Prince of Wales, with the Treaty of Medina del Campo. Now, Spain and England were in relatively similar places at this time. So you have like Ferdinand and Isabella that were new to the throne, had fought a war in Castile and Leon to secure a throne. And then, were about to start fighting, or were in the midst of fighting the Muslims in 1488 in Spain. And then you have Henry VII, who had also gotten his throne relatively recently. He had won the War of the Roses, becoming the first Tudor king. So they were both formidable rulers, and it seemed like a good match. So they agreed on a 200,000 crown dowry. Now, I had to do some math, which anyone who's listened to a podcast in the past from me knows I just love. But I was curious as to what 200,000 crowns communicated to in like dollars or pounds. So according to Google, a crown was equal to 5 shillings, which was a quarter of a pound. So 200,000 crowns was equal to about 50,000 pounds. And according to the Bank of England website, that would have been about 60,301,829 pounds and 94 pence today, which for my American listeners would be about $75,620,605.30. So I'm always very fascinated to know what it would be today. So sorry if that like interested nobody else and you all just like glazed over and didn't listen to that last part. But yeah, so like $75 million plus today was what her dowry was. That is a fuck ton of money. And this was set to be paid in installments because it was a fuck ton of money. Arthur was the oldest son of King Henry VII and heir to the English throne, and Henry VII was very concerned with making sure that the Tudor line continued. He didn't want it to be a single generation dynasty, legacy, whatever you want to call it. And he was in a good place for that because he had a son, but that son needed sons as well to continue on past that. And Catherine, at 3 years old, was believed to be the one to do it. The fact that she was 3 when they got engaged wasn't weird back then, especially in royal families. Marriages were often looked at as political moves for alliances and the like. And Spain and England had a common enemy, which was France during this time. They weren't set to get married until they were teenagers, about 14, 15 years old. So about 11 years later, on May 19th, 1499, they were married by proxy, which made their marriage legal, but they still had to get married in the church to make it legal before God. So they then met for the first time about 2 years later, a little over 2.5 years later, on May 14th, 1501, when they were about 15 years old, and they were married 10 days later on November 14th, 1501, at St. Paul's Cathedral. Catherine was recorded as wearing a beautiful white satin dress that was in the traditional Spanish style, with a large petticoat called a farthingale, which is one that's specifically around your hips. She wore a white silk veil with gold and pearls and precious stones, and was escorted by her future brother-in-law, 10-year-old Henry Jr. According to historian Giles Tremlett, the celebrations lasted for about 2 weeks and included jousts and masks and banquets, and everyone was very, very happy. In December, they moved to Ludlow Castle in Shropshire. Although it was a castle, it hadn't been renovated in over 100 years, and no one had lived there for a really long time either. So it was apparently like drafty and dark, and parts of it were falling apart, but the young couple could fix it up over time. Unfortunately, that didn't really happen, and the fact that it was like dark and drafty may have contributed to what happened at the end of March into the beginning of April of 1502, when Arthur and Catherine became extremely ill. It was dire. It was bad. Both looked like they were going to die. It wasn't known exactly what they came down with, although a lot of historians speculate that it was sweating sickness. Catherine fortunately recovered, but Arthur did not. And at 15 years old, having only been married for under 5 months, he died on April 2nd, 1502. And Henry VII, upon hearing the news of his first son's death, was obviously devastated, but now he was worried about the Tudor succession again. But thankfully, he was like, the gods have blessed me with a spare, and they like pushed his other son forward, which was 10-year-old Henry. So Henry was born on June 28th, 1491. He was never supposed to be king, so he never really had that expectation put upon him. His childhood was pretty calm. He was reported as being a very happy child, and now he was next in line to the throne, and these pressures just started to be put on him, especially because he was the last son. There weren't any other sons to fall back on in, Henry VII's family, especially the next year on February 11th, 1503, when Henry VII's wife, Elizabeth of York, died after an infection that she contracted during childbirth, which was unfortunately really common and most likely due to lack of hygiene during that time. So Henry was now the heir to the throne, and being the heir to the throne, he needed a wife, or he at least needed to be betrothed, because he was only 11 at this point. And Henry VII was like, isn't it convenient that we already have Catherine here? We can just get some white out and blot out Arthur's name and scribble Henry in there, and it'll be totally fine. But it was not totally fine. Now, most of the sources that I read sort of glaze over this part of what exactly transpired and who said what. So one source that I found says that Ferdinand and Isabella were both kind of that is not how it works. We would like the dowry back, please. And then we will find her a new husband. Because in the time since the treaty was signed, when Catherine was 3, Spain had grown exponentially, partially due to Christopher Columbus and other victories that they had had. So they might be successful in finding Catherine an even more advantageous match. They might want to create an alliance somewhere else and have her married to someone else, But then there were other sources that I read that said that Spain was anxious and were the ones who came up with the idea for Catherine to marry Henry, and that Henry VII was the one who was looking for a better match. Personally, for me, I think the earlier one kind of makes more sense, but that's something that I'll have to research more. I'm not very privy to Spanish history. I mostly focus on what is now the UK and the American colonies. That tends to be my area of focus. I'm trying to be a good historian and expand my knowledge and all of that, but I'm not very privy to Spanish history, so I couldn't tell you one way or another. But finally, regardless of who was on which side, they all gave in, and on June 25th, 1503, Henry and Catherine, who was 17 at the time, became officially betrothed, but they wouldn't get married until Henry was 15, which is when he would come of age, and after the rest of Catherine's dowry was paid. Now, this new betrothal, this new treaty came with some new terms, one of them being that Catherine had no income, and she was now at the mercy of King Henry VII. And at first, he was giving her an allowance, and it was totally fine. But then on November 26, 1504, Catherine's mother, Isabella, died. Now, because of that super cool marriage agreement that said that Isabella would still have dominion over her land and that Ferdinand was not the king but the king consort, when she died, he didn't get those lands. He didn't rule over them anymore, and she was succeeded by Catherine's sister Juana, who was married to Philip of the Habsburg family of Austria, and his father was the Holy Roman Emperor. But Ferdinand II didn't like this, and he was attempting to take over all of Spain, essentially. He wanted to keep Spain unified, which caused a bit of unrest there. And Henry VII started questioning if this alliance with Spain was really the best option for himself and for his son and for England. And he kind of began to start snooping around and looking at other options for Henry. And as the agreed upon time came for Catherine and Henry to marry, Catherine's dowry still hadn't been paid. So they pushed it back. And in doing so, I think kind of trying to help push Ferdinand to pay that dowry, Henry stopped paying her salary. And she became completely destitute. And Henry VII pushed it even further when he sent money to Juana and Philip in support of their fight with Ferdinand over Spain. So he was kind of playing both sides. If Ferdinand pays the dowry, then I'll go ahead and be cool with him. But also it would be cool not to have to deal with him anymore. So I'll send money to his daughter to support their fight. But based off of letters that she wrote to her father during this time, Catherine became completely destitute. Like I said, she had no servants. She had barely any clothes. She was selling her jewelry to buy a dress because she was practically naked. And Henry VII continued to not support her. And according to one documentary I watched, that was like reading some of her letters, she allegedly became suicidal. But all of this was kind of moot when on September 25th, 1506, Juana's husband Philip died. And even though Isabella ruled on her own, and it seemed like Ferdinand was a feminist, and that Spain was an area that showed that like women can rule too, and women can be queens, and men can be king consorts, and let's be like all progressive. It was not actually that way. Ferdinand was not a feminist, or at least not when it came to his daughter. And he basically had Juana confined, saying that she was insane, and took over her lands. And she pretty much lived in house arrest for the rest of her life. In 1508, a Spanish ambassador came to England to finish the negotiations of Catherine's marriage to Henry. And then on April 21st, 1509, Henry VII died of consumption, or, what we would today call tuberculosis. And the younger Henry was crowned king, became King Henry VIII, and he was now free to choose his own wife. And he chose Catherine. Now, why did he do that? I mean, on a political stance, it's good to keep that alliance going with Spain. Spain is a formidable opponent, and they have the common enemy of France. So it's good to have, a nation that's proven itself in war that will do that. But also, I mean, not on the political side. I mean, Catherine was pretty. She was described multiple times as being beautiful, that no one can compare to her looks. Unlike the typical appearance that you would associate with people from the Mediterranean, she was described as having fair skin and reddish hair, although most of the portraits that exist of her have her hair covered. So as far as like portraits go, we're not totally sure, except for some when she's a child. But I read that in the first years of their marriage, Henry would kiss her and he would caress her in public, and he would loudly invite his guests to look on and admire his beautiful wife. And they were a good match. Henry is described as being handsome and athletic, and that everyone wanted him. Now, later on, she's not described as pleasantly. The descriptions of her start to change to she's not necessarily beautiful, but she's not ugly, to others saying that she was ugly and deformed. But I mean, that could very well just be like the people who were against her describing her like that. You see a lot of that like propaganda stuff going. I'm not totally sure, but it's interesting how in the beginning of her marriage it's all positive, and at the end of the marriage, when she's causing issues, if you want to say, she's described completely different. To be fair, Henry was very different by that time as well. Additionally to her being pretty, he also needed someone to be a partner for him. He was young. He was 17 when he became king, and Catherine was about 6 years older than him. So she had more experience in court. She was raised to be a queen, whereas Henry was never intended to be king, so he wasn't raised as such, except in like the last couple years since Arthur's death. Catherine also showed strength and tenacity in those 6 years of waiting to marry him. She showed that she could survive the fuckery that is English politics, and she would be a really good partner for Henry. So on June 11th, 1509, 23-year-old Catherine and 18-year-old Henry married. She was crowned as queen on June 24th, 1509, but she was queen consort. So she did act as the main Spanish ambassador to her father for a while, but she didn't rule. But regardless, they seemed like they were madly in love, and happily, a few months later, Catherine became pregnant. Henry wrote to Ferdinand II that, quote, "Your daughter, her serene highness the queen, our dearest consort, has conceived in her womb a living child that is right therewith." But unfortunately, this wouldn't end happily for them when on January 31st, 1510, Catherine gave birth to a stillborn daughter. It gets even sadder when she went to see doctors after they looked at her abdomen, which was still round and still looked like it was increasing in size. They told her that it seemed like she was actually pregnant with twins and miscarried one of them. And then in March, she went into confinement, as was customary. The queen would go into isolation before birth and then like recover there as well. But her labor never began, and the swelling started to go down, and they realized that it most likely was just a phantom pregnancy. At the end of May, she wrote to her father that she had a miscarriage and that she thought it was an ill omen, and she begged her father and Henry not to be angry with her. But Henry was actually very supportive and loving towards her. Miscarriages and stillbirths were very common during this time, especially during first pregnancies. Most people lost their first pregnancies. I mean, that's common today. A lot of women experience miscarriages before they have a successful pregnancy. But the positive side of this is it showed that Catherine could get pregnant. In fact, she was already pregnant again when she wrote that letter to her father. And on December 31st, 1510, she went into labor and brought in the new year, giving birth to a healthy baby boy that they named Henry, who was later to be the Duke of Cornwall. Her husband, Henry, was probably the most in love with her at that moment. She had given birth to a son, which was one of the most important things to him. He seemed to have that same fear that his father did, that he needed to make sure that the Tudor line continued. And by having a son, they could make sure that the Tudor line continued. They celebrated like crazy. There were like bonfires and wine and cannons and pageants and banquets and jousts, and he had an entire staff, including 4 rockers whose job was literally to just rock the baby to sleep, assigned to baby Henry. But unfortunately, 52 days after his birth, baby Henry died on February 22nd, 1511. It's not known how he died. I mean, SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, it's still a thing even today. It was very much a thing back then. Again, Catherine and Henry were very understandably devastated, but it was worse this time for Henry because this wasn't only a loss of a child, but this was an attack on his manhood. And he decided to show his manhood by basically like officially declaring France as their rival and allying with Spain. And he spent much of his reign fighting with France and essentially trying to like restart the 100 Years' War from 200 years earlier. In addition to allying himself with Spain, he also allied with the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor in the war that they were also fighting against France. But again, they looked at the silver lining of not only could Catherine have children, but she had a healthy son. And she had gotten pregnant so quickly last time after her stillbirth that she could probably get quickly pregnant again. But on record, she didn't get pregnant again that year or the year after. But in 1513, she did become pregnant again. Henry was sure that this time it was a son. He wanted this little boy to be born to a manly king, so he went to war with France. On August 16th, 1513, Henry invaded France in what became known as the Battle of Spurs, so called apparently because the French knights were so taken by surprise that they fled on horseback, their spurs glistening in the sunlight. And Henry was there for a while, trying to conquer as much as he could. And while he was in France, he appointed Catherine as the ruler, as the regent, meaning that she would rule England in his stead with, a team of advisors, saying, quote, "Her honor and excellence could not be doubted." And while Henry was away and Catherine, a woman, the weaker sex, one that could not defend herself, let alone her country, was ruling, James IV of Scotland decided to invade England only 6 days after the Battle of Spurs. With 30,000 troops, he captured 3 castles. See, Scotland and France were allies, so when Henry was attacking France, James IV decided that they would attack England. But Catherine surprised every single misogynistic prick that doubted her. She called her troops to war, and she commanded the legions, because of course she did. Her mother was a warrior. Why wouldn't Catherine also be a warrior? Catherine sent 2 armies to face the Scots head on and was gathering a third that she was planning on leading herself. And in case you forgot, she was very pregnant. Mommy, sorry. On September 9th, on Flodden Field in Northumberland, the English and the Scottish met in battle. Now, while Catherine wasn't on the battlefield, just like her mother, she was, strategizing. She was appointing all of these people to fight in her stead. She appointed the Earl of Surrey, Thomas Howard, to lead the battle. And then King James himself was leading the Scottish army. It was a really tough battle. honestly, it looked like the Scottish were going to win. And then the Scottish hit a bog and basically became sitting ducks. And the English archers just began taking them out in droves, including James IV himself, who was initially hit in the fucking jaw. Because apparently I'm just now having flashbacks to the horrific war scenes from the Iliad. And once the king fell, the battle was pretty much lost. And there were a lot of other Scottish nobles that were killed there as well, including 2 abbots, 2 bishops, and 12 earls. And these were alongside the anywhere from 5 to 17,000 Scottish men who were killed, depending on what sources you read. The English, on their side, only lost about 1,500. One documentary that I watched on Catherine said that this was one of the greatest victories over Scotland ever achieved by the English. And it was led by a woman. And Catherine wrote a letter to Henry to let him know what happened that said, quote, "This battle hath been to your grace and all your realm the greatest honor that could be, and more that ye should win all the crown of France. Your grace shall see how I can keep my promise, sending you for your banners a king's coat." And what she meant by that last part is that she had to be convinced not to send Henry the entire fucking rotting corpse of the King of Scotland, and just like settled for sending him the bloody coat to add to his banner to scare the French, to show them that the English could be victorious in battle. I'm just like simping for Catherine of Aragon over here. Anyway, but even though Catherine dedicated this victory to Henry, saying that she did it in his honor and she did it for him, and, you know, going by that Catholic belief that, you know, husband and wife are one and the same. So by that logic, Henry was the one who won. Henry didn't actually win this battle, and he wasn't doing that well in France. He had a couple like small battles, like the one we mentioned that he was successful in. He took 2 small cities. That was about it. And Henry was most likely a little emasculated by this. Like, he didn't want a warrior queen. He wanted one that could give him sons, damn it. And 8 days after the Battle of Flodden, Catherine did give birth to a son. But unfortunately, again, he died soon after birth. I mean, most likely he was premature. Sources that I read about this came to that conclusion because Henry was still in France and was supposed to be there until the end of October, and he wouldn't have missed the birth of his potential son. I'm assuming she probably went into premature labor over the stress of winning a fucking battle against the Scottish. Like, okay, sorry. Like, you're just terrible for having a miscarriage after, like, defending all of England. How dare you, ma'am? The next year, in November of 1514, she went into premature labor again and gave birth to another stillborn son. And I can't imagine the heartbreak that she must have felt and that they must have felt with this. But it's also frustrating because, like, what else was she doing during this time? I have no idea. I can't find anything. Like, it just talks about, like, she got married, she was beautiful, but maybe she wasn't. She got pregnant. No, she didn't. She gave birth, and then the baby died, and then she gave premature birth, and, you know, like, also fought a battle in there somewhat. But, I mean, this is, like, they've been married for 5 years at this point, and, like, I have no idea what she's done during this time, other than just, like, be the wife of Henry. And she had to have done stuff. She was the Spanish ambassador for a while. So, like, she had to have been doing things, but I can't fucking find it. It's very frustrating. I'll talk more about that later. So 1514 and 1515 was, I mean, relatively a time of peace in England for the most part. England made peace with France, and Henry's sister Mary actually went to go marry Louis XII of France, who was 52, and she was 18. That was nice. Catherine most likely influenced Henry to renew his alliance with Spain, and Thomas Wolsey became the cardinal and Henry's leading minister who, like, sort of kept him in line as king. And at the beginning of 1516, on January 23rd, Catherine's father died. Unfortunately, this death also meant that he wasn't alive to hear the news of his daughter's delivery to a healthy child on February 18th, 1516. Unfortunately for Henry, Catherine gave birth to a girl and they named her Mary, but this child did survive to adulthood, fortunately. Henry Henry wasn't as disappointed with this as you might think, and as like a lot of like pop culture stuff portray it. He wasn't disappointed with it, but he was worried because there had never been an undisputed queen of England who ruled in her own right. Like, for example, in the 1100s, there was Empress Matilda. She was the wife of the Holy Roman Emperor, and her father, Henry I, declared her as his heir. And when he died and she tried to take the throne, she wasn't able to actually be crowned. She did rule for a few months, but she wasn't officially crowned before she was usurped by her cousin. So although she was technically the first English female monarch, she's never really regarded as that. We'll also talk about another instance like this with Lady Jane Grey in a few episodes, who also sort of had the same thing happen. She ruled, but she wasn't crowned. So people, well, she wasn't like fully crowned. So people just sort of like ignore her existence as a female ruler of England. Okay, so we're going to kind of like deviate here for a second. This doesn't have anything to do with England at the moment, but it's important for English history. So over in Germany, there was a monk named Martin Luther who had some problems with the Roman Catholic Church. On October 31st, 1517, he posted 95 theses of issues that he had with the Roman Catholic Church and basically started the Christian Reformation. Many of these theses were spurred on by indulgences, which were basically like certificates that you could purchase from the church that would buy your loved one's way out of purgatory. So Luther said that there shouldn't be authority through the hierarchy of the church. He said that there should just be authority through scripture. So to just follow what the Bible said. And that salvation could only be granted through grace, faith, Christ, and the glory of God. And this was known as the 5 solas of the Reformation, with solas meaning like lone or only. In 1521, Charles V presided over a formal assembly. Charles V was the son of Juana and Philip of Spain that we talked about a little bit. He became one of the most formidable rulers in Europe. One source that I read said that he was like probably the most powerful ruler in Europe at this time. And he was also eventually to be the Holy Roman Emperor. I believe at this point in 1521, he was the Holy Roman Emperor elect, which, as I understand it, like becoming the Holy Roman Emperor is a 2-step process where you get elected by leaders of the empire, and then like later you're officially appointed by the Pope. So in being the elect and later the Holy Roman Emperor, and I might be wrong in how I described that, but with this position, Charles had a duty to enforce doctrine and fight heresy and keep the church unified. So Luther refused to recant these statements, and he was convicted of heresy and would most likely have been burned at the stake if he hadn't been kidnapped and hidden somewhere else. So while he was hiding, Luther translated the Bible into German, which was the first time the Bible had been translated in over 1,000 years. And this translation that he did became really popular, and he became the best-selling author in Europe in the 16th century. So he was really influential, and everyone knew about him and his stance against the Roman Catholic Church. He was the one who started the Reformation, but he wasn't the only one who would deviate from the Roman Catholic Church in the 1500s, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later. So back to England, in November of 1518, Catherine gave birth to another stillborn child. This time it was another daughter, and this would become her last recorded pregnancy. She was now in her mid-30s, and the chances of her having another pregnancy, I mean, it wasn't impossible. But it was like relatively unlikely that she would have another pregnancy, especially considering how many rough pregnancies that she had had. I mean, I feel like today, if you were to have had that many miscarriages and stillbirths and all of that, doctors would probably like advise you not to try to get pregnant anymore, because there was most likely either something going on with your reproductive system or something going on with your husband's reproductive system, and it probably wasn't like the best idea to try and continue. I think I read one theory that, and I'm not a scientist at all, so take all of this like with a grain of salt, but there are theories that say that Catherine could have been Rh negative, which if you are Rh negative with your blood type and you become pregnant with a baby who is Rh positive, your body will attack it and you will have miscarriages. Also, there is a theory that, and I'm not very sure exactly what this means, but there are also a theory that's like relatively within the last like 10 years or so that say that Henry may have been Kel's positive. So the same sort of thing there, where like if you are Kel's positive with your blood type and your partner is Kel's negative, it's not going to result in a viable pregnancy. And I'm curious if like this also may have factored into like later on, Mary also couldn't get pregnant. She also had difficulties getting pregnant as well. That is Catherine's daughter with Henry. And then Elizabeth the first, who is Henry's other daughter with Anne Boleyn, she never had any children on record. So, I mean, it could be something like with their blood type. It could be something going on with that. That would be the reason why Catherine had so many miscarriages. And also like later on, Anne had a lot of miscarriages. I mean, honestly, I don't really know for sure, but these are like some theories as to why she may have had so many miscarriages and why she may have had so many stillbirths and why she may have gone into labor so prematurely. There are also some historians who have found records of Catherine saying that she fasted a lot during her pregnancy, which then could mean that, you know, having somewhat of an eating disorder could have led to malnutrition, which could have led to improper development of the fetus, which could have led to like her miscarriages or stillbirths. Honestly, I mean, we're never going to know the answer, but there's a lot of theories that surround it. Regardless, it was heartbreaking, and I could not imagine having so many miscarriages and so many stillbirths. And I also cannot imagine the feelings that Catherine must have had on June 15th, 1519, when Henry VIII's longtime mistress, Bessie Blount, gave birth to a healthy son that he also named Henry after himself. And then this child was given the additional name Fitzroy, which means son of the king. And Henry VIII acknowledged him as his son, but because he was still illegitimate, Henry Fitzroy would never be king, but he was acknowledged like, hey, look at me. I'm a manly man who can have sons. I'm not the one who's the problem here. It's my wife who's the problem here. And like, that's not at all what it is, but you know, that's what happened. So in 1521, Henry said the hell with this French peace, and he went to war with them again with Spain as an ally. And then after 4 years, he decided to turn against Spain and declare his own peace with France. So he kind of just like goes back and forth constantly. It's recorded by some that Catherine was actually really upset that she wasn't being consulted anymore with these like political decisions, which reminds me a lot of Macbeth and Lady Macbeth. And I wonder if like Shakespeare was partially inspired by this a little bit, if it's true. I mean, Macbeth is based off of like an old Scottish tale from the Holinshed Chronicles of Macbethed, but I'm just curious if like as a minor plot line, like if that fed into it at all. Don't know for sure, but it is kind of an interesting little like parallel that you'll find there, and Shakespeare pulled a lot of things from real life in his plays. That distance between Catherine and Henry was very apparent a few years later when Anne Boleyn came to court. Anne Boleyn is going to be the primary focus of the next episode, so I'm not going to focus much on their relationship now, other than the fact that it began around this time. They flirted a lot and sent a lot of letters back and forth, and in 1527, Catherine was 42 years old, and Henry never had his legitimate son. And he was obsessed with having a son and continuing the Tudor lineage, again, with that same fear that his father had. With the War of the Roses, the country was thrown into calamity, and Anne Boleyn was younger, and she told him that she could give him what he wanted, which was a son. He just had that whole pesky marriage thing in the way. And being a very Catholic man, he turned to the Bible for some guidance and found the answer to his problem in Leviticus chapter 20, verse 21, that reads, quote, "And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He hath uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless." And of course, Henry took childless to mean sonless because that's the only children that mattered to him. And when we're already nitpicking the Bible anyway, we can interpret it to mean whatever we want. So this was his proof that his marriage to Catherine was against God. And by finding this passage in the Bible, it showed him that God was on his side. And he presented this, quote, evidence to Pope Clement VII. Of course, he did ignore Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 5-6, that states, if a brother dies without a son, his widow must not marry outside the family, and her husband's brother shall take her and marry her and fulfill the duty of a brother-in-law to her. The first son she bears shall carry the name of the dead brother, so that his name shall not be blotted out from Israel. So perhaps it wasn't the fact that he married his brother's widow, but when they had their first son, he was taken by the sin of pride, naming his son after himself instead of his brother. Or maybe because at the beginning of that verse, it does say, like, if the brothers are living together. So I suppose they weren't living together. So maybe he could just ignore that. Although there was 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 39, that says a wife is bound to her husband as long as he lives. But if her husband dies, she's free to be married to whomever she wishes. He also ignored Luke 16, verse 18, quote, everyone who divorces his wife and marries another commits adultery. Although I do recognize that in the book of Matthew, when it comes to this part, they had it slightly different. And Matthew adds in that, you know, if it's okay as long as it was for sexual immorality, which we'll talk about in a minute. But I mean, if you just want to ignore all of that, there is always thou shalt not commit adultery. But I suppose that, you know, if the marriage wasn't valid ever because of her wedding to Arthur, then it would just be sexual immorality, which is, also frowned upon in the Bible. Oh, are we not nitpicking and coming up with our own interpretations of the Bible? We're not doing that. Okay. Sorry. I was just following his lead because he is the king and he leads by example. You know, but I should know better as a woman. I shouldn't be reading the Bible and coming up with my own interpretation. Anyway, so in June 1527, Henry told Catherine that he thought that their marriage was not valid and that their marriage was against God and like blah, 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 blah. And Catherine was not having this, and she started to come up with her own plan on how she could fight this. She wasn't just going to let her husband go that easily. Fortunately for her, she had time because Charles V's forces in Italy had recently captured Rome, and Pope Clement was a little busy but was being occupied and all. So Charles V was also Catherine's nephew. So and at this point, like, he was, again, the Roman emperor elect. And I don't think that he would, like, really allow the Pope to do much if he had a say in anything, especially the fact that he's, like, occupying the Pope's city at this point. You know, I don't... Yeah, I mean, she writes a lot of letters to Charles about things that are happening during this time, and Charles definitely is on her side. So while that was happening, they were all trying to figure out what to do in terms of the church. And on Henry's mind, the only thing on his mind was the divorce proceedings. And so Cardinal Wolsey went to France with the intention of creating a council of cardinals who would basically stand in while the Pope was incapacitated. They would sort of like run the Roman Catholic Church, and wouldn't it be super convenient that while this was happening, they would most likely also approve of Henry's divorce, right? But I guess Henry just wanted to like cover all of his bases, because right after Wolsey left for France, Henry also sent a man named William Knight to the occupied city of Rome that had like just been sacked to basically ask Pope Clement if he could have permission from the church to commit bigamy. He basically was like, is it cool for me to have multiple wives if this divorce is not approved? I want to ask permission first. but he decided that probably wasn't the best idea after he said William Knight off. So he sent a messenger to intercept William and stop that before he could make it to Rome, which I just find this hilarious. But I mean, honestly, all of it was kind of moot because that didn't happen, and then the Council of Cardinals also didn't happen. So instead, the Henry and Wolsey and others sort of started a smear campaign against Catherine, where they wrote a letter to Pope Clement VII saying, like, dude, she has an STD and is just horny all the time, and like clearly she didn't get the STD from me because I've had multiple lovers, but there's no way that she would have gotten that from me. Just covering now all the bases with that whole like sexual immorality difference between the Book of John and the Book of Matthew. I have not seen any documentary point that out, probably because I'm the one who's gonna like nitpick the Bible. A lot of other people won't do that, and I will. So, funny side note as well, in addition to that, I always find interesting, this is something that pops up a lot in like my witchcraft research, that during this time period, women were the ones who were seen as the more sexually ravenous gender, which I find really interesting, not just because like that's what we think, but Henry has had multiple lovers at this point that are all very well documented, including the sister of one of his future wives. And women were not allowed to have extramarital affairs because it would call into question the legitimacy of any children that they had. I mean, future wives of Henry are literally executed for that. Well, one was executed for that, and the other was executed for claims like associated with adultery. But straight up, adultery wasn't punishable by a queen yet. Not yet. So in April of 1528, Catherine met with Henry and told him that if he was to try and divorce her, then she wanted to do it before a judge. And she wanted it to be carried out in public so everyone could see how she was being treated. And then later on that year, the Pope dispatched Cardinal Lorenzo Campeggio to deliberate this case with Wolsey and try to get it over with pretty much. And on October 27th, Catherine requested to have her confession with Cardinal Campeggio, and in that confession, she dropped a bomb. She said that Henry's grounds for divorce, based on the fact that she was Henry's brother's widow, was baseless. There was no case, because although she said the vows, and sometimes they shared a bed together in that almost 5 months that they were married, in their few months of marriage, they never consummated the relationship, which means that marriage was never actually legal. Now, is this the truth? I don't know. It's probably one of the most questioned things about Catherine to this day. Now, evidence and reports from that time seem to maybe back this up. The morning after their wedding, Juan Gamera, who was a servant for Catherine, said that Arthur arose early and he noticed that Catherine's ladies-in-waitings didn't seem happy. One of them, named Francisca, who was Catherine's closest confidant, said that nothing happened the night before and that Catherine was very disappointed. Now, the other side that may be saying that she lied comes from some of the English men who saw Arthur the next morning, who said that he demanded ale because he had been in the midst of Spain. Get it? Because she's Spanish. Now, obviously I wasn't there, but I have some thoughts. Of course I have some thoughts. If it was that nothing happened, Arthur boasting the next day makes sense. There was so much emphasis on like masculinity and the like during the Tudor era. It was all about being virile and, like conquering women and making sure that you had sons and like whatever. And if the marriage wasn't consummated, then it wasn't legal and it could be annulled and jeopardize the alliance with Spain and bring shame to his father and country. But we have to remember, like, even though times were different back then, Arthur was still 15. He was still a child. He probably like just finished puberty, and he was probably very nervous. So, I mean, I'm not going to judge or make fun of him about that. We live in a lot more sexually free society nowadays, and 15 is still considered like young for a lot of people. Regardless, this is what she said in confession, where Catherine, a very devout Catholic, most likely would not be lying. And something else that completely blows my mind is apparently around the same time, Henry was saying that if he had a chance to marry again and he could be sure that the marriage was good and that he would for sure have sons, then he would choose Catherine again. So he still seems to love her and was literally only doing this out of the fear of the Tudor line dying, that same fear that his father had. And again, no woman had ever successfully ruled on her own. And it would be embarrassing to go down in history with only 2 generations. But it still was not fair to Catherine, who had done nothing wrong, who had waited and fought for Henry, literally and figuratively, who had gone through the pain of multiple childbirths and miscarriages. And because of something that was like beyond her control, she was just being pushed aside. She was a warrior, though, and she wasn't going to go down without a fight because she's a badass bitch. On June 21st, 1529, the divorce court met, and this was sensational. People were obsessed. Now, the way that the court was supposed to go that day is that Henry was supposed to make his little brief statement and then sit down, and then Catherine was to stand up at her chair and also make a brief statement and then sit down, and then, they would be interrogated and Henry would most likely win. So Henry stood up and made his brief statement. He was like, I love Catherine, but I have a troubled conscience that I have gone against God and gone against God's will by marrying my brother's widow, according to that one part of the Bible, but not the other parts of the Bible that were mentioned. Just ignore those. Focus on the Leviticus part. But Catherine, who was supposed to just stand by her chair, sank to her knees in front of Henry and gave this speech, which, by the way, I would like to thank Claire Ridgway for having this whole transcript, because other places that I looked in, documentaries that I watched, said like there's no transcript of this that exists. So Catherine kneels before Henry and said, quote, Sir, I beseech you, for all the love that hath been between us, and for the love of God, let me have justice. Take of me some pity and compassion, for I am a poor woman and a stranger born out of your dominion. I have here no assured friends, and much less impartial counsel. Alas, sir, where have I offended you, or what occasion of displeasure have I deserved? I have been to you a true, humble, and obedient wife, ever comfortable to your will and pleasure, that never said or did anything to the contrary thereof, being always well pleased and contented with all things wherein you had any delight or dalliance, whether it were little or much. I have never rugged in word or countenance or showed a visage or spark of discontent. I have loved all those whom ye loved only for your sake, whether I had cause or no, and whether they were my friends or enemies. This 20 years or more I have been your true wife, and by me ye have had diverse children, although it hath pleased the Lord to call them out of this world, which hath been no default in me. When ye had me at first, I take to God my judge, I was a true maid, without touch of men, and whether it be true or no, I put it in your conscience. If there be any just cause by the law that ye can allege against me, either of dishonesty or any other impediment, to banish and put me from you, I am well content to depart, to my great shame and dishonor. And if there be none, then here I most lowly beseech you, let me remain in my former estate. Therefore I must humbly require you in the way of charity and for the love of God, who is the just judge, to spare me the extremity of this new court until I may be advised what way and order my friends in Spain will advise me to take. And if you will not extend to me so much impartial favor, your pleasure then be fulfilled, then to God I commit my cause. And then she got up off the floor, curtsied, and walked out. And this stopped the divorce proceedings. His plan of attack in court was for Henry's lawyers to attack everything that she was going to say. And she just noped right the fuck out of court so that they couldn't do anything. And that was that. And now apparently Henry was pissed the entire time she was giving this speech. He was screaming at her to get up and stop acting like a victim and this, that, and the other. And all that accomplished was to make Henry look cruel and brutal to his wife, who allegedly was saying that she had done nothing wrong. But let's dissect a little bit more of what she said. So she begins by asking for justice, meaning that he is being unjust and treating her poorly. She asks for pity and compassion, but I think what she's doing is trying to get pity from everyone watching. She reminds them that she has no friends and she isn't English and everyone is against her now because he's the king and no one is going to go against him. Then she asks him to directly tell her how she has wronged him because she has never done anything that she wasn't supposed to as a wife. She was obedient. She never spoke against him. She took interest in the things that he did. She reminded him that they had been married for 20 years with absolutely no issues and gave birth to many children. It wasn't her fault that they died. He could have said something about her like not giving him children to continue his lineage, but she makes sure to point out that it is not her fault. Then she drops the bomb that she never slept with Arthur and even points out, you can believe me or not, I swear to God. So if you still don't believe me, then that's on you. And then I think she says my favorite part, which is the subtle nod to like, if she keeps getting treated the way she's been treated, maybe she needs to go get advice from her friends in Spain. And by friends of Spain, she of course means her nephew, who is a formidable opponent and like the most powerful ruler in Europe at this time. And like just took over the city of Rome recently and is also the Holy Roman Emperor. Yeah. And apparently while she was walking out, Henry tried to get her to come back and she said, quote, on, it makes no matter, for it is no impartial court for me. Therefore, I will not tarry. Go on. I fucking love her. Now, Henry had no choice but to handle this himself with a pope who was like not going to be sympathetic to him. And this did not work out how he wanted to. I mean, obviously. He was spending like more and more time in his personal time with Anne Boleyn, but Catherine was still the queen. And she was still ruling over court and apparently still even like sewed his shirts for him, which really pissed off Anne. And during these years, Catherine wrote frequently to her nephew Charles and Pope Clement VII and requested that Charles's new ambassador, Eustace Chapuis, go to the Pope and make sure that he never granted the divorce. The Pope, however, said that he wouldn't make up his mind one way or another unless they appeared in Rome. So in autumn of 1530, Cardinal Wolsey died. And a man named Thomas Cromwell ended up coming forward and sort of like replacing that advisor position that Wolsey had with Henry. And as an advisor, Cromwell was one of the ones that offered maybe Rome being so far away means that they didn't really have any jurisdiction over the English church. And maybe they were corrupt. Just like Martin Luther said. And maybe the English crown was more powerful. And if Henry just wanted a divorce, he could just grant one himself. And in the few years following, Henry VIII began the English Reformation without even fully realizing it. On May 31st, 1531, which is my birthday, I don't appreciate that this happened on my birthday. Henry and his advisors meet with Catherine to try and reach a compromise, but Catherine won't budge and tells him that she follows the Pope and the Roman Catholic Church. And about a month and a half later, Catherine and Henry meet for the last time. And after this, she was basically banished to Moore's Palace in Hertfordshire. Not only did this separate her from Henry and the court and her duties as queen, but it also separated her from her daughter, who she also was never to see again. But it wasn't like she didn't have supporters. It wasn't like Henry sent her away and everyone was like, yeah, get rid of her. No, there were actually a lot of people in England who supported Catherine and didn't like how she was being treated, including a woman named Elizabeth Barton, who is known as the Holy Maid of Kent, or sometimes referred to as the Mad Maid of Kent. Elizabeth Barton was a prophetess and a seer, and I'm just wondering if we're devolving back into mythology, because I'm having flashbacks of the Iliad and all of that malarkey. But in 1532, she said that if Henry were to go through and marrying Anne, that he would die soon after, and that she saw the very ring of hell that he was to inhabit, and it was not good. But he put that prophecy to the test when he tried fate on January 25th, 1533. King Henry became a bigamist when he married Anne Boleyn. The Roman Catholic Church never granted him his divorce, and when Catherine heard the news, she said that she would rather be hacked to pieces than to accept the king's new marriage. And a couple months later, in May, Thomas Cranmer held court that officially annulled Catherine and Henry's marriage and retroactively sanctioned the marriage between Henry and Anne. When Catherine was told later on that year about the birth of Anne and Henry's child, Elizabeth, she retreated to her room and told them that if they wanted to take her, they would have to break down the door. And while she was in there, she weighed her options on whether she should stay in England or leave. But she didn't want to leave her daughter, especially now that, you know, according to Henry and his advisors, their marriage was illegitimate. They were divorced, meaning that their daughter Mary was illegitimate. And now Anne has had a daughter, Elizabeth, proving that she can have healthy children and might have sons to follow. So she is very concerned about the well-being for her daughter. And I think, like, there's also the part of it that she also didn't want to leave or go anywhere because she didn't want to give people the idea that she accepted the marriage to Anne. And I think that there was a little part of her that hoped that Henry would maybe change his mind. But he didn't. It also didn't really seem like he harbored any negativity towards her. After his marriage, he offered her the title of Dowager Princess, which was basically saying that she was like a former consort and widow. But by calling her princess and not queen, it says that she was never queen. So it would be Dowager Princess of Wales, which would say that she was the widow of Arthur, not the widow of King Henry. She, of course, refused. I mean, how much fuckery can one person deal with? But Catherine still didn't back down. Like, I would have given up a long time ago. Catherine still didn't back down and kept trying to fight. She kept trying to get the Pope to issue an official letter of condemnation of the marriage. And she had many people supporting her, as evidenced by the crowd of people who would congregate around Elizabeth Barton when she talked about all the terrible things that would happen to the king. Something that she was later executed for. She sounds really interesting, and I want to research more about her. So if you want an episode about Elizabeth Barton, if I can find information about her, I will do it. Just let me know. And then with Catherine, like, still causing issues, Anne and Henry got to the point where they just started attacking her. Like, not physically abusing her, but she had no money. She had no supporters in the court. She was moved whenever Henry wanted her to move. She had to ask permission to have visitors and go anywhere. There was a time when her daughter Mary got really sick and Catherine asked to see her. And I think, like, in one of the most cruel things that he has done to her, he refused to let them see each other. Knowing how many children Catherine had lost and how sick Mary was, to refuse to let them be with each other is incredibly cruel. I mean, he said that the reason that he did that was because he was worried that, like, Catherine would come and, like, kidnap Mary and they would flee to Spain and it would, like, start a war, going and seeking the help from Charles V and whatever. So, I mean, I get it, but that's not an excuse. And Charles wouldn't have helped her anyway because he had his own political malarkey going on and he was planning on attacking France and didn't want to piss off England enough to make them ally with France. So, like, why would he start a war over this, you know? But I think, like, one of the saddest things about this is that it seemed like Catherine still loved him. In January of 1536, she was very ill and she wrote him a letter. This is actually the last letter that she wrote him. And it says, quote, "My dear Lord, King and husband, the hour of my death now drawing on, the tender love I owe you forceth me, my case being such, to commend myself to you and to put you in remembrance with a few words of the health and safeguard of your soul, which you ought to prefer before all worldly matters and before the care and pampering of your body, for which you have cast me into many calamities and yourself into many troubles. For my part, I pardon you everything, and I wish to devoutly pray God that he will pardon you also. For the rest, I commend unto you our daughter Mary, beseeching you to be a good father unto her, as I have heretofore desired. I entreat you also on behalf of my maids to give them marriage portions, which is not much, they being but 3. For all my other servants, I solicit the wages due to them in a year more, lest they be unprovided for. Lastly, I make this vow, that mine eyes desire you above all things. Catherine the Queen." So in her last moments, she's telling him that she loves him. She's telling him that she's concerned for his soul. She's telling him that she forgives him for every single thing that he has done to her. and she prays that the Lord will forgive him as well. And then she says that she desires to see him, that like her dying wish is to see him one last time. Now, apparently, she was very sick at the beginning of January. On January 5th, she seemed to have improved a little bit. But by the night of January 6th, she was declining again. She was up all night asking the time and trying desperately to make it to daybreak so she could receive the sacrament, and spent the rest of the day praying, asking those present to pray for her soul and saying that she hoped that God would pardon Henry for what he did to her and will lead him, quote, to the true road and give him good counsel. And she died on January 7th, 1536. It was suspected by many that she was slowly poisoned over a long period of time, but most likely she died of cancer. An autopsy was performed on her within 8 hours of her death. The report by Eustace Shapley read, quote, "The Queen died 2 hours after midday, and 8 hours afterwards she was opened by command of those who had charge of it on the part of the king, and no one was allowed to be present, not even her confessor or physician, but only the candlemaker of the house and one servant and a companion who opened her. And although it was not their business, and they were no surgeons, yet they have often done such a duty, at least the principal, who on coming out told the Bishop of Llanelith, her confessor, but in great secrecy as a thing that would cost his life, that he had found the body and all the internal organs as sound as possible except her heart, which was quite black and hideous. And even after he had washed it 3 times, it did not change color. He divided it through the middle and found the interior being the same color, which also would not change on being washed, and also some black round thing which clung closely to the outside of the heart. On my man asking the physician if she had died of poison, he replied that the thing was too evident by what had been said to the bishop, her confessor, and if that had not been disclosed, the thing was sufficiently clear from the report and circumstances of the illness. So, again, a lot of people believe that she was poisoned, but it seemed like she died of cancer of the heart or cancer of somewhere else that went metastatic, especially with the tumor that was found on her heart. And I'm saying tumor based off the description of like the round mass attached to her heart. But I find it like really sad, and like if this was in a book, like a fantasy book, then it would be explained as like her heart could only take so much. Like she was heartbroken for so long that her heart literally turned black. You know, like it sounds like a tragic story or like a villain's origin arc, but like Catherine never would have become the villain, you know. And when she died, Henry celebrated. Eustace Shapley, who, I will say, did not support Anne and wrote a lot of potentially slanderous things about her that we'll touch on in the next episode, wrote to Charles V after her death, quote, "You could not conceive the joy that the king and those who favor his concubinage," meaning his marriage to Anne Boleyn, "have shown at the death of the good queen," meaning Catherine. Especially the Earl of Wiltshire and his son, who said it was a pity that the Princess, Mary, did not keep company with her. The king, on the Saturday he heard the news, exclaimed, quote, "God be praised that we are free from all suspicion of war," and that the time had come that he would manage the French better than he had done hitherto, because he would now do whatever he wanted, from a fear of lest he should ally himself with your majesty, meaning Charles V, seeing that the cause which disturbed your friendship was gone. On the following day, Sunday, the king was clad all over in yellow from top to toe, except for a white feather that he had in his bonnet, and the little bastard, meaning Elizabeth, his daughter with Anne, was conducted to mass with trumpets and other great triumphs. And after dinner, the king entered the room in which the ladies danced, and there did several things like one transported with joy. And then King Henry VIII threw a tournament in celebration of her death. And when she was buried, there were the symbols of Arthur, her first husband, not Henry's sigils, and there was an open crown, not a closed one, pushing that she was a princess dowager and not ever a queen. And Henry did not fucking deserve her, and she was always too good for him. But the poetic justice is that in that tournament that he threw after her death, he did get super injured. So like karma. a little bit there. But we'll talk more about that next time, because that has a lot to do with, like, Anne Boleyn, obviously. It was after the death, and Anne Boleyn was married to him. So that is one of the things we're going to talk about next time. I really, really love Catherine of Aragon, in case you couldn't tell. But it's really frustrating that without deep historical research into her life, and the very few, like, truly historical accounts of her life that I could find that were only about her and not about all of Henry's wives, where she's mostly eclipsed, the main information that you can find is about her very brief marriage to Arthur, the struggles that she had after her death, and then the first few years of her marriage, including the Battle of Flodden, and then her pregnancies and what happened when they were trying to get a divorce. And then there's, like, very little of her after that. They were married for 23 years. She helped him. She literally fought for him. She won battles for him. She got pregnant often, at least 6 times, but some historians speculate as many as 10 or 11 times, and went through heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. She had miscarriages and stillbirths, and her baby's dying. I mean, I personally have had one miscarriage, and I didn't even want to be pregnant at the time when it happened, and it emotionally destroyed me. I could not imagine the pain that she felt, having wanted these children and having to suffer all the things that she suffered. But for, like, that to be the main thing that we know about her, here's the thing about her and about historically most women. The fucked up history rant moment for the day. If you thought that you weren't going to get one, you were wrong. So this is fueled by listening to Hamilton the other day, because I love musicals and history, even though this one is not accurate at all. But researching this episode is still very much on my mind when some of the songs from Hamilton came on. And if you haven't watched it, I won't spoil it, but Eliza Hamilton, Alexander Hamilton's wife, has a line where she is upset, and she says, "I'm erasing myself from the narrative. Let future historians wonder how Eliza reacted." And then in the finale, she says, "I put myself back in the narrative." And the way that it's written makes it sound like she made this intentional choice to not be a part of history for those, like, 7 or so years between the stuff that happened where she took herself out and Alexander Hamilton's death. But that is not how history works. Again, just like with Catherine, unless you do deep historical research into her, you're not going to know what she did in that time period. Eliza Hamilton is important because she is married to Alexander Hamilton and had his children. And Catherine of Aragon is important because she was wife of Henry VIII and gave birth to his children, whether they survived or not. But she ceases to exist for the bulk of their marriage. I mean, from, like, 1516, when she gave birth to Mary, to 1527, when everything, like, fully started with Anne Boleyn, I could barely find anything about her. She ceases to exist. She is a shadow with no personality and no life. And her purpose after that was, like, only as a catalyst of ripping England apart through the formation of the Church of England. And it's so frustrating. And, like, I just keep thinking of this book that I read. There is this concept that some historians talk about, especially historians who are interested in histories of marginalized people. So people who focus on, like, critical race theory, people who focus on Black history, people focus on women's history, LGBTQ plus history. There's this concept about silences in history, and intentionally created silences through intentional erasure, or just as a reflection of the times. The book that I read that sort of, like, introduced me to this, I mean, complex, but, like, also, like, really obvious topic was Truelow's book called Silencing the Past. And again, like I said, like, this isn't something that's specific only to women's history, but to specifically talk about women's history for a moment, like, women up until the last 50 years or so, when we see the second movement of feminism in the early 70s, generally weren't deemed as historically important. And Catherine is, like, very much a victim of erasure, whether it was intentional or not. But Catherine was tenacious and well-spoken and devoutly Catholic, and like, so outspoken that she annoyed the ambassadors who wanted her to be seen, not heard. She supported scholars like John Leland, like Thomas Linker, and Richard Pace. She supported the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives, who in the 1520s wrote The Education of a Christian Woman that argued that women should be educated. That is feminist as fuck. This book focused mostly on Mary and her education and how important that was. And the book was dedicated to Catherine. She became a patron for the University of Oxford and Cambridge. She was this great queen who saw over court and wasn't able to have children that Henry desired and only gave him a healthy daughter. And they couldn't possibly have a female ruler. But they would ally with Spain that had a female ruler, but it works for them, not for us. And just for that, he could push her aside, even though they still seem to love each other. But because Anne Boleyn is a more sensational figure, seeing that her marriage to Henry like tore apart England, it caused like essentially a religious civil war in the years following. Catherine becomes eclipsed and overlooked. And I didn't know much about her until I started researching myself. And there's still a lot that I don't know about her, and I'm going to keep researching it because she was amazing and deserves for people to know her story.
Part 2. Anne Boleyn. The one people lie about.
So, Anne Boleyn is a very difficult historical figure. There is a lot written about her. There are a lot of people who study her. There are a lot of people who speculate about her. But there is not a lot of history that's actually from Anne Boleyn. The website historicplaces.org says, quote, Anne has left behind virtually nothing of her own voice, and all of the histories of her life are marred by the writer's prejudices or leaps of imaginative fantasy. Even the simplest statements about her are difficult. So again, we talk about the whole like silence and erasure thing that we talked about in the last episode. Anne is also very much a victim of propaganda. There were a lot of people who didn't support her because they didn't support England's split from the Roman Catholic Church. And that's reflected in a lot of writings that are about her. We don't even know what she looks like. And I'm sure that you're all like, Krystina, there are portraits of her. We know what she looks like. No. So I will have you know, Bartholomew, I don't know. your names are all Bartholomew now. I will have you know that most of the portraits that we see are not contemporary portraits of Anne Boleyn. Many of them were made during Elizabeth I's reign. There is one portrait of her that is a lead portrait, but it's been damaged mainly in the nose area. So like a very big part of her face is gone. And then there are a couple others, but those are not very realistic. One of them is a sketch that was done for the seating plan at her coronation feast. And it's literally just like a happy face sketched on it. It's hilarious. And then the other one that I could find reference to is in the Black Book of Garter, which is like also fairly cartoony. So if we want to dive into trying to speculate what she looked like, if you look at contemporary records of people writing about how she looked, most people said that she was beautiful. One record said that she was beautiful enough. So maybe this is one of the ones of people who didn't really care for her. She's described as having darker complexion than the very white complexions that it's seen as a trait of beauty during this time. She has dark hair, dark eyes that were enticing and drew people in. She's also regarded as eloquent and graceful and cheerful. So like mostly positive descriptions of her, except the description that was done by Nicholas Sander, who describes her as tall with black hair, an oval face, and a sallow complexion, which relatively corroborates with like what I just said. But then he continues and he says that she had a projecting tooth, that she had 6 fingers on her right hand, she had a wen on her chin, which I had to look that up. It's like a large growth. And he said that she wore a high neck to cover this wen because she was very like self-conscious of it. And in fact, doing this brought the high neck dresses into fashion, which is not accurate. But other than that, she was like relatively handsome with a pretty mouth. So, great. These descriptions that make her seem like kind of deformed are not founded in history. They're obviously not corroborated by the other descriptions. Nicholas Sander was also a child when she died, and he most likely never saw her. But most importantly, why we can't believe anything that he says is that he was a Catholic that was very, very against the Protestant Reformation. And he was very, very against Elizabeth I. And he was writing during her reign. So he was trying to blacken the name of Elizabeth I and her parents. And he even said, like, in this same writing that Henry VIII fathered Anne Boleyn when he slept with her mother, which, I mean, like, he would have been 9 or 10 when that happened, because she was born most likely in like 1500 or 1501. So yeah, it just don't trust anything that has to say. He also says some other things which we'll touch upon a little bit later. So a little bit more background about her, because now that we've established we don't really know what she looks like, other than that she had dark hair and dark eyes and was maybe a little bit tan. Her parents were Thomas Boleyn. He was the Earl of Ormond and Wiltshire, and then Elizabeth Boleyn, whose maiden name was Howard. Now, she was the daughter of Thomas Howard, the Earl of Surrey, that we talked about briefly in the last episode. He was the one who led the battle against James IV at the Battle of Flodden under Catherine of Aragon's command. There is this perpetuating story, mostly from the book/movie The Other Boleyn Girl by Philippa Gregory, that the Boleyns were plotting, that they were always trying to climb the political social ladder and use their children as pawns. But this doesn't seem to be the case. Thomas Boleyn already had titles. Elizabeth Boleyn was relatively respected because of her father and her family. And there are multiple records that suggest that they didn't actually support Anne's eventual marriage to King Henry, and that they didn't support, which we'll talk about in a moment, like one of their other children having a romantic affair with him. They didn't support that either. So we'll talk about more about that in a second. But we don't know when Anne Boleyn was born. Like I said, she was probably born around 1500, 1501. There are some sources that say that she could have been born as late as 1507, but I'm more inclined to say like 1500, 1501 for a number of reasons. The first one is that in 1513, she was sent abroad for her education under Margaret of Austria as her maid of honor. But this position isn't something that would be given to a 6-year-old, but it would be something that might be given to like a 12 or 13-year-old. So to give a little bit of background very briefly about Margaret of Austria, because she's awesome. Last episode, we talked about Philip of Castile, who married Catherine of Aragon's sister, Juana, and they were kind of like fighting with Ferdinand II over the ruling of Spain. So Margaret of Austria was Philip's sister. So she was the daughter of the Holy Roman Emperor, and she had a lot of sway. In 1507, Margaret of Austria was named the governor of the Low Countries, which were the Western European and coastal countries of like Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. And then in 1509, she was elected its ruler, and was the only woman that was ever elected for this position, which is super, super cool. So she was a very strong female presence to be around in like rather formative years for Anne. In 1515, Anne left Margaret of Austria's court and went to France to join Queen Claude's court. So Queen Claude was the wife of Francis I, and Anne Boleyn most likely stayed with her for 6 or 7 years. She became very fluent in French. When she came back to England after the 6 or 7 years, people remarked that she may have been too French, that maybe spending all this time in France had changed her too much. When she was called back to England in 1521, it was to settle a dispute, but not like settle a dispute with training that she may have gotten being like a well-respected member of the court or anything. No. That's not a woman's job in the 1500s. No. So what had happened was her family had her father was having a land dispute with this other man. So Anne Boleyn was summoned back from France. And the way that she was going to help settle this dispute was she was going to marry a man named James Butler, which was coordinated by Cardinal Wolsey. But this didn't happen. Why didn't this happen? Maybe because someone with more power took notice of her. So it is said that she had like other romantic interests at this time, but nothing really panned out. We'll get to that a little bit later. Henry Percy was like a big one that a lot of people still speculate about even today. But according to all of the records, nothing happened between them. And in 1526, according to most sources that I've read, Anne Boleyn came to court and she became a lady in waiting to Catherine. Now, According to one of the documentaries I watched, and contrary to how it's portrayed in the Tudors, Henry was only known to have had 2 affairs at this point, and one of them was the mother of his illegitimate child, Henry Fitzroy. Her name was Bessie Blount. We talked about her very briefly last episode. And the other was his mistress in like 1525-ish, and that was Anne's sister Mary. But there honestly isn't like much information about their affair. It could have been a one-night stand or like a relatively short-lived affair. It most likely wasn't long and drawn out like it's portrayed in The Other Boleyn Girl. Apparently she caught Henry VIII's eye on her wedding day. Honestly, that worked better for him. It worked in his favor because if she was married, then if she were to get pregnant, it would be assumed that the father was her husband and not King Henry VIII. So it was speculated, and it is still speculated, that 2 of her children were actually fathered by Henry VIII, and those 2 children were sons, which I'm sure made Henry VIII super happy. But it was fine because after that he started going for Anne, which I'm sure made Mary super happy. So just to sort of like add one last comment about Mary Boleyn, because we don't really talk about her much more after this. Like I said, her parents didn't really seem to approve of her affair with King Henry VIII. Later on, she married someone else. I think his last name was Carey. And when he died and she was left a widow, King Henry VIII actually had to step in and tell Thomas Boleyn, like, hey, you need to take care of your daughter because she's been left destitute and like she's gonna die. So you should probably like take care of her. I don't care if you don't like the choices that she's made in life, but she's still your daughter, and I as the king am commanding you to do this. She also didn't really have that much of like sway with King Henry VIII. In The Other Boleyn Girl, it's made it seem like she has a lot of sway with him, and that just doesn't really seem to be the case either. So yep, that's the story about Mary Boleyn. She's sort of like a hidden figure. The Anne Boleyn Files and Tudor Society, I think, is the channel that's on YouTube. It's hosted by a woman named Claire Ridgway, who kind of has like spent the better part of the last few years just engrossed in studying Anne Boleyn. She has like a whole series about Mary Boleyn. I think that if you're more interested in learning about her story, definitely go watch those videos. They're very, very insightful, but that's not my specialty. Today we're talking about Anne. So we don't know how Anne felt about this like affair with her sister. We don't know how Anne even really felt about Henry VIII. I speculate that she wasn't really for it at first. Now, whether that's because of her sister or because she was trying to ensure a proper match for herself, or maybe because she didn't want to be mistress but wanted to be queen. For me, the third one is what a lot of people say, but I'm not totally convinced by that argument, because in 1527, she actually left court and she seemingly cut a lot of contact with Henry VIII. We have 17 letters that were written from Henry to Anne between her leaving court around May of 1527 to October 1528 the next year. And I think I'm planning on releasing, a bonus episode where I read some of these letters, because they're really interesting. So stay tuned. But the first letter that we have that he wrote right after she left around May of 1527, I will read a little snippet of, because it seems to me that she may have rejected him. So it reads, quote, "In turning over in my mind the contents of your last letters, I have put myself into great agony, not knowing how to interpret them, whether to my disadvantage, as you show in some places, or to my advantage, as I understand them in some others, beseeching you earnestly to let me know expressly your whole mind as to the love between us two." Later in this letter, he says it's absolutely necessary that he knows how she feels, and that he's been in love with her for over a year, not knowing how she feels in return. And he promises that if she accepts him, that he will shirk away all other mistresses and he will devote himself only to her. Even though he's still married, it's fine. He will only devote himself to her. In later letters, he sort of chastises her for not writing to him. He sends her gifts. One of them was like a deer that he killed, and he was like, "Oh, imagine the hunter as you consume this and think of me fondly." It's bananas. He even signs some of the letters with her initials with like a heart around it, or like A+H with a heart around it, like a little schoolboy, like, "Oh, Anne and Henry number 4 ever." He also writes that he's been stricken with the dart of love. He says, "My heart and I surrender ourselves into your arms." He says that he dreams of being, quote, "in his sweetheart's arms, whose pretty duckies I trust shortly to kiss." Duckies means boobs. So Henry VIII was a boob guy. That's something that I now know. So now that's something that you need to know as well. Now, Anne did seem to respond to some of these letters, but we don't have those responses to know exactly what she said. But again, it seems like she was still trying to distance herself by reading those letters. As of July of 1527, he writes that he heard that she doesn't want to come back to court, and he asks her for a response. And she either doesn't give it, or we just have lost her response to history, because the next letter that we have on record from him isn't until months later in February of 1528. He basically tells her that he's seeking annulment, which we know from the last episode in April. That's when he first mentions the divorce court with Catherine. And he mentions, like, I mentioned a conversation that we had that she was demanding that it brought before a judge. So in February, he was most likely starting to have these conversations with her. After this, we don't have another letter on record until June, and that is when the letters become a lot more frequent, because Henry finds out that Anne is sick with the sweating sickness, and he's concerned about her. Although in the first letter of this series in June and July 1528, he does mention that he might be sicker with the disease of absence or whatever, but he did send his second best doctor to her to try and heal her, which a lot of people who didn't read the full context of the letter scoff at. But he says that his best doctor is out of town, so he was sending the best that he could send her. And after this, the letters sort of start to take on a different tone, and in like total speculation on my part, maybe because he was so concerned about her and her well-being and did everything possible that he could on his part to take care of her and her family. Maybe, possibly, again, speculation on my part, she realized that these feelings weren't just lustful, but that he actually did care about her. I mean, again, we'll never really know why, because we don't have her responses. And people like to think that, and like with not having these responses, people sort of like project their own emotions onto her. So I just like projected my own opinions onto her and saying that like maybe this is how she thought. Other people are not as kind. They think that she's this like manipulative harlot and homewrecker who knew exactly what she was doing and would do anything that she could to become queen. I mean, that's certainly like what's perpetuating the other Boleyn girl again. But I don't think personally that that's the case. It doesn't seem like she walked into court and was like, "You know what would be cool? If we split with the Roman Catholic Church and messed up a lot of our political relationships because I just want to be queen by any means possible. And also I'm a psychopath or a sociopath or whatever." I mean, these terms don't exist. It is 1520. Like maybe at first it was lust on King Henry VIII's part, and like maybe at first it was this desire to have sons or whatever. And there is that alleged comment that Henry made in later 1528 that he would pick Catherine again if he could. So maybe Anne wasn't the love of his life, but I think that there actually could have been love there. Like I think at one point they actually did care about each other and actually did love each other. At least that's what it seems from their talking back and forth. I mean, chivalric love was really big during this time, so it could just be that Henry VIII was playing the part and he was just like addicted to that new relationship energy, and then once that sort of wears off, he would just find whatever's new. I mean, that could definitely be a possibility as well. But again, that's projecting feelings on people that are historical figures that we don't really know how they feel. So the only evidence that we have of Anne's response is in Anne's Book of Hours at the British Library. So in her Book of Hours, Henry wrote to Anne in French, so this is translated, quote, "If you remember my love in your prayers as much as I adore you, I shall surely never be forgotten because I am yours. Henry Rex always." And this is written on the page depicting the Man of Sorrows, which many believe was his way of saying that he was like absolutely lovesick for her. Anne's response to him was, quote, "By daily proof you shall me find, to be unto you both loving and kind." And she had written this on the page that depicts the Virgin Mary being told by the angel that she will give birth to a son. And many historians believe that this is Anne Boleyn's way of saying that she will love him on her own terms and she will give him a legitimate son and heir. She didn't want to be mistress. She wanted to be wife and queen, and she would be willing to wait for it if she had to. According to a timeline constructed by Claire Ridgway of the Anne Boleyn files that I mentioned with like the Mary Tudor videos, in 1528, Anne acquires a copy of The Obedience of the Christian Man and How Christian Rulers Ought to Govern by William Tyndale. And this book states a lot of things, but basically states that rulers were not accountable to the Pope, but to God directly. Now, this is the same year that Henry started really pushing hard for that divorce, and that he started that smear campaign against Catherine, saying that she had an STD and all of that. And then after the divorce hearing in 1529, June of 1529, Anne was apparently very upset with how it turned out. Again, we don't know for sure because we don't have letters from her, but I read and I heard in documentaries that she became very angry and she sort of went on the attack a little bit. So Catherine was still queen. Like I mentioned last time, she still, sewed his shirts and ruled over court and all of that. But Henry started spending more and more time with Anne, and Anne started trying to sort of test her power a little bit. So she stopped letting Catherine's courtiers come to her. And then Anne had some of her women become ladies in waiting to infiltrate Catherine's spaces and sort of act like spies. From what I gathered, Catherine tended to only keep Spanish servants around her because Catherine liked to speak in Spanish a lot. She very much held on to that Spanish identity of hers. And then Anne sort of like took some of these ladies out and put her own in to try and figure out what was happening, what they were saying. Around this time, the Boleyn family were actually blaming Cardinal Wolsey for a lot of the events that were holding everything up. And they were blaming him for like not stepping in. They felt like as a cardinal that he should have the rights to just annul the marriage if he wanted to annul the marriage. He was the most powerful clergyman in England. And they felt that it was within his power to push that divorce forward, especially with what they read in the Tyndale book that I mentioned. So eventually, to make his mistress happy, Henry began stripping Wolsey of his power and property, which is not how you get someone on your side. And in autumn of 1530, Wolsey died after being arrested. So Henry was starting, if it isn't like obvious at this point, to become more and more tyrannical. There's a sketch by Horrible Histories where they like parade out everyone that Henry was friends with towards the end of his reign, and like all of them have been people that he's like executed or arrested and died in prison, or like arrested after he treated them poorly. So I think about that a lot, like every time I research Henry VIII. I'll see if I can find a link and put it in the description, but spoilers, like if you don't know the story, I'd probably wait until the end of this series if this is your first introduction to like real Tudor history. In the last episode, I mentioned that in 1531, he began the English Reformation without like fully realizing it. And this was because that was the year that Henry began making the moves to be recognized as sole protector and supreme head of the English church and clergy so far as the law of Christ allows. I also mentioned in the last episode that on July 11th, 1531, Catherine and Henry meet for the last time before she was moved to Moor Palace at Hertfordshire. When they were like meeting towards the end of their marriage, he was actually like trying to get her to join a nunnery, but she was like, "No, I'm not joining a fucking nunnery, dude." So I forgot that in the last episode that he tried to get her to join a nunnery, which I think is pretty interesting. It's very Hamlet of him, like, get me to a nunnery. But anyway, yeah, so that was the last time that they met. And from then on, Anne was pretty much acting as queen consort. She obviously wasn't married to him, so she wasn't actually queen consort, but she did accompany him on various trips, including her old stopping grounds in France in October 1532, She was probably brought because she had that connection, and he was trying to make peace with France at that time. And it is said that on that trip in 1532, Anne and Henry had sex for the first time. On January 25th, 1533, the King of England became a bigamist when he married Anne. No mistress had ever married a King of England before, and she was the first. And this was very exciting for a lot of people. And soon after, she was pregnant, which was also exciting for a lot of people, although maybe she was pregnant a little bit beforehand, but I'm not going to judge. And then about 2 months later, like I mentioned in the last episode, a man named Thomas Cranmer becomes Archbishop and officially annuls Catherine and Henry's marriage, and then retroactively approves the marriage of Anne and Henry, and she was crowned queen in June. So according to this new Church of England that was in the process of being established, he was officially married to Anne and divorced from Catherine, but to the Catholics who lived in England and the rest of Europe, their marriage was not legal. She was still the mistress, and any future children that they had would not be legitimate. Like the one that was born on September 7th of 1533. So on September 7th, 1533, Anne went into labor and gave birth to a beautiful and happy and healthy baby girl. Oh, they named their daughter Elizabeth after both of their mothers, but I was like, girl, this ruined everything. It frustrated Henry so much. He annulled his marriage and went through all of that shit to get rid of Catherine of Aragon. And he got so excited when Anne got pregnant so quickly. And it's another girl. And even the astrologers told Henry that it would be a boy. He had announcements printed about the birth of his sons. He was going to have a manly tournament to announce the birth of his manly son. And that, of course, had to be canceled. We can't have a tournament for a girl. But once that sort of initial disappointment wore off, he actually really did love Elizabeth. And then another positive side of this is that it showed that Anne could have healthy children. Catherine had given birth multiple times before she had her one healthy daughter. And this was Anne's first pregnancy. So they were already off to a better start than his first marriage, at least according to Henry VIII. The Church of England was officially established in March 1534 with the Act of Succession, where the subjects of England were ordered to accept the king's marriage as, quote, undoubted, true, sincere, and perfect, and that all of their future children would be legitimate and their children would be lawful heirs to the throne. And then an additional statute was passed that broke most of those financial ties with Rome. And in November of 1534, the Act of Supremacy was passed, which, just like that book by Tyndale stated, said that Henry had always been the supreme head of the Church of England, but left out the phrase as far as the law of Christ allows. So even without Christ's approval, he was the head of the Church of England. They seem to be extremely happy for the next 2 years, even though it's said that she had a miscarriage in the summer of 1534. In October 1535, she did get pregnant again, so things were starting to look up for her again. Hopefully for Henry, this wouldn't be like it was with Catherine, because she had had so many miscarriages and babies die and only had one child that survived to adulthood. And he was hoping that, just the one miscarriage. Miscarriages weren't super uncommon. So hopefully this was just sort of like a fluke. And she could go back to having healthy babies and having healthy sons. And she could be the wife that always mattered and the wife that he truly cared about. And everything that he did to tear apart England would be worth it. And then 1536 came. According to Claire Ridgway, in January 1536, Henry noticed a woman in the court named Jane Seymour. She is important. Remember her name. So as we discussed in the last episode, Catherine of Aragon died on January 7th, 1536. I'm again going to repeat the quote from Eustace Shapley in case you forgot it, or in case you didn't listen to the last episode, that talks about Henry's reaction to the news. Again, Shapley is someone who did not support Anne Boleyn, so when he calls her the concubine and their child the bastard, it's what I'm talking about, that difference between the Protestant beliefs and the Catholic ones. Regardless of these acts of succession or supremacy and what they told the subjects they had to believe, it wasn't at all what everyone believed. As seen in this quote, that again, I said in the last episode, but Eustace Shapley had written this to Charles V of Spain, and it said, quote, "You could not conceive the joy that the king and those who favor his concubinage have shown at the death of the good queen," meaning Catherine, "especially the Earl of Wiltshire and his son, who said it was a pity that the Princess Mary did not keep company with her." The king, on the Saturday he heard the news, exclaimed, quote, "God be praised that we are free from all suspicion of war," and that the time had come that he would manage the French better than he had done hitherto, because they would do now whatever he wanted from a fear lest he should ally himself again with your Majesty Charles V, seeing that the cause which disturbed your friendship was gone. On the following day, Sunday, the king was clad all over in yellow from top to toe, except a white feather he had in his bonnet, and the little bastard, meaning Elizabeth I, was conducted to mass with trumpets and other great triumphs, and after dinner the king entered the room in which the ladies danced, and there did several things like one transported with joy. Wonderful guy. On January 24th, 1536, Henry VIII had that tournament that I mentioned. He was jousting. He was in love with jousting. It was his favorite sport. And although he didn't have a son yet, he used jousting as a way to sort of like show the world that he was manly. There's like probably some joke there between like the size of a jousting lance and like the size of a penis. I'm not going to go there today. Use your imaginations or like come up with your own jokes. Message me the best ones and I will put them in future episodes. But one of the passes of this jousting knocked him off of his horse, and it was bad. So I love going to Renaissance fairs, and I've even worked at some Renaissance fairs, and a lot of Renaissance fairs that I went to would do joust games where they would go for like a target or precision training where they would try to get their lance through like a ring or something like that. But there was one Renaissance fair that I would attend when I was living in Florida, and it's actually the first one that I ever worked at. That is the Sarasota Medieval Fair. I love it. It's my favorite Renaissance fair that I have been to. And at that fair, one of the things that made me love it so much is that they performed actual jousting. It wasn't precision training or anything like that. It was actual jousting. And the reason why this was the one of few that did actual jousting is because actual jousting is fucking dangerous. I was talking to some of the people who did this, and at one point, one of them said that the impact of a full hit in which you fall off of your horse is like taking the entire brunt of a car crash, often to your chest, and it could be fatal. And if it wasn't fatal, it can cause lifelong physical traumas. In Henry's case, it knocked him unconscious for 2 hours, and when he woke up, allegedly, he was different. 5 days after this jousting incident on January 29th, Anne suffered a miscarriage. She said that it was due to the stress of hearing about what happened to Henry and worrying about his well-being. Unfortunately, the fetus had developed enough for them to see that it would have been a boy. In my notes, I just have written here, insert rant about how Henry VIII is a fucktard for celebrating his first wife's death. And if he hadn't done that and had been an actual fucking decent human being about arguably the only woman that he ever loved, he probably would have had a fucking son by now and could have just shut the fuck up about it already. I mean, I don't think I need to insert a rant. I think that those notes speak for themselves. So with this miscarriage that she had on January 29th, 1536, this also brings up the question that a lot of people think is fact, is that this miscarriage was actually a deformed fetus. So this is in the Other Boleyn Girl. Other Boleyn Girl says that her baby was, quote, horribly malformed with a spine flayed open and a huge head twice as large as the spindly little body, which Philippa Gregory probably based off of one account that said, quote, the time had now come when Anne was to be again a mother, but she brought forth only a shapeless mass of flesh. But this was written by Nicholas Sander, the same one who hated Elizabeth and Anne and said that she had 6 fingers and a one on her chest, on her throat, the chin, whatever, etc., right? Actual contemporary sources, even by Eustace Shapley, who is not a fan, said that she had given birth to a totally normal child, most likely around 15 weeks, and some accounts even say that the child was beautiful. So it's believed that the only reason this deformed fetus thing continued is because it supports the also untrue argument that she committed incest or adultery or that she was a witch. Unfortunately, not only did this miscarriage mean that Henry was upset about not having a living son, but he blamed Anne for it, and it was honestly probably the beginning of the downfall of their marriage. And when Anne started arguing with Thomas Cromwell in the spring, and he started seeing her as a threat, that probably did not help either. So on April 2nd, 1536, Anne instructed her almoner, who was like a church officer who would distribute money to the poor. His name was John Skip, and she instructed him to give what would later be regarded as a controversial sermon about Haman in the Bible, who was an advisor who tried to corrupt his king, but was thwarted by the king's loving wife, which was interpreted as a direct attack towards Thomas Cromwell. So I didn't really talk too much about Cromwell last time because he plays a much bigger role in the story of the Annes, being Anne Boleyn and then Henry's fourth wife, Anne of Cleves. So we don't really know much about Thomas Cromwell's early life. I gathered from the research that I did around 1520, he started working with Cardinal Wolsey as a solicitor, which is basically someone who gives like legal advice and counsel. He helped dissolve some of the smaller monasteries early in his career, which made a lot of the public not like him. But Cardinal Wolsey really liked him. And then Cromwell rose in status even more and became a confidential advisor to Wolsey. And Wolsey sort of had like his downfall, like when that happened, that we talked about in 1529 and 1530. Cromwell entered the court with this reputation and being a confidential advisor to the king, along with a slew of roles. And like I mentioned briefly in the last episode, he's believed to have been one of the main advisors who was like, hey, Henry, if you don't like what the Pope is saying, you can tell the Pope to go fuck himself. And then poof, English Reformation, right? So Thomas Cromwell was a politician who came from nothing and built himself into the man that he was. And something that's still relatively common with self-made people today is this sense of pride and sometimes maybe a little arrogance and sometimes maybe a little bit of ruthlessness. So I kind of went back and forth about how I wanted to retell this next part of our historical account, and I honestly think the best way to do it is to tell it from Anne's perspective. So after Anne recovered from her miscarriage in the spring of 1536, she returned to court and tried to focus on getting pregnant again and getting back to her queenly duties, which apparently includes attacking Thomas Cromwell, when seemingly out of nowhere she was arrested on May 2nd of 1536 and taken to the Tower of London. And she had absolutely no idea why she was arrested at all. On May 15th of 1536, she was taken in for her trial and she still didn't know what the accusations were. Like, imagine being arrested and sitting in jail. I mean, she wasn't in like a jail cell, but she was in the Tower of London. She was detained in the Tower of London for almost 2 weeks, being brought to trial and not even knowing what the accusations are, not being able to like build up a defense for yourself, just like being arrested and then like getting plopped into the courtroom and being like, surprise accusations, everybody. What do you gotta say for yourself, ma'am? Like, this is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So on May 15th, like I said, she was brought into King's Hall in the Tower of London before the judge, who was her uncle, and then 26 men who were to be her jury and about 2,000 spectators. But not present in the courtroom was her husband, Henry VIII. If she was arrested, he knew why she was arrested. He most likely sent out the order for her arrest, or was at least privy to it, and it was sent with his permission, but he wasn't in the room. Because if we think about the last time Henry VIII was in a courtroom with his wife, that was in June of 1529 when he had that divorce court with Catherine, which we will remember did not end well for him at all. And Mr. VIII was not going to let that happen again. So as Anne is standing before these 27 men and approximately 2,000 onlookers, the charges are read out to her, and we can finally know what the fuck these accusations are. So the charges read that she had been married to Henry for 3+ years, quote, despising her marriage and entertaining malice against the king, and following daily her carnal lusts, she did procure by base conversations and kissings, touchings, and gifts many servants to be her adulterers and concubines. On the 6th of October, she did procure Henry Norris of Westminster, gentleman to the Privy Chamber, to violate her. They had illicit intercourse on many occasions, and she did also, on the 2nd of November, incite her only natural brother, George Boleyn, to violate her, alluring with her tongue into George's mouth and George's tongue into hers. So there we have it. Treason, adultery, and Frenching your brother, also known as incest, and something that is super gross. So how the fuck did we get here? This is insane. What kind of stuff is Anne Boleyn plotting behind the scenes? What kind of person is she, and what is she doing at court? Like, I know we say that she's kind of a hidden figure, but like, damn. Now, something to kind of touch on about the background of maybe some of these accusations. Court was a very interesting place. So there was a practice called courtly love, which was basically like a ton of flirting and sexual innuendos, and court just became this like hotbed for sexual tension. And it was supposed to be relatively innocent, but you really couldn't know at the end of the day whether people were just flirting or whether it like had progressed into fucking. And Anne was very good at the practice of courtly love, which was fine when she was a mistress. It's probably one of the things that got Henry's attention in the first place. And now as queen, it was expected for her to participate in courtly love. She was the head of court. She was expected to be what the men of court desired. She was expected to take compliments and flirt back, but she had to flirt without insulting Henry VIII, and the flirting could never devolve into anything more. But this courtly love was her downfall. So again, we're seeing a repeat with Henry VIII, that the very things that he falls in love with his wives in the beginning eventually becomes the thing that he despises in them. So with Catherine, she was very strong-willed. She was very headstrong. She knew what she wanted. She was a fighter. She was a warrior. And Henry, who loved this at first, began despising her for that. He began putting out a smear campaign against her, trying to put her in her place and push his dominance onto her. And now, I wonder what has happened with Anne. Well, let's go back about 2 weeks before this trial to April 29th, 1536. So Anne, set the scene. We are in Anne's chambers, and there are a lot of her ladies in waiting and a handful of men. There's a man named Mark Smeaton who's a musician, and he's playing some instruments in the corner. And she began to tease the men of her court, as was her responsibility as queen in playing this part of courtly love. So Mark Smeaton, the musician, got most of her attention that day. He appeared to have a crush on her, and she told him that she was out of his league and there was absolutely no chance. You, sir, are a musician, not a nobleman. And when she got tired of mocking Mark Smeaton, she turned her attention to a man named Henry Norris. Now, Henry Norris was a nobleman, and not only was he a nobleman, but he was one of Henry's best friends for many, many years. And he had been appointed a gentleman of the king's privy chamber, which basically meant that he would attend to the king in private. He was one of very few men who was allowed into the king's private chambers. It said that these men were super influential, and it was one of the greatest honors to become a man of the privy chamber, because it meant that the king respected you and trusted you and held you in high esteem. And these men often had more sway over the king than his wife. And Henry Norris had one of the highest honors of being groom of the stool, which meant that he got to wipe Henry VIII's ass every time he took a shit. But this was considered an honor, so... man, royal court was weird. But anyway, back to Anne. So she turned her attention to Henry Norris, because earlier in the month, a man named Francis Weston had told her that maybe Norris had a little bit of a crush on her. So Anne asked Norris why he hadn't gotten married yet. And when he responded, whatever he responded, like, I'm just not ready yet, not ready to settle down, oh, the old ball and chain, whatever, she told him that she thinks that he desires her and he looks for dead man's shoes, and that if anything bad happens to Henry VIII, that he would try to marry her. And she said this in front of everyone. Like I said, flirting was normal behavior. She was expected to flirt with everyone. But what she actually just did was commit high treason. To imagine the king's death and then put it into words was treason during this time. And to say that Henry Norris was looking for dead man's shoes was saying that Henry Norris was waiting for the king to die so that he could swoop in and have Anne all for himself. Henry Norris immediately caught on to what she was saying and basically responded that he would rather have his head cut off than think such thoughts, which is slightly foreshadowing. And then Anne realized what was happening, and because she did this in front of a bunch of people, people started gossiping. And wouldn't you know, Thomas Cromwell heard about this, and he went to Henry VIII and told him what the queen had been saying, and that the queen had been acting freely with men from court, that they whispered sweet nothings to each other, and maybe there could have been a little bit more to this. She may have been having a little bit of extramarital fun, if you get my drift. Yeah, he said that she was fucking Henry Norris and pretty much everyone else in the court. Now, the problem with this is one, I mean, first and foremost, it would emasculate and humiliate the king and make him into a cuckold. And I realize that that word has been thrown around a lot lately as like an insult, especially by like right-wing conservatives, but that's literally what he would have been called by people. Shakespeare is full of cuck jokes and also cock jokes. That man was dirty, and it's one of the reasons why I love him. But furthermore, if the queen was being an adulteress, then he couldn't know for sure if any future children that they had were legitimate or if Elizabeth was legitimate. And it was totally fine for the king to have extramarital affairs. In fact, it was almost expected, but those children, I mean, didn't have to be recognized, you know? And it was even better if the king had slept with women who were already married, like Mary Boleyn, so that he could sort of just like, these children aren't his problem, you know? But when it was the queen, that was a big deal. We're talking about lines of succession, and we couldn't possibly have someone on the throne who wasn't blood of the king. Adoption was not a thing, friends. So Cromwell and the king conspired to begin investigating this. They created a court of warrior interpreter, which is basically a committee that is put together to just look into one criminal matter. We talked about this before when we talked about the Salem witch trials. They also created a court of warrior interpreter to look just into the witch trials. Now, in some accounts that I read that push that Thomas Cromwell and Anne Boleyn hated each other because they used to fight, say he saw this as the perfect opportunity to get rid of her. But these stories were written during Queen Elizabeth's rule, which makes me question how reliable they are. Elizabeth was the daughter of Anne and Henry, and if she was looking for someone to kind of place the blame on, she wasn't going to outright blame her father for what happens later to her mother, but she can blame his right-hand man, Thomas Cromwell. Other accounts, like from Eustace Chapuis, who, again, is sort of like notorious for not liking the concubine, quote-unquote, Anne Boleyn, wrote something very different. Now, remember earlier, it's said that in January 1536, Henry VIII took a notice to Jane Seymour, right around the same time that Anne had her miscarriage. So let's take that and think about it and take it a little bit further. Let's do some critical thinking skills. So if Anne was born in 1500 or 1501, like most historians agree, then she would have been in her mid-30s. And if we remember in 1518, Catherine was in her mid-30s and had a miscarriage. And the chances of her getting pregnant again were most likely slim. And that's when he started looking for a younger and more fertile woman. And he already had one in mind. In this case, it was Bessie Blount, and she had Henry Fitzroy. And then later on, Anne Boleyn came into the picture. She became the mistress or whatever. And then she became the wife. Henry VIII also went into overdrive. He basically started a smear campaign against Anne. Where have we seen this before? He said that she slept with over 100 men, and he was grateful to be free of her. And then he accused her of being a witch, that she must have bewitched him, and it was her fault that he divorced Catherine of Aragon, and it was her fault that he succumbed to her, and he was just an innocent victim in all of this. So is history repeating itself? Eustace Chapuis seemed to kind of think that and hint towards that. He said that Thomas Cromwell seemed to orchestrate these accusations, which might align with what we've said, but Chapuis takes it even further. And he says that around April 18th, 1536, Henry VIII had given Cromwell orders to figure out how to get him out of his marriage. And then conveniently, 11 days later, this offhand comment fell into their lap, and now they have their smoking gun. The idea that Cromwell was put up to it is also confirmed kind of when you look into how Thomas Cromwell was trying to look into annulling the marriage on the grounds that she was previously in a marriage contract with Henry Percy, who had said multiple times that this had never happened, and he had to look into other ways to end the marriage, like Henry VIII asked. So again, this court of warrior interpreter begins their investigation. Mark Smeaton, the musician that she was flirting with on the day in question, was one of the first to be interrogated. And there are a lot of thoughts about this. A lot of people think that Thomas Cromwell allegedly tortured him into these confessions that he gives. Allegedly, I mean, for entertainment purposes, we don't know for sure. But after a while, he did say, quote, "The queen took me to her bed, and she gave into my passions 3 times. And then he was told to give the names of other men that she had slept with as well, like he would fucking know." And I find this really interesting. Again, I sort of mentioned court of warrior interpreter with the Salem witch trials. Again, I'm reminded again with the Salem witch trials and just like the witch trials that happened later in England and how they would question people and get their answers however necessary. And then that person was expected to give more and more names. On May 10th, 1536, it was announced, not to Anne, obviously, but it was announced to other people, that there was enough evidence to suggest that Anne Boleyn, George Boleyn, Mark Smeaton, Henry Norris, Francis Weston, and William Brereton were guilty of the alleged crimes, and they would be sent to trial. The indictment read that Anne was seduced by evil and had malice in her heart and had given in to her carnal appetites, which, I mean, again, sounds a lot like witchcraft accusations in the later 16th century. It also said that they all conspired to kill the king. Another thing that's like weirdly often linked to witchcraft accusations. There's got to be something there. I'm going to look into it more. Henry decided that Norris was guilty before he even went to trial. On May 1st, Henry Norris competed in a tournament at Greenwich Palace. And at the end, apparently Henry ended the tournament early. And as they were on their way back to the palace, Henry VIII went up to him and told him that he knew and that Norris should just confess. But Norris didn't confess. He said he did nothing wrong. And on May 12th, he still went to his trial before the Court of Orient Terminer at Westminster Hall, claiming his innocence. The jury was not ever going to be on his side. Nowadays, these men would not have been selected for the jury because they were so biased. They were relatively extreme religious conservatives who were all close to Thomas Cromwell. On this day, Mark Smeaton, Francis Weston, and William Brereton were also tried, and they were all found guilty. They weren't told about what evidence was against them, so they couldn't build a defense case. All they could do was react in the moment. Eustace Chapuis wrote about this and said, quote, "The others were condemned upon presumption and certain indications without valid proof or confessions." And remember, Eustace Chapuis hates what's happening in England right now. Upon this guilty verdict that all four of the men received, they were sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. So now we're back to Anne's trial on May 15th, 1536. Kind of unfair that they tried these other four men before they tried Anne. Because, like, if these four men were found guilty of their crimes, like, and their crimes were sleeping with Anne and trying to commit treason with Anne, like, Anne has no chance of getting out of this, right? So she's standing before them. The charges have been read to her: adultery, high treason, and incest, not witchcraft. A lot of people think she was accused of witchcraft. She wasn't. It was just like behind the scenes. There were whispers of it. She was certainly described in terms that were later attributed to witchcraft allegations. But in England, witchcraft was not a crime until 1542 when Henry VIII passed that first Witchcraft Act, which, like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to talk about a little bit when I talk about Catherine Howard, because there were some other things that he passed that year as well. So Anne pled not guilty. I mean, there was no evidence against her. There were no witnesses. There were no proof. There were no expert witness testimonies. There was nothing that actually was foundation against her that could prove all of this was wrong. So of course she was found guilty. She responded that she was innocent of everything that she was charged with and that she'd always been faithful and loyal to Henry. She confessed that she was a jealous wife and that she suspected him of affairs, but that was the only thing that she was guilty of. But because all 26 of these members of the jury were loyal to the king and he was becoming a ruthless king, I mean, he just arrested and found his best friend guilty without hesitation, every single one of the juries found her guilty. She was then stripped of her crown and all of her titles except for queen, and her uncle was forced to read out her sentence. Apparently, with tears running down his face, he said, quote, "Because thou hast offended against our sovereign that king's grace in committing treason against his person, and here attained of the same, the law of the realm is this, that thou hast deserved death. And thy judgment is 'tis, that thou shalt be burnt here within the Tower of London on the green, or else to have thy head smitten off as the king's pleasure shall be further known of the same." So because she was committed of high treason, she was either going to be burned alive or she was going to have her head cut off. She didn't argue this sentence, but she did say that she believed that there were some other reasons that she was being condemned other than what was alleged. She was then escorted out, and her brother George was escorted in, and their uncle had to see over that as well. George was said to have defended himself so well that people thought that he was going to be acquitted, but he was also found guilty, most likely because he pissed off the king when he joked about his impotence. So it's said that like after he had that injury on January 24th, 1536, when he fell off of his horse, Anne tried to get pregnant again, but King Henry VIII could not get it up. So Anne went and told her brother, and maybe went and told her brother's wife Jane about the issues that she was having, and then George kind of laughed about it and sort of like told people about it, and then Jane Boleyn kind of went to Thomas Cromwell and told him about all of this. Like, yeah, no, it was, again, bananas. And then at George's trial, Cromwell had handed him a note that he was just to comment on but not read out loud. And George either like didn't hear that part, or he was like, yeah, fuck that. And he read it out loud. And the note was about his wife Jane saying that he had discussed the king's impotence with Anne. But at the same time, like, this makes no sense to me though, right? Because like, if these impotence arguments were to be on the record, and like if Henry VIII were to kind of had wanted them to be on the record, because then it would kind of like call Anne's pregnancies into question and the parentage of those children into question. Like, why, if your husband can't get it up and you can't have sex with him, why would you then go and try to have sex with other people to get pregnant? Then it would be completely obvious that this child is not your husband's child, and she would be literally like asking for this kind of retribution. And as far as the incest thing goes, like, the only real evidence that they had of this is that they may have spent some time together in her room. Which, like, George and Anne were siblings, and they were super close. Like, they were so close that when Anne and Henry were like writing the letters back to forth that I mentioned in the beginning, in the 1520s, like, George was the main go-between between the two, because Anne was so close to George, and Henry trusted George to like give this information. He was like the best courtier. And now he's being chastised for having a conversation with Anne about her husband and her relationship. And he's saying, like, everyone is saying that they committed incest because he went to her room to talk to her. It doesn't mean that they were fucking. And that's another, the other Boleyn girl thing. That's not true. Philippa Gregory is probably like the only person that believes, that has like actually looked into the history of the Anne Boleyn trial and all of that. She's like probably the only person who actually believes that they committed incest, especially considering how religious they were. Like, why wouldn't she just go with someone else? Like, why wouldn't she just sleep with someone else? And furthermore, like I said, why would she sleep with anyone at all if her husband was having impotency issues? But after all that, like I said, George was also found guilty. On the 17th of May, Henry Norris, Francis Weston, Mark Smeaton, Henry Barron, and George Boleyn were all executed. The original sentence of being hanged, drawn, and quartered was overturned, and all the men were beheaded, which, I mean, honestly is a lot more merciful. On this day, May 17th, Archbishop Thomas Cranmer also declared the marriage between Anne and Henry to be null and void, which also meant that their daughter Elizabeth was now illegitimate. The grounds of their annulment was never clarified. It simply just said that there was, quote, in consequence of certainty just and lawful impediments, which were unknown at the time of the union, but had lately been confessed by Anne herself. Sounds super legit to me. Some people speculate that it was like the Henry Percy thing. Others speculate it was because their marriage was deemed incestuous because Henry had slept with Anne's sister. But again, nothing is actually said. This is all just speculation. So Anne, after being treated so terribly, was due to be executed the next day on May 18th. So she got up the next morning. She made her preparations, she had her breakfast, and she prepared herself to be executed. And then she was told that it was postponed. Which, like, I know things happen, but it feels incredibly cruel, especially because on this day, Henry gets permission to marry Jane Seymour. Now, there are some theories that I've heard and read that say that this was intentional, that in fact, like, they were always intending on her not being executed on the 18th to try and make her confess, to give her that extra day where she thought she was going to die, and she's been given this last chance, and maybe she would decide to confess the crimes that she like clearly committed or whatever, that obviously had nothing to do with trying to get rid of her so that he can marry someone else. No, of course not at all. She didn't confess to anything on May 18th, by the way. She just had her one last day. On May 19th, 1536, Anne is executed at Tower Green at the Tower of London. So Anne arose at dawn to celebrate Mass for the last time, receive the sacrament. She ate breakfast and then waited for Sir William Kingston to come and bring her to her execution. And he came for her around 8 a.m. and told her to prepare, but she said that she was ready. She dressed in either a gray or black robe with a red kirtle underneath. A kirtle is like a traditional gown that they would wear. She was also wearing a hood, and she was described as never being so beautiful. She stepped onto the scaffold and gave her final speech that said, quote, "Good Christian people, I have not come here to preach a sermon. I have come here to die. For according to the law and by the law, I am judged to die, and therefore I will speak nothing against it. I am come hither to accuse no man, nor to speak of that whereof I am accused and condemned to die. But I pray God save the king, and send him long to reign over you. For a gentler nor a more merciful prince was there ever. And to me, he was ever a good, gentle, and sovereign lord. If any person will meddle of my cause, I require them to judge the best. And thus I take my leave of the world and you all, and I heartily desire you to pray for me." Now, this is what she was expected to say and do, because if you ask me, Henry wasn't being gentle or merciful or good to his wife that he tore apart England to marry and then did this to her. Not even 3.5 years later. But she did have her daughter to think about, and she wouldn't have risked her daughter's safety so that she could say like whatever she wanted. So she would have said and done everything that was expected to make sure that Elizabeth was safe. Anne Boleyn, after making this speech, then removed her hood and tucked her hair into a cap. She was fairly composed, although there were some reports that she kept glancing at the swordsman to make sure that he didn't strike too early. And there were other reports that say she kept looking around, maybe hoping that Henry would step in the last minute to stop it. But he didn't. He was too busy planning his life and how he was going to officially propose to Jane Seymour or whatever. Then she paid the executioner. He asked for her forgiveness, and then she knelt on some straw and prayed, quote, "O Lord, have mercy on me. To God I commend my soul. To Jesus Christ I commend my soul. Lord Jesus, receive my soul." The executioner then allegedly asked his assistant to hand him his sword, but he already had it in his hands. That was one mercy that he did for her, because as she sort of like turned her head towards where the assistant was, the executioner struck and Anne Boleyn was dead. She was the first mistress to become queen and was the first queen to be executed. Traditionally, executions were done by axe, but this could be clumsy and didn't always happen on the first blow, so it could be extremely painful. We're going to talk about one in the next episode, but if you want to look up one in the meantime that I won't be discussing at this moment, look up the death of Margaret Poole. That one's a fun one. Maybe one day I'll do an episode about her because it's super fucked up. So a lot of people believe that this is like one last sort of act of mercy that King Henry did, was that he paid for this like French swordsman to come and perform the execution so that it would be quick. The axe is made to like be a blunt weapon, you know, it's made to be a strength weapon. And so it might not get the job done on the first one, but a sword is a cutting weapon. And if it's sharp enough, it should do it in one swing, you know, and we don't know why he did that. There are some people who think that he just didn't want it to be a PR nightmare and have like the first Queen of England to be executed, have like a botched execution. There are some that also think that this was like his way of making fun of Anne Boleyn a little bit, that she had spent so much time in France that she had become relatively French. And, you know, this was his way of being like, you don't deserve an English execution, you deserve a French execution. I mean, paying for the French executioner is most likely why the execution was delayed a day. But the super fucked up thing is Henry VIII would have had to have sent for this French executioner before she was even found guilty at her trial. Like, probably even before she was arrested, he probably had to send for this French executioner. Good and gentle and merciful, right? Although there are some historians that I think try to give Henry a little bit of slack and a little bit of benefit of the doubt here and say that, you know, he did this in preparation, and if she was found innocent, or if he were to give her a pardon at the last minute, that he could have just like sent the swordsman away. But I'm not convinced, because like, why wouldn't you just then wait for her to be convicted and then her not be executed a few days after her conviction, but, you know, a couple weeks after her conviction? What's the rush, other than the fact that you want to freaking marry your next girlfriend as quick as possible? Because just one day after his wife's execution, Henry becomes officially engaged to Jane Seymour, and 11 days after her execution, they got married on May 30th, 1536. After Anne's execution, her remains were wrapped up by her ladies-in-waiting and brought to the chapel of St. Peter, where she was put in an elm chest that was once a chest of bow staves, and then she was buried as a traitor in an unmarked grave. And that is the end of Anne Boleyn. So, I said in the last episode, Anne is often portrayed as a villain, and that she wasn't a villain. She was a victim through and through, and it really is just a tragic story for her.
Part 3. Jane Seymour, the one who finally gave Henry what he wanted. Jane Seymour, like many of the other wives, is someone that we know very little about, unsurprisingly. There's not really anything from her that survives. There's not really much even about her that survives. She wasn't queen for long. She wasn't even actually coronated, so technically she was never officially crowned the queen. And I'm not going to lie, she's probably the hardest one that I've researched so far. Like I said, it's just been rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole, because there doesn't seem to be a lot about her, or like one source will talk about one specific thing and then another source will talk about another thing, but these sources aren't talking about the same things, or they're contradicting each other, and then I have to go and look deeper into it's been hard, but it's been really fun and really rewarding, and I really enjoyed learning about Jane Seymour. So she is often described as weak and submissive and meek and probably other words that end in eek. And in 1536, there was a portrait painted of her by Hans Holbein that people believe is relatively accurate. So according to that, she had a round face, a pointed chin, thin lips with like blonde hair or possibly strawberry blonde hair with bluish eyes. Eustace Shapley, the imperial ambassador, described her as, quote, middle stature and no great beauty, so fair that one would call her rather pale otherwise. She was described by a lot of people as being relatively plain, but that might just be in comparison to Henry VIII's other wives, who were regarded as being some of the most beautiful people that people had ever seen in their lives. So each wife had their own motto and crest that I forgot to mention for the last two. So Catherine's motto was humble and loyal, and her crest was a pomegranate with a crown. Anne's was the most happy, and her crest was a crowned falcon on a tree stump with red and white flowers. And then Jane Seymour's crest was a crowned phoenix rising out of a castle with red and white roses, and her motto was bound to obey and serve. And I just question, who was she obeying and serving? I know it's supposed to be like, duh, obviously King Henry, Krystina. And my dear Bartholomew, no. I have thoughts about her. Also, Bartholomew is back. Sorry if that's not your name, but that is like what I'm calling all my listeners now, because I don't know who's listening. And if your name is Bartholomew, congratulations. Aren't you so very special? And also you have a really cool name. Please don't ever go by Bart, because that's terrible and it sounds like barf. So before we get into my thoughts about Jane Seymour and if she was actually a meek little lamb or like a badass tigress, let's go into her background and her life and everything that happened with Henry. So she was believed to have been born sometime between 1507 and 1509. A large biographer of her, Elizabeth Norton, believes that it was somewhere between October 1507 and early October 1508. She was described as kind and sweet and virtuous and honest. She was one of 10 children, the eldest daughter of one of 6 surviving children consisting of 3 brothers, which probably made Henry hopeful that like maybe she biologically inherited the ability to have sons, because that's totally how it works. To be fair, they didn't understand the science of it back then, so like I cannot fully fault them on that, but it's just kind of interesting, and it's probably one of the reasons why he chose her, because he was still just so desperate to have a son at this point. Reminder, he had had 1 daughter with Catherine of Aragon and had 1 daughter with Anne Boleyn, with a slew of miscarriages of baby boys, which there are theories about that maybe we'll talk about later on. Jane's father was a man named John Seymour. He fought in some wars with Henry VII and was knighted. He was a warden of the forest. He was a sheriff. He was a constable. He even attended to Henry VIII in his bedchamber at times. He also fought in France with Henry in the Battle of Spurs and all that. That was happening over in France, while the Battle of Flodden was happening in England with Catherine of Aragon. And her mother was a woman named Marjorie Wentworth, who was a descendant of King Edward III, who is a monarch who ruled in the 1300s. Jane was most likely educated at home and not abroad, so she was a lot more common than Catherine of Aragon and Anne Boleyn, but that was, I mean, as the word connotes, common. Most women were not sent abroad for their education. Most women were not seen by expensive private tutors or sent to expensive schools. Most women were generally taught like very basic skills and were educated in more domestic matters of how to tend the home and how to be a good wife and all that. Some were taught to read. There is evidence that Jane was taught how to read and write, but that wasn't a large part of her education. And there are some other sources that say that she wasn't, that she only really knew how to sign her name and that there wasn't really much more that she could do. But again, Elizabeth Norton says that there's evidence about her being educated in how to read and write, and I'm going to believe her because she is a subject matter expert on Jane Seymour. It said that Jane enjoyed riding horses and attending hunts. Even when she was queen, she participated in these. She was said to be a great seamstress and embroiderer, and the work that she created was so good that even into the mid to late 1600s, it was on display before it was then gifted to her descendants. And she was very religious. Her family growing up were staunch Catholics, and she was raised the same. Actually, on the land that John Seymour oversaw as like sheriff and constable and all of that, I read that he had a resident priest until the 1530s when Henry broke with the Roman Catholic Church, and it kind of like became dangerous to have that, not just for the priest, but also for him and his family. So that's about all we know about her early life, is just some of her interests and education, because she wasn't this like grand, majestic member of the royal family. I mean, there's not much that was documented about her, because I don't think it was ever expected that she was going to be queen. It was probably expected that she was going to marry a lesser noble and just pump out a bunch of babies and just go on with her life, right? So her distant relative, Sir Francis Bryan, helped organize her becoming a lady-in-waiting for Catherine of Aragon, sometimes between 1527 and 1529, depending on what sources I read. Most say 1529, and she was very, very devoted to Catherine. Most likely, she wouldn't have been one of the women that was in close contact with Catherine at all times because she was of that slightly lesser birth. But she, according to biographies that I've read, apparently really admired the queen, both for her strength and her religious convictions. And during this time, many historians that study Jane also say that she came to love and admire Princess Mary. Reminder that during this time period, she would have arrived at court. This was like the same time when Henry was pushing Catherine aside for Anne Boleyn, which might mean that Jane possibly didn't care for Anne Boleyn based on these alleged feelings for Catherine. I'm not in Jane's head, but speculating that that might have been the case. I did read in one source that honestly escapes me now because there's so little that's written about her. I had to piece this episode together from like 1,006 different sources. But it mentioned briefly that when Catherine was forced to leave Henry VIII and was moved to Hertfordshire, that she may have been a lady for Princess Mary before becoming a lady for Anne Boleyn. But I couldn't find that confirmed anywhere else. According to Elizabeth Norton, there are no records of her, and it's assumed that Jane just went with Catherine to Hertfordshire. So I'm going to say that's probably not the case, that she was a lady waiting for Mary. But again, she did care for Mary, and she seems to have really supported Mary and didn't like how she was being treated by her father, which kind of comes into play later on. But this did not stop her from becoming a lady in waiting for Anne Boleyn. Anne Boleyn was actually her second cousin, but they literally could not have been more different. And like we talked about the last episode, she had dark hair, dark complexion. She was outspoken and flirtatious. Jane, on the other hand, was blonde with pale skin, and she was relatively reserved and kind of quiet, and apparently was very chaste and very religious. But sometime within Anne's marriage to Henry, Jane Seymour caught his eye. It's not really known when. There is some evidence that kind of hints to maybe in October 1534. It said that in that month, there was a woman who caught Henry's eye. She could have caught his eye when Anne was pregnant earlier in the year, because it was believed that it was bad for the baby to have sex during pregnancy. And we can't expect Henry to just not make the beast with two backs for 9 months plus recovery. I mean, what a fucking nightmare. So on October 1534, Eustace Shapley wrote a letter that says that Anne may have sent this woman from court. So there's some people who believe that this woman may have been Jane Seymour, though historians like Elizabeth Norton believe that this might not have actually been Jane, that this might have just been a different mistress that was known only as the Imperial Lady, meaning that she was most likely Catholic and that she supported Princess Mary. But there are some people who do believe that this was Jane. This person was never named. So the letter from Eustace Shapley reads, quote, "Of late days, Lord Rochford's wife," which was George Boleyn's wife, so the sister-in-law of Anne Boleyn, "has been banished the court because she had conspired with the concubine to procure the withdrawal from court of the young lady whom the king has been accustomed to serve, whose influence increases daily, while that of the concubine diminishes, which has already abated a good deal of her insolence." I'll interject to say that this is probably because Anne had a miscarriage and Henry was a fucking dick about that. The letter continues, "The said young lady has of late sent to the princess to tell her to be of good cheer, and that her troubles would sooner come to an end than she supposed, and that, when the opportunity occurred, she would show herself her true and devoted servant." The princess, of course, here is referring to Mary Tudor, the daughter of Catherine of Aragon. Now, while this might not have been Jane Seymour, like I said, really loved Mary. She really cared for Mary. Eustace Shapley was very Catholic and didn't approve a lot of things that were happening in court, so he can be kind of considered an unreliable narrator. But these are some of the only sources that we have to go off of. So it could be that this was Jane Seymour, the Imperial Lady, but most likely it was not. For me, when I hear Imperial Lady, I think possibly a Spanish lady, which kind of makes sense when you think about how Catherine of Aragon surrounded herself with Catholic Spanish servants. So it could have been one of Catherine of Aragon's former servants, possibly. But again, we don't know. We do know that Henry was making a royal progress around England in 1535. And on September 3rd, he was at John Seymour's home at Wolf Hall. And they had intended to be at Jane's brother's Edward's house in October, but their plans sort of changed and they never actually ended up going. We also know that in January 1536, when Anne Boleyn had her last miscarriage, there was something going on between Jane and Henry. So even if she wasn't the Imperial Lady in 1534, in 1536, there was something going on. Eustace Shapley, in the same letter that he wrote about Anne Boleyn's miscarriage, later on talks about a Mistress Seymour, which is Seymour. There was also talk in this letter about the king looking for another wife. We read the first part last time, so I won't read all of that again, but it was about how Anne had had her miscarriage, and it was far enough along that it was clear that it was a boy, and there were speculations that she blamed it on hearing the news of Henry getting injured at the celebration that he threw for Catherine of Aragon's death. And then the letter continues that it might have been a fear that the king would treat her like the late queen, especially considering the treatment shown to a lady of court named Mistress Seymour, to whom, as many say, has lately made great presents. The princess's gouvernante, her daughters, and a niece have been in great sorrow for the said abortion, and have been continually questioning a lady who is very intimate with the princess, whether the said princess did not know the sad news of the abortion, and that she might know that. But they could not for the world that she knew the rest, meaning that there was some fear that the king might take another wife. And in this case, of course, abortion does mean miscarriage. They just called it abortion because it was sort of like a spontaneous abortion. I think some doctors will even refer to that the same now. Like if it gets past a certain time period in your pregnancy, it's no longer a miscarriage, it's a spontaneous abortion. But I'm not sure. I'm not a doctor. I'm a historian. So again, this account that I just read is from Eustace Shapley, so we kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. But it sort of aligns with some of the other things that were said during this time as well. But I mean, also those also have to be taken with a grain of salt. Like, for example, Nicholas Sander said right after Anne had her miscarriage that Henry went to check on her, and she was, quote, bewailing her mishap and angry at the transference to another the king's affection. She cried out to him, see how well I must be since the day I caught that abandoned woman Jane sitting on your knees. But, I mean, if we learned anything from the last episode, Nicholas Sander cannot be trusted, so don't believe that. Really. After Anne's miscarriage, there are some stories that she sort of took notice of this relationship building between Jane and Henry, and that perhaps she retaliated against Jane. It said that Anne may have struck Jane on multiple occasions for sort of flaunting her relationship with Henry in front of her, but again, we can't know for sure. Don't take a drink every time I say we can't know for sure. I really hope that you haven't been doing that, because you will get alcohol poisoning. There's also another story that in March of 1536, Henry gave Jane a locket that had his picture inside, and when Anne saw it, she ripped it off of Jane's neck in anger, and Anne possibly sliced her finger open in the process, which would have been a sight to see. But she wouldn't have sent her away from court, because if you remember that last letter that I was just reading, Jane Boleyn was banished from court for trying to orchestrate removing King Henry's mistress. So she probably would not have tried to remove another one, because she's trying to be in good graces with Henry VIII, because he's already upset with her about having a miscarriage, you know. So around this time, Eustace Shapley sort of confirms that this relationship was building up. He doesn't say anything about Anne's reaction to it, but he does talk about one instance where Henry had sent Jane a purse full of sovereigns, and with it a letter, and that the young lady, after kissing the letter, returned it unopened to the messenger, and throwing herself on her knees before him, begged the said messenger that he would pray the king on her part to consider that she was a gentlewoman of good and honorable parents without reproach, and that she had no greater riches in the world than her honor, which she would not injure for 1,000 deaths. And that if he wished to make her some present in money, she begged it might be when God enabled her to make some honorable match. And where have we heard this before? So basically here, Jane could have been pulling an Anne Boleyn, where she rejected the king's advances and in return claimed that she will only accept these things and she will only sleep with him if he will make her his wife. And isn't it fucking convenient that the same month that Henry sent a letter to this woman and she rejected him, saying she'd never be his mistress and only his wife, his actual wife fucked up enough that she was executed the next month? It's almost like Henry had some other motive that may have additionally led to the execution of his wife. I mean, allegedly, of course. This man is garbage. Also allegedly, of course. So I know some people sort of question that if she had been accepting these gifts for the past few months, what is it at this point that sort of makes her change her mind? And it might be that Henry was getting more serious and this was her opportunity to get what she wanted. And in the same letter, Shapley writes about how Henry responded to this. Shapley says that the king's love and desire towards the lady was wonderfully increased, and that he said that she had behaved most virtuously, and to show her that he only loved her honorably, he did not intend henceforth to speak with her except in presence of some of her kin, for which reason the king had caused Cromwell to remove from a chamber to which the king can go by certain galleries without being perceived, and has lodged there the eldest brother of the said lady with his wife, in order to bring thither the same young lady. So basically, he moves Cromwell out of an adjoining room that he had with Henry, and he moves Jane's brother Edward and Edward's wife into this room so that Henry could sneak back and forth to see Jane. But he was trying to make it seem like he was this super honorable dude who would only see her when a chaperone was present, because This is what Henry does. If we think about the bonus episode last time with Anne, he speaks in like very flowery language. He speaks very romantically to her because these are the kind of things that would probably woo Anne Boleyn. Anne Boleyn was known for being kind of a flirt. She was known for being very witty. And so writing these letters, like what he wrote for her, most likely worked for her, but they would not work for Jane. And at the same time that all of this is happening, this is allegedly when Henry is going to Thomas Cromwell and telling him that he needs to find a way to get him out of his marriage to Anne Boleyn. And Thomas starts looking into the stuff with Henry Percy and all of that, which to me just kind of confirms that Anne was like mostly innocent of her charges, except for the dead man's shoes thing. She admitted that she said some of this to her ladies in waiting while she was in the Tower of London, and it's possible, according to like one documentary that I watched, that these ladies in waiting that were attending to her in the Tower of London were actually spies that were appointed there by Thomas Cromwell, and they were like feeding him all of the information of what was happening, and like that was like their smoking gun that they were able to do. So I'm not sure, but it does seem to confirm that Henry was done with his flirtatious wife and was going for the more innocent Jane. But here's the thing. Jane may not have been as innocent as she made herself seem. So later in that same letter, Chapuis says that Jane has been well taught for the most part by those intimate with the king who hate the concubine, Anne Boleyn, that she must by no means comply with the king's wishes except by way of marriage, in which she is quite firm. She is also advised to tell the king boldly how his marriage is detested by the people and that none consider it lawful. And then in another letter from later on that month, Chapuis talks about how people are counseling Jane and writing to Princess Mary that she again should be in good cheer, and that Henry was done with the concubine Anne, and that people were saying that she was about to get divorced from him and that he was intending to marry Jane, which again aligns with what was speculated and what was said about this time period. And a lot of people go on to interpret this as Jane was being manipulated and Jane was being coached on what to say and all of this because she was just a weak little submissive girl and like this, that, and the other, whatever. But for me, there's one little 6-word phrase in one of the letters that I just read that makes me think that she was totally okay with this and that she was not being manipulated, that this is what she felt and this is what she wanted. And that little phrase is when the letter says, in which she is quite firm. To me, this means that she agreed with the things that they were saying, which tells me that Jane Seymour was very Catholic still, which is not surprising when you consider how she was raised, how Catholic her family was, when you think about how much she allegedly loved Catherine of Aragon and how much reverence she had for the Princess Mary. And you know, at this point in 1536, the Anglican Church had only really been around for 2 years. So although there were people who were acting like they supported the king in the background, they were really just hoping that they would like get back to how things were. That's also not to say that there weren't people who supported the Protestant Reformation in England. I mean, if Martin Luther is any evidence of that, there were people who did not like the Roman Catholic Church. But you can't just tell people to change their beliefs that they've had for their entire lives that they actually believe in because one dude says so, regardless if he's the king or not. Like, think about in America, if the president was to tell you to think something different, that's a core foundational value for you, you're not going to think different just because he told you to. You know what I mean? So on May 14th, the day before Anne's trial, Jane was moved closer to Henry within a mile, where she was splendidly served by the king's cook and other officers and was most richly dressed. So like up until before this, she was a little bit farther away, but she would go to visit her brother, and then the king would just like appear in the brother's chambers and be like, "Oh, Jane, fancy meeting you here." But right before Anne's trial and her execution and all of that, she was moved closer so that he could just go see her whenever he wanted to. The day that Anne was supposed to be executed, which was May 18th, 1536, Eustace Chapuis wrote about the king's new lady, which was Jane. This is where we get the description that he has of Jane, that she was of middling stature and like not a great beauty and all of that. But this letter also shows a little bit of contempt that Chapuis had for the English court, which I kind of find funny, because he says, "I leave you to judge whether, being English and having long frequented the court, perhaps the king will only be too glad to be so far relieved from trouble. Also, according to the account given of him by the concubine, he has neither vigor nor virtue, and besides, he may make a condition in the marriage that she be a virgin, and when he has a mind to divorce her, he will find enough of witnesses. The said Seymour is not a woman of great wit, but she may have good understanding. It is said that she inclines to be proud and haughty, but she bears great love and reverence to the princess. So basically he's questioning because, like, the English court is just so full of, like, debauchery and flirting that, like, there's no way that she can actually be a virgin. At this point, Jane is in her mid-20s. She's never been engaged. She's never been married, which is pretty late for this time period. Some historians speculate it's because she wasn't a great beauty or whatever, and because her family couldn't really provide much of a dowry. But there's no evidence that says that she wasn't a virgin, even if there was all of that, like, flirtation and courtly love. This letter also does, like, almost comically point out, and this is the point that I think is funny, sort of, in a really, like, sad sort of way, that Henry will just use whatever excuse he can and lie about things and, like, scrounge up witnesses to get out of a marriage when he's tired of it. I mean, this is following letters that we spoke about last week that say, like, even though that Chapuis didn't like Anne Boleyn and didn't like what she allegedly did to the country, because we're just going to blame it all on her, he still didn't think that, like, she was necessarily treated right, and he thought that a lot of the charges against her were orchestrated to get out of his marriage, even though he was, like, not heartbroken when she was executed, honestly. And then on this same day, May 18th, Jane and Henry are given permission to marry. Apologies if you can hear any noises in the background. They're doing construction outside of my apartment. Usually I try to record this at nighttime when it's a little bit more quiet. But again, cold brew in a wine glass. So the next day, May 19th, Anne is executed. And then on the 20th, Jane and Henry are officially engaged. When Jane came secretly by the river to the king's lodgings, and the betrothal was officially announced, and they were married 10 days later on May 30th, 1536. This may have been the first time that they had sex. There was one documentary that I watched that said that when they were officially betrothed, her coming secretly may have been them, like, you know, having sex for the first time or whatever. But again, it's not like they recorded these things. But I mean, even if they didn't, Anne's executed on the 19th. They're engaged on the 20th, married on the 30th. Like, was Anne's body even out of rigor mortis yet? And apparently to sort of squash the rumors that he did all of this to Anne just to marry Jane, because people were talking and they didn't like all of this, regardless of their possible personal feelings for Anne. So to squash this, before they got married, he moved her 7 miles away from him and was telling people, like, I have no desire to get married ever again unless my people demand it. But, like, bro, you're not fooling anybody. You're going around, like, griping and complaining that your current wife isn't dead already. And then after her execution, you're partying and living it up, and the moment that you literally hear her head has hit the fucking ground, you're marching straight to your new girlfriend's house and having a special celebratory fucking dinner with her, and you're walking around with your own fucking theme song. Literally, Chapuis writes that people with instruments are just following him around and playing music and singing at all times because he's just so happy that he needs his own fucking theme song as he's walking around. And on the day of your wife's execution, you're wearing white instead of the mourning color of black, and writing little, like, silly rhymes about how happy you are and being so happy that you can go back to writing these silly little rhymes because Anne Boleyn and her brother George used to make fun of you for them. Like, did you think that people would just forget this treatment of your wife? And that people would just, like, believe you when you're saying you never want to get married again when less than 2 weeks later you get married? Like, yeah, it was a small private ceremony, but people fucking knew. And even if they didn't know on the 30th when you got married, she was acknowledged as queen on June 4th of 1536. People fucking knew. But even before Anne's death and their marriage, Jane was already scheming. She was already trying to, like, test her persuasion over Henry and seeing what she could do. Eustace Chapuis was essentially, like, live tweeting on the day of Anne's execution. He wrote a ton of letters back to back, and he wrote about how they hoped that Anne's execution meant that normalcy will be restored and that this whole thing would just be like a blip and Princess Mary would be acknowledged again because, you know, when the Acts of Supremacy and all that were passed in 1534, and, like, actually, like, even before that, when Catherine and Henry's marriage was deemed illegitimate, Mary was considered a bastard and she wasn't acknowledged anymore. And then
After this, writing in the letter, Eustace Chapuis writes about how Jane is talking to Henry and trying to convince him to acknowledge Mary again. And Chapuis wrote that the king told her she was a fool and ought to solicit the advancement of the children that they would have between them and not any others. She replied that in asking for the restoration of the princess, she conceived that she was seeking the rest and tranquility of the king, herself, and her future children and the whole realm. For without that, neither your majesty nor his people will ever be content. I will endeavor by all means to make her continue in this vein. But even though he's telling her, like, dude, don't worry about that. You should worry about the kids that we're going to have, and not like my kids that already exist that have already been unacknowledged and like fucking abandoned or whatever. She doesn't give this up. And about a month after she's announced as queen on July 6, 1536, Henry meets with Mary due to Jane's like prodding and convincing and pushing. And this is the first time that he's seen his daughter in 5 years. It was said that Jane treated Mary as if she were her own daughter, which is interesting considering that she's only like a few years older than Mary at this point. But apparently he was really happy about this. But for Mary, it was actually sort of tragic, because the only way that this could happen was by acknowledging wholeheartedly that her father was the head of the church and that she was a bastard and that her parents' marriage was never legal. And because she pretty much had to, like, Henry was threatening to have her executed if she didn't agree, and Anne's blood was probably like still staining the fucking scaffold. On July 22nd, she signed an oath that said that she agreed to this, that she wouldn't be an heir, but at least she was back in Henry's good graces and she was allowed back in court. She became a lady in waiting to Queen Jane, and maybe he'd like reconsider the whole heir thing later on. But it would just kept running through his mind that like he didn't have a son. Well, he didn't have a legitimate one. He did have Henry Fitzroy, who was his illegitimate son with Bessie Blount. And apparently he was thinking about legitimizing Henry Fitzroy because at this point, Henry VIII was in his mid-40s and the life expectancy at this time was like 50-ish. And Henry was old at 44. It's not like it is today where at 44, you still have like half of your life. You're having your midlife crisis at 44. At 44, this was like pretty much getting to the end of your life at this point. And if he didn't have a son with Jane immediately, most likely the Tudor line would die in only 2 generations because, you know, we can't have a woman rule. And around this time, he apparently made a comment to Thomas Cromwell that he felt himself growing old and he doubted that he would have any more children with Jane whatsoever. There also goes into the fact that like Anne Boleyn had said that after his accident in January 1536 earlier that year, that he was having impotency issues. So maybe that was also why he was doubting if he would ever have any more children. Cause like homeboy just like couldn't get it up, which happens to some people in your 40s. It's totally natural. It's what the blue pill is for and all of that. But the day after this oath was signed by Mary, that she acknowledged that she was a bastard and that she wasn't going to be an heir to the throne and all of that, Henry Fitzroy died. And Henry was devastated because now he had no sons whatsoever, not even illegitimate ones. He had 2 daughters that weren't acknowledged. Because remember, like Elizabeth is still around at this point too. She was probably about 4 at this time and was practically abandoned by Henry to the point where like Mary, who resented and hated Elizabeth for just what she stood for, pitied Elizabeth and had to step forward to advocate for her because Elizabeth was a toddler and was not guaranteed food. Her servants had to hunt for anything that they would eat, and she didn't even have clothes that would fit her. So later on in October of 1536, roundabouts, there was this uprising that became known as the Pilgrimage of Grace. So during the Pilgrimage of Grace, some northern counties of England started revolting in response to the Protestant Reformation, and Henry and Cromwell were attempting to like push their government control farther and dissolve some of the monasteries, and people just did not like this. In Yorkshire, there was an uprising of over 30,000 people whose demands partially included England becoming a Catholic state again and to have a parliament that was separate from royal influence. When Eustace Chapuis wrote about this, he was saying that people were so angry with the king that they might have like a regicide situation on their hands, which Shapley was like, it's not the worst thing that could happen because he could probably like somehow get Mary on the throne as the oldest surviving child of Henry VIII. Like, they could probably make that happen. But he wrote that Jane threw herself on her knees in front of the king and said to him that perhaps God had permitted this rebellion for ruining so many churches. And she begged him to restore the abbeys, to which he replied by telling her to attend to other things, reminding her that the last queen had died in consequence of meddling too much with state affairs. He is so much garbage. So much garbage. I hate Henry VIII more and more as I research these fucking stories. So the Pilgrimage of Grace didn't really achieve anything. Like, no other parts of the country really got involved. About 250 men, give or take, were executed, but Jane sort of showed her hand that she may be Catholic, or at least like a Catholic sympathizer. And this was the month that she was supposed to be coronated as queen, but it was postponed and was continuously postponed, probably because Henry wanted to see if she was worth it, meaning, would you give me what I want? But she redeemed herself a few months later, most likely around December or January, when she got pregnant, and Henry was ecstatic. So not much is written about her that I could find during her pregnancy, but in September of 1537, she moved to Hampton Court to go into her confinement before she gave birth. This was just like a custom. Women would go into isolation to kind of help reduce stress and make sure that everyone was ready whenever she eventually went into labor. And one of the people that accompanied her was Mary Tudor. So Jane went into labor on October 9th of 1537. Henry was very excited. He prepared for all of the ceremonies and celebrations, including gun salutes and food and wine and like bonfires and all of that stuff. That's just this grand thing that you do when a son is born, right? But the 9th came and went, and then another day came and went, and Jane was in labor for 2 days and 3 nights until the 12th, when at 2 a.m, Jane, exhausted and probably in excruciating pain and probably barely hanging on, finally gave birth to her son, Edward. But this wasn't good enough for Henry, because like what happened with him, he needed a spare son. Henry was never meant to be king, and it was like just so happened that it was lucky that Henry VII had more than one son. So Henry was very happy. He called Jane his true love and his true wife at this point, and then was like, as soon as possible, I'm getting you pregnant again. But this wasn't going to happen. She wasn't in good condition after this, like unsurprisingly. She emerged a few days later, but she was regarded as being even more pale and even weaker than she typically appeared. 3 days after his birth, on October 15th, Edward was christened, and she attended and received visitors and seemed like she was okay and like on the up and up, just slowly recovering because it was such a traumatic birth for her. But 2 days after Edward's christening on October 17th, she came down with a very high fever, and over the next week, her condition did not improve. And on October 24th, 1537, Jane died. Most historians say that she died of childbed fever. So this is a term used for an infection that arises after childbirth, possibly from using like unsterilized equipment, or perhaps there was a piece of placenta that was left behind because it was such a traumatic birth that perhaps she didn't get everything out that needed to come out. There are even some records that say in her recovery, she was asking for really strange foods. So maybe it didn't have anything to do with childbirth at all. And maybe it was food poisoning, and her body was so weak from giving birth that it couldn't fight this infection that was building. But there is this widespread story that maybe it was something else. Could Jane have died from a botched C-section? So here's the story. Jane has been in labor for a couple days at this point, and it's starting to look grim. So the doctors go to Henry VIII and ask him if their efforts become life-saving, and they can only save either Jane or the unborn baby, which would Henry save? This is an impossible decision, right? Story says that he didn't find it that impossible, though, and he chooses the child because he can find another wife, but this might be his only chance for a son, and he needs a son, damn it. So the surgeons performed a C-section, and as a result, the queen soon died. So there are a lot of people who believe this, but it isn't true. Not because C-sections didn't happen. That's like the whole twist ending of Macbeth, after all. But until the mid-1800s, they were fatal to the mother and only really performed when the mother was dead,
or was for sure dying and they needed to remove the baby. And in those cases, the C-section would kill her. But again, this isn't what happened with Jane. So let's go into this a little bit. This account was written by, drumroll please, terrible drumroll, our favorite propagandist, Nicholas Sander. So if you need a reminder, Nicholas Sander was a Catholic in exile during the reign of Elizabeth I, who wrote a book called The Rise and Growth of the Anglican Schism. This is a book where he wrote that Anne was deformed and had 6 fingers and that she committed incest with her brother and gave birth to a deformed fetus and all that jazz. So there were a lot of people who have read this book and don't know that it's propaganda and think that because it's a historical account that it's true, and don't realize like how much propaganda is in history and how you have to like really sort through everything to find the truth. There are others who are in the same or similar position as Sander who did the same, like Nicholas Harpsfield, who said that Edward was born by gnawing out the mother's womb. He was writing during Queen Mary I with the same intention to make Henry look bad because Harpsfield was a Catholic, and by, this story of sacrificing the mother so his king should be born, so his prince and his son should be born, rather. This makes him look like a monster a little bit, right? And then there was another account that was written by someone who was anonymous, but this was written in Spanish, which leads one to believe that this person was Catholic. And their work became known as the Spanish Chronicle. And they wrote that it was that the mother had to be sacrificed for the child. Then they do say, though, I do not affirm this to be true, only that it was rumored. So they admit that it might not have been the case, but it's what people were saying. But contemporary historians and historians writing in the 1600s said that that wasn't the case. Most people reported a regular birth, that she even signed a document following the delivery, which wouldn't have happened if she was like sacrificed for the baby. She also wouldn't have been able to meet with people on the 15th of October when Edward was christened. Maybe if there was like some reference to her being cut and this leading to her death, like maybe it was like an episiotomy. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, that's when like they make a decision at the vaginal canal to make it larger to help the baby pass through. But I don't know if they did that back then. A quick Google search says that only dates back about 300 years, which would have been like long after Jane's delivery. It would certainly account for an infection, but it was not a C-section gone wrong. Jane was the only queen of King Henry to die as queen, so she was given a grand ceremony and a queen's burial. There were 29 women who marched with her as mourners, which is why it's believed that she was 29 and most likely born between October 1507 to October 1508. And at her funeral, Mary was the chief mourner for her. She was buried at Windsor, and when Henry died, he was buried next to her. Mary, in addition to being the chief mourner, was also appointed as Edward's godmother as well. When Henry married his sixth wife, Catherine Parr, he had a portrait painted of him and his children that's known as the family portrait. But instead of Catherine next to him, where the queen would stand, it's Jane. He called her the love of his life. Now, whether this was true or just because she gave him what he wanted, which was a son, that in his mind, she almost sacrificed herself for this, although not through C-section, or if it was just because he didn't have time to grow to despise her as he did his other wives, we'll never know. I think she died at like the height of his affection for her because he was given what he wanted by her. And I think that might honestly be why, in my opinion. So that's the story of Jane Seymour, third wife of Henry VIII and queen consort for about 17 months. So I said I had thoughts about her, right? So within my rabbit holes, I also fell into this like thought black hole of what would have happened if she hadn't died. So in my opinion, and this is my opinion because there's very little written about her, nothing was written by her. There's so much propaganda surrounding the wives of Henry VIII. So it's hard to know for sure, I think. And this might not be agreed upon by other historians, but in doing the research that I have done in this limited amount of time that I have researched her, in my opinion, I think she was very Catholic and she didn't like where the country was going. She didn't like how Catherine was treated. And when Henry started his affections for her, she, having been in court and one of the ladies of Anne Boleyn,
used the same strategy that Anne Boleyn used. She accepted the gifts, she accepted the praise, she built up the affections of Henry, and when he dropped the proposal of, will you be my mistress? Do you want to fuck me? She rejected him, saying, I'll only have sex with you if we can get married. While a lot of people think that Anne Boleyn did this out of like manipulation, Jane painted it as because she was so pure and because she was so godly of a woman. But it seems, at least from like the accounts of Eustace Chapuis, that she was conspiring with Catholics and Catholic sympathizers who were close to the king, people who knew how to get to the king, people who knew what the king was like and what would convince him to go the routes that he went. You know, perhaps she thought that this was how she would bring England back to the Roman Catholic Church. Maybe this was looked at as like a divine duty of hers. Maybe this was like Joan of Arc for her, you know, like God coming to her and telling her, this is your job, this is your duty, this is your destiny. I mean, even her crest and motto may signify this, right? It's the phoenix, the resurrection, the return to old forms, to shrug off these things that don't serve you anymore. And through our marriage, I will bring the resurrection back to Catholicism. The phoenix is rising out of a castle, meaning that the phoenix will restore the castle back to its old forms, possibly. My opinion. So what did she do to do this? She made herself out to be the opposite of Henry's other wives, because like we talked about in the last episode, the things that Henry loves about his wives at the beginning are the things that he eventually grows to hate. So Catherine, who was strong and confident and forthright in her opinions, it was like a badass warrior bitch queen, he grows to hate her for it. And Anne, who is this flirtatious, outspoken woman who's involved in political matters, leads to her being hated. So she made herself the opposite. Jane made herself soft-spoken. Jane made herself meek. She made herself submissive and subservient and virtuous. She even took this and put it into her motto. Now, she may have actually been like this. She is described as being kind and virtuous and all of this in her childhood, but those sources might not have been contemporary. Those sources might be from later on when people look back on her, how she was portrayed when she was queen, and say, oh, well, if she was, you know, virtuous and kind and honorable and all of this as queen, then that's most likely how she was as a child, right? It was never expected for a woman who is like noble, but not like noble, to be a queen. She was never expected to reach such a high standard. She was in her mid-20s and hadn't even been engaged. And here you have the King of England standing before you, who viciously divorced his first wife, and here's his opportunity. So maybe she was submissive, maybe she was virtuous, maybe she was a godly woman, or maybe she was just really good at painting herself to appear that way. And I think her focusing so much on restoring Mary and making good graces with Mary when Henry had another daughter, she wasn't arguing for him to make good graces with his daughters, both of them, just the Catholic one. Maybe perhaps this was Jane's attempt to see how much sway she had over Henry VIII. Maybe by seeing if she could restore the relationship between King Henry VIII and his Catholic daughter Mary, that this was just like a test run into restoring Henry's relationship with the Roman Catholic Church and the Pope. And when she had a son, when she gave Henry what he truly wanted, which was a male heir to the throne, I think she could have gotten whatever the fuck she wanted. I think she could have used the fact that she was the mother of the Prince of England or the Prince of Wales, whatever you want to call him, to sway Henry to at least consider meeting with the Pope, to at least open his mind to a meeting of some sort. And perhaps if something like that were to happen, I just wonder what England would be like today. And like, this is where I really fall down like a black hole of like alternate reality almost. I mean, that's not to say there weren't people who disagree with the Roman Catholic Church. And that's not to say that these people who disagreed would not have tried to break from the Roman Catholic Church following Martin Luther's example and all of that. But if England was a Catholic state and no longer a Protestant state, then these people would have most likely been in the minority and not the majority. Or there would have been like a religious civil war that happened a lot sooner into the 1500s. If Jane would have lived, Catherine Howard would not have been executed, most likely. Lady Jane Grey would not have been executed. Some of the laws that were passed in the later times of Henry's reign would not have been passed. Maybe there wouldn't have been so much fighting between England and Spain if they had went back to being a Catholic state. I mean, that's a big part of Elizabeth I's rule, is this fighting constantly with Spain and England. Mary would not have had to take the throne because she would have been an heir. This may have led to her executing a lot less people. We're going to talk about her in a few episodes, but her nickname was Bloody Mary because she executed so many Protestants because she was trying to transform England back into a Catholic state. But at this point, so much time had passed that England didn't want to be a Catholic state, that there were people who were just like holding on to this Protestantism so much because it made sense at that point. But when Jane Seymour died, the Anglican Church had only been around for a couple years. It possibly could even go to my area of research, which is the history of witchcraft, and say that if she would have lived and she would have helped restore England back to a Catholic state, it may have prevented some of the witch trials from happening in the late 1500s and into the 1600s. A lot of historians believe that the beginning of the witch trials in England had their roots in the fight between the Catholics and the Protestants, that the Protestants, who were in the majority at this point, were trying to squash out the Catholics by saying that their practices that they were doing were magical, that they could like just pray over some water and now this water becomes magic water, or like holy water, whatever you want to call it. That they had dominion over demons, that they could expel them whenever they needed to, that they could just say some words and bless a house and rid it of all these things, where the Catholics are then saying in return that by the Protestants not doing this, they were heretics and they were like this, that, and the other. So there are historians who believe that the witchcraft trials began as a religious dispute. But I mean, of course, we'll never know because she did die. But it's very interesting to kind of go through this rabbit hole of like alternate reality and think, what if? How this queen who's largely overlooked, and this queen who's noted mostly as a queen of Henry VIII, who died in the process of giving him a son, someone who is not important, someone who did not have an impact on anything. It's interesting to think about what kind of impact she could have had, because she did have an impact on Henry VIII. Part 4, Anne of Cleves, the one who became a sister. After the death of the, quote, love of his life, Jane Seymour, Henry went into mourning. Hall's Chronicle wrote that the death of Jane was devastating, and none in the realm was it more heavier taken than by the King's Majesty himself, whose death caused the king immediately to remove into Westminster, where he mourned, and held himself close and secret a great while. He kept his fool's company, and he spent about 2 years without a wife, and seemingly, like, not really actively looking for one, even though his counselors definitely were. There were a large number of eligible bachelorettes with notable families. These included Margaretha Brederode, who was 14, to Henry's 46-ish at this point. Henry apparently really liked Marie de Guise, who was betrothed to his nephew James V of Scotland, so she was unavailable, but apparently it didn't stop him from pretty much being like, I can give you things that he never could, and I don't see a ring on your finger yet. But she ended up marrying James V, so she was now off the table. 2 of Marie's sisters were also on the table, who were supposedly as beautiful as her. Krystina of Denmark was a big contender. She was the widowed Duchess of Milan, whom she married when she was 13, and the Duke of Milan was about 38. Super, super fun. She was also the niece of Charles V, so that if they would have gotten married, might have fostered good relationships with Spain, and that dude who wasn't super happy about how Henry treated his Aunt Catherine, you know. But she did not want to marry Henry. She didn't think that he would be good company because she felt that her great aunt Catherine of Aragon had been poisoned, and then that next wife, Anne Boleyn, had been innocently put to death, and then Jane had died for lack of keeping in her child's bed. I'm not sure what she meant by that, but that is the quote that she gave as to why she did not want to marry Henry VIII. Henry, though, was still very interested in her, even though she was not having it. But we all know, like, what a woman wants doesn't matter as much as what a man wants, especially if that man is King Henry VIII. But they did need approval from the Pope, because she was related to his first wife. And seeing as the relationship between Henry and the Pope was not that great, especially after he was excommunicated in December 1538, it did not look very probable for him. Now, of course, Henry didn't follow the Pope anymore, but Krystina of Milan did. So, Krystina of Denmark, sorry. Widowed Duchess of Milan. So, all of these potential wives would create political unions that would be beneficial to England, but with every single one of them, it seemed like Henry was just more concerned with how they looked, and he would send people to paint their portraits and then report back of how they looked. So it would be like, Your Majesty, this woman will foster good relationships with Spain. And he'd be like, awesome. Is she hot, though? And then they'd be like, Your Majesty, this woman would create a political alliance with France, who has long been our enemy. And then Henry was like, fantastic, but is she cute? Sir Francis Bryan, who was an English ambassador in France, suggested that instead of sending people like Hans Holbein to paint portraits and then wait for them to come back with the risk that they might not be accurate, instead they should just like arrange a meeting in Calais, which was an English port in France. And then Henry VIII could just see everyone. It's like with Cinderella when he has the ball, except Henry is a lot less charming than that prince. But Francis I of France refused to allow that. He didn't like the idea of like marching all these women out and parading them in front of Henry. He even kind of ridiculed Henry and was like, are you planning on fucking them as well while you're here? So, yeah, Henry gave up on that idea. Politically, at this time, France and Spain had signed the Treaty of Toledo in January 1539. This stated that the two countries wouldn't sign any further alliances with Spain, and then they ended their war later on that year with the Treaty of Nice. So there was, like, peace between the two at the time. It was a fragile peace, but it was still a peace, and Thomas Cromwell interpreted these treaties as something that we should be worried about. That perhaps France and Spain could be creating an alliance, meaning that these two Catholic countries would team up against England. So he was looking into an ally that was like also Protestant, or at least like open-minded to Protestants, and the best place to look was Germany. So John Hutton, who was the ambassador to the Dowager Queen of Hungary, was actually the first one who suggested Anne as a potential wife on December 4th of 1537, but she was just at the end of like a good-sized list of women that included a lot of women I just mentioned. When he mentioned her, it just said the Duke of Cleves has a daughter, but there is no great praise either of her personage or her beauty. Now, her sister Sibylla was supposedly very beautiful, so there were good genes there. But that's definitely not the last time that Anne of Cleves is like regarded as unattractive. In fact, a lot of people will call her the ugly wife of Henry VIII. But I think that's mostly because of the things that Henry said. The portraits of her are not ugly. The descriptions of her are not ugly. In fact, it said that when she became a big contender and Henry sent Hans Holbein to paint her portrait, he was delighted with what he saw and felt like she was that young and pretty wife that he deserved as King of England. Because, at this point, Henry VIII was a real catch, ladies. He was in his mid-40s when 40 was considered relatively old. Up until this previous decade or so, he was very athletic. He was very good-looking. He was very charming. This changed. At this point, in 1539, he was 48 years old. He was fat. He had a bad temper, and he had open sores and ulcers on his legs that would fester and smell. So he had injured his foot playing tennis in 1527, which led to some issues on and off. And then later that year, he began complaining of a sore leg. And then that was the first recorded ulcer he had. And then they just continued to get worse. They got exponentially worse after he fell in 1536 in that jousting accident that may or may not have caused Anne Boleyn's miscarriage. So now it's the late 1530s. And they're at the point now where these ulcers just are not healing on him. And Henry VIII actually was very into medicine. He liked coming up with some of his own remedies for these sores because normal remedies weren't working for him at this point. So one of the remedies that he came up with was something called the King's Old Grey Plaster, which consisted of ingredients like roots and buds of various plants, stoneless raisins, linseed, vinegar,
rosewater, ivory flakes, powdered pearls, earthworms, red lead, which was extremely poisonous, and fat from chicken and calves' legs. Just delicious. Sores got so bad. I don't know why. This sounds like a great healing remedy with poisonous lead and chicken fat. That just sounds like a great remedy, and I don't know why they're not working and healing his sores, but it got so bad that he started gaining an incredible amount of weight because he couldn't participate in these sports that he's participated in. He was very athletic, like I said. He loved eating copious amounts of meat and pastries and drinking a lot of wine. But when he was athletic, it would like kind of counterbalance these things. Like he was regarded as being like a big stocky guy, kind of like, I imagine him kind of like a linebacker sort of in his early days, where he's just like very buff, very big, but he, you know, eats a lot of carbs and all of that, but then works it off and it's beneficial for him. But once he had too many ulcers and he couldn't be athletic anymore, he just gained more and more weight. And it was believed that he was about 400 pounds at his death a few years after this whole incident happened. But regardless of how he looked, very concerned with how his wives looked, very concerned with everything that was going on with them. And Anne was still an option that was on the table. And Thomas Cromwell was really, really pushing for it. But Henry was just like, yeah, but is she hot though? In March of 1539, there was a letter that described her, and it said, "As well for the face as for the whole body, above all other ladies excellent. She as far excelleth the Duchess of Saxony, as the golden sun excelleth the silver moon. Every man praiseth the good virtues and honesty with shamefacedness, which plainly appeareth in the gravity of her countenance." Then later that year in August, Cromwell wrote to Henry that she was beautiful in face and body, and this is when Henry sent Hans Holbein and was happy with what he saw, and then they proceeded with the marriage negotiations. So let's talk about Henry's betrothed. So her name in German was actually Anna von Jülich-Kleefberg. She was called Anne of Cleves because that is the anglicized version of her name, but her name was actually Anna. She was born September 22nd, 1515 in Dusseldorf. Her father was John III, Duke of Cleves, and her mother was Maria of Jülichburg. The two were married at a hunting lodge, and Anne spent a lot of time playing there with her siblings growing up. She had 3 siblings. She had an older sister, Sibylla, who was 3 years older than her. She had a brother, William, who was 1 year younger, and then Amelia, who was 2 years younger. So it was said that they were descended from Edward I of England and Francis II of Spain. She was also distantly related to Charles V. Her great-great-grandmother was Marie of Burgundy, who was a sister of Philip the Good, who was Charles V's great-great-great-grandfather, I think, if I did that math correctly. I could go through like the whole lineage, but literally it doesn't matter anymore than to say that they were distantly related. But pretty much like all the white rulers of Europe during this time were distantly related in some way, shape, or form. They definitely liked to keep it in the family. The family legend was that they were descended from the Swan Knight who rescued Elsa of Brabant, who was being held in a castle in Cleves. The legend says that it was the night before her wedding to an absolute tyrant, and she was lamenting and thinking about this prophecy that was given to her by a nun, that a sleeping knight would come and rescue her in her moment of despair, when she saw a knight sleeping on a boat being pulled by swans. Simultaneously, the tyrant sounded a horn and called that any knight that wished to fight him on behalf of Elsa could step forward, and the sleeping knight awoke and did just that, and in defending her, he won her hand in marriage, and they would have lived happily ever after, as long as she didn't ask him what his true identity was. And then one day she did just that, and he left. There are multiple versions of this story that differ slightly, but many of them just boil down to that, which is a super fun story. It's sort of like the mythology of the Cleve family, right? So Anne was very close to her mother. One biography that I read quoted her as being never from her elbow, and her mother educated the 3 girls mostly in what they needed to know to be a lady. This didn't include learning other languages, so she only learned how to read and write in German, most likely only spoke German or spoke very little English, Anne, like Jane Seymour, was a great seamstress and embroiderer. The family was also very Catholic when Anne was being raised, but her sister Sibylla married a man who was very supportive of Martin Luther. Like, her husband and his family harbored Martin Luther when he was essentially a fugitive and people were trying to execute him. The same year that her sister got married, negotiations began for her own marriage to Francis, who was the heir to the Duke of Lorraine. The marriage contract was signed on June 5th, 1527, but Francis was only 9 years old at the time and Anne was 12, and they were too young to actually consent to it. So there was no official betrothal ceremony either, and a contract like this wasn't valid unless it was consummated, which, I mean, at 9 and 12 years old, they weren't doing anytime soon. So Anne and Francis never even met. It wasn't legally binding or anything. And yeah, we'll just sort of leave it at that for the moment. The idea between an alliance between like Germany/Cleves and England wasn't new. I read that in 1530 there were negotiations amongst them, which most likely included Henry promising his daughter Mary to Anne's brother William. This was when she was still acknowledged and all. The next ambassador from Cleves came to try and push it a little bit further, but nothing came of it. Mary didn't get married until she was queen, and it was actually only a few years before she died, but we'll talk about her in a couple episodes. Anne's life in court was very sheltered. The court in Cleves didn't have parties. There wasn't a lot of drinking and debauchery. It was very different than the court in England. And this probably made it really jarring for her when she eventually joined the drastically different court. But all evidence points to that she was content with this kind of life. In February 1539, Anne's father died and her brother William was named the successor and became the Duke of Cleves. And that sort of like brings us back to where we were at the beginning of this story. So August 11th, 1539, Wotton has sent a report that Anne is not bound by any covenants made by the old Duke of Cleves and the Duke of Lorraine, and she is free to marry as she pleases. So that former marriage contract in 1527 is no longer valid. The letter also stated that she was sheltered and very close to her mother. She spent a lot of time needleworking. She couldn't read or write French or Latin. She couldn't play an instrument. She didn't drink. She only spoke German. But it did say that she was witty and that he was confident that she would be able to learn English and that she was fairly intelligent. Marillac, the French ambassador, wrote that Henry had taken up embroidery so that they would have that in common and that he wouldn't want a drunkard for a wife anyway. So this was actually like a really positive match for him. During this time, that's also when Holbein was there painting her portrait, and he was also painting the portrait of Anne's younger sister, Amelia. On September 4th, 1539, Anne's brother William signed the initial marriage treaty at Dusseldorf. She was there and reportedly thanked everyone for being part of such a great match for her and that she could wish for no better. It wasn't intended for her to ever, like, marry a king. She was probably just expected to, like, marry a lesser noble or to marry, like, a duke and become a duchess. Not to the extent of this. So this was a really, really good match for her. A couple days later, the Duke of Cleves sent his ambassadors to negotiate the marriage contract further, i.e. like dowry, income for her, etc., etc., etc. And they arrived on September 18th in England, and they finalized the marriage contract on September 24th. Henry actually waived the dowry payment because he knew that the Duke of Cleves, like, would have a hard time paying it, and it was just like a formality of it. And then in the contract, it stated that she was to travel to England within 2 months. In the meantime, Cromwell sent some ladies to her, most likely so that they could start teaching her English and so that she would have people in England that she was familiar with at this point. So in November, on November 26th, Anna leaves Cleves and she sets off for England. So she's on the road for a couple weeks. On December 10th, she arrives close to Calais and lands in England on December 27th. During this time, while she was traveling, she wanted to learn more about her husband. She wanted to do what she could to make him happy. So she actually asked people to like teach her card games that Henry liked, so she would have something in common with him and they could like bond over playing games together. It was adorable. Like, I love this. On December 31st, 1539, Anne arrives in Rochester Castle in Kent, where she would rest for a few days and then go meet Henry. But Henry wanted to meet her now, damn it. So he rode to Rochester and surprised her, and he shouldn't have done that. So if we remember from the letters he wrote to Anne Boleyn in the 1520s, Henry is a romantic.
He was heavily inspired by these like Arthurian tales of knights and love and courtly love and all that. And he aspired to be like this. There was a specific story that he loved about this knight who like disguised himself, but his true love could see through it because they were meant to be. And for the absolute fucking life of me, I cannot remember the documentary that I watched that said what story this was. I went through all of them in my watch history. I have no idea what it was. If you know what it is, please tell me, because I am going crazy because I know that I watched a specific story because I remember talking about how silly the story was and telling my husband about it and being like, oh yeah, he was inspired by this story and then this is what happened afterwards. But life is not a fairy tale, right? Like life is not an Arthurian legend where we can just sort of like all be knights of the round table and go search for the Holy Grail and then like, you know, marry the love of our lives for love because of true love's kiss and like all that kind of stuff. Life is not a fairy tale. We don't all live happily ever after. I mean, if we've looked at Henry VIII's first 3 wives, we could definitely say that we don't all live happily ever after. But specific story, like aside, specific fairy tale aside, Henry should have learned this lesson from Henry VI and Margaret of Anjou. They were arranged to be married. And when she arrived in England, she was ill, but he just could not wait. So he disguised himself as a squire with a letter from the king. He knelt in front of her and she ignored him completely. She left him on his knees. And when he left, she was told who it was, and she was rather vexed at this being the first meeting and that she was kind of like pulled into it. Although there are some historians to believe that she knew exactly who he was, and this was a power move because that's the kind of woman that she was. I mean, Shakespeare does call her the she-wolf of France for a reason, right? On January 1st, 1540, there was a party, and the castle was full of energy, and Anne was off by herself by a window looking outside, watching some men work with the bulls that were out there. Again, she was used to a simple life. Her court wasn't full of this energy. They didn't dance. They didn't really play music. Anne didn't drink. She didn't speak the language. So this is all probably, like, very overwhelming for her. So she was just sort of, like, depressed woman bee footage staring out the window while it rains. So Eustace Shapley wrote that Henry disguised himself in a cloak with a hood so that he wouldn't be recognized. And he walked in and walked up to Anne and embraced and kissed her and showed her a token which the king had sent for her for a New Year's gift. And she, being abashed and not knowing who it was, thanked him. And he spoke with her, but she regarded him little, but always looked out the window. When the king saw that she took little notice of his coming, he went into another chamber and took off his cloak and came in again with a coat of purple velvet. So to Anne, this random ass dude just walked up to her. He kisses her, he embraces her, and was like, I have a gift from the king. It's my dick in a box. But that's not what the gift was. That's not what the gift was, but I would not put it past Henry VIII to honestly cut a hole at the bottom of this box. And she was like, who the fuck are you? What the fuck do you think you're doing? I'm gonna be nice and I'm gonna talk to you, but I mean, I for one have no idea who the fuck you are. And also for two, the last of Henry's wives who flirted with a man in court got her fucking head cut off. So, but it said like, it was fine. They talked. He walked out, took the disguise off, and came back. She bowed before him. They talked and then went to a different room to talk more in private. And it seemed like it was okay, at least according to Eustace Shapley. Although according to some of the men close to Henry, he put on a really good show for the people watching because he wanted to make sure that he was diplomatic and seemed cordial and like a gentleman and all of that. But when he left to go get changed, he was livid and he was embarrassed. And he decided that this woman was not the woman for him, and he did not want to marry her, and this contract needed to be dissolved immediately. He said, I see nothing in this woman as men report of her, and I marvel that wise men would make such a report as they have done. So in his mind, he had been duped by Cromwell and made to be a fool, and he confronted him and was like, I thought you said she was hot. And Cromwell was like, I mean, I was told she was. And Henry was like, hell no, she is fat and she is ugly, and I will not stand to marry someone, says the man who is fat and ugly and double the age of his intended bride, with leg ulcers that fester and smell constantly. Right, but she is the gross one. People, remember that. She is the ugly wife. Henry VIII is not the ugly husband. So Thomas Cromwell, like, hearing how angry Henry was, tried to pass the blame off onto the Earl of... That was a hard word to say. Thomas Cromwell tried to pass the blame off onto the Earl of Southampton, who brought her to England, and the Earl was like, what the fucking shit? I just did as I was told. Henry didn't buy it. Henry blamed Thomas Cromwell 100% and told him to figure out how to get him out of his marriage without starting a war, and that he had less than a week to do so. On January 3rd, 1540, Anne arrived in Greenwich Palace, and people were, like, lining up. They were crowding her arrival so much that they had to put up barriers so that people wouldn't fall into the Thames River. An estimated 6,000 people were there to see this new queen. And Henry acted with honor to her face. He seemed proud of her when she gave a little speech in English that she had spent all day practicing. She had, like, no idea that he was just, like, waiting with bated breath to hear back from Cromwell about his marriage contract being dissolved to this ugly woman that he is not ugly. Like, if you look at her picture, she's not ugly. She's quite beautiful. So even though the Chronicler Hall, even Hall's Chronicle said that she was a fair lady of so good a statue and so womanly a countenance, and in especial of so good qualities. So Henry VIII escorted her to her chambers and then, like, went immediately to his council to try and get out of it again. And apparently when he heard the news that there was no way out of it, he wept. He stated that this marriage was now against his will, and he allegedly said, "Is there none other remedy that I must needs, against my will, put my neck in the yoke?" So on Tuesday, January 6, 1540, at Greenwich Palace, we have the marriage of Anne and Henry. Henry awoke early. He dressed in a gown of gold and rich black fur and a coat of crimson, and she was 2 hours late for the ceremony, not for any fault of her own. There was a delay with the Earl of Essex, who was supposed to, like, walk her down the aisle because she had no family there with her. But I'm sure regardless, Henry was not happy about waiting for this woman that, like, he didn't even want to marry in the first place. When she finally walked down the aisle, she wore a gold dress embroidered with flowers and pearls. Her hair was loose, and she wore a small crown that looked like sprigs of rosemary. For Anne, this was amazing. This was a great match for her. For Henry, he was probably thinking about how to make that whole till death do us part thing happen quickly if he couldn't get this marriage annulled after the fact, you know. The next morning, Thomas Cromwell went up to King Henry VIII and was like, "Hey man, how was your night? Eyebrow wiggle." And Henry apparently responded, quote, "Surely, my lord, I liked her before not well, but now I like her much worse. She is nothing fair, and has very evil smells about her. I took her to be no maid by reason of the looseness of her breast and other tokens, which, when I felt them, stake me so hard to the heart that I had neither will nor courage to prove the rest. I can have non-appetite for displeasurable airs. I have left her as good a maid as I had found her." So apparently, like, that night they went to bed. She laid there, like, waiting to consummate her relationship with the aforementioned state of King Henry VIII. And then this fat, smelly man saw her belly and her breasts and was repulsed. And he just, like, couldn't go through with it. That he, like, felt her up. He apparently tried. But then he decided that, like, no one could have a belly and boobs and, like, still be a virgin. He actually later on said that, like, because she had a belly and boobs, that this proved that she had, like, already had a child. And like, he just wasn't going to engage in that at all. But she did not know that he felt this way. She thought that he was happy. He sent her gifts. He was, like, planning tournaments in her honor and joustings in her honor for their happy marriage and their happy match. And she thought everything was fine. In the next few nights, Henry stated that they didn't consummate their marriage then either. Henry went to his doctors and all. Remember, there were rumors that he was having impotency issues, like, way back when Anne Boleyn was on trial. But he was telling his doctors that like these issues were not his own because he had 2 wet dreams. So everything was working just fine downstairs. It was because his wife was disgusting. Even though, again, no one described her this way until Henry was rejected. I mean, there was like one friend of Henry who basically said that she wasn't his type. Not that she wasn't pretty, she just wasn't as extravagantly beautiful as the women that he usually went for. Henry was the one who was calling her ugly. Everyone else seemed to think that she was relatively beautiful. On January 11th, when the joust was held in her honor, she apparently wore an English-style gown, and people remarked about how pretty she looked and how that gown suited her way better than the thicker German ones that she was wearing. And for the next few months, they continued to share a bed, but apparently never consummated anything. And poor Anne, it's alleged, she might not have even been totally aware about what consummating a marriage actually entailed. So at one point, Anne's ladies in waiting asked her if there was any chance that she could be pregnant, and she like vehemently insisted that she wasn't. And her ladies kind of like teased her a little bit about being a virgin still. And she apparently responded, "How can I be a maid and sleep every night with the king? When he comes to bed, he kisses me and taketh me by the hand and biddeth me good night, sweetheart. And in the morning kisseth me and biddeth me farewell, darling. Is that not enough?" But I don't know. Like, it could be that she's very naive. It could be that she's very young and she didn't know anything. She was very sheltered. Maybe her mother didn't tell her about these things. Maybe her friends and her sister didn't tell her about these things. But, like, I don't know if I totally believe that that conversation actually happened. First off, she barely spoke English at this point, remember? But, like, even if we want to disregard that, like, if she was saying all this in German and someone translated it for her, like, I know she was sheltered. But, like, that sheltered... And, like, also, like, to me, I'm a very sarcastic person, and this just sounds really sarcastic and joking. And, like, she was, like, poking fun at the king a little bit. And if she was from another country, like, maybe people didn't understand her humor. I don't know. Like, poor Anne, either way, right? She did her duties as a wife outside of the bedroom antics. She also tried to facilitate good relationship between Henry's daughters. Apparently, Elizabeth wrote her a letter that was saying that she would be loyal to her and wished to see her in person, but that Henry had made it so that she couldn't leave her home. So Anne sort of like broached the subject with him. He did not agree. She also spoke to him about Mary. Elizabeth and Mary were both not invited to their wedding and didn't seem to have any part in his life at that point. And she was upset about this. And like both of them also were not acknowledged. Remember, like his only child that was acknowledged at this point was his child Edward with Jane Seymour. And there were like a couple letters around this time that Henry was complaining about Anne, and he was complaining about how she argued with him about these matters, which he hated. Like, she had the audacity to have boobs and a belly and speak her mind. Like, the shame, like the audacity, the lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch, right? But again, to her face and keeping appearances up with her brother and political advisors, everything was going well. To her face, there was no date set for her coronation, but she was led to believe that it would actually happen, even though it's very clear now that there was no intention for that to happen. On April 12th, 1540, Parliament met, and on their agenda was the discussion about the dissolution of this marriage to Anne. Cromwell was still looking into how to dissolve this. A few days later, Henry made Cromwell the Earl of Essex and Lord Great Chamberlain, most likely to almost like bribe him with these positions to find a solution. That's like a big theory that a lot of people think. Now, in the meantime, Anne was surrounded by these pretty young ladies in waiting, like Catherine Howard, who apparently in January had caught the king's eye. And by this time in April, he was giving Catherine Howard beautiful lands and gifts and all of these other things and giving her a lot of attention. Catherine Howard we're going to talk about more next time, but she was born in 1524, which meant that at this point she was 16 and Henry was about to turn 49. It's just so gross. Like, I can't. Anyway,
On May 1st, there was a jousting competition, and that was the last time that Henry and Anne would be seen together, but Anne did not know this. She apparently even went and sent someone to ask when her coronation would be, and behind the scenes, Cromwell is still trying to get Henry out of this marriage, and it's starting to get to the point where everyone is like, dude, you need to figure this out, or the king is going to retaliate, and it will not be good for you. Spoilers, it was not good for him. So Henry, during this time, also started sending Anne of Cleves, like all of her ladies in waiting that came with her from Germany. He began sending them back. He wrote a letter to Anne's mother that said that the ladies did well, but the queen's circle is getting smaller and she didn't need as many servants. And he was trying to like have more English servants or whatever around her, which was a lie, of course. So on June 20th, 1540, there is record of Anne of Cleves complaining to her ambassador about his interest in Catherine Howard and how twice now Henry has fallen for a lady in waiting to the queen and pushed his wives aside for them. And the last time this happened, the wife was executed, right? Richard Hulls wrote that courtiers first observed that he was much taken with another young lady, very small of stature, who he now has, and whom he was seen crossing the Thames to visit, often in the daytime and sometimes at night. But it was looked upon as a sign of adultery, not divorce, which made Anne happy. This also might have been because Catherine apparently left court. But I'm sorry, again, she's described as very small of stature. She's described like a child because she's a child. She's a child. Like, you know what? If you are of consenting age, I'm not going to knock whatever age you are. And I'm not going to knock if you're in your 20s and you want to date someone in their 50s, you go for it. Like, that's fine. As long as you're happy, I don't care. But she is 16. She is a child. Like, Henry VIII is a pedophile, and it's disgusting. And I know that times were different, and I know that I shouldn't be thinking in terms like this, but she is a child, and it's gross. So, like, after this complaint about Catherine Howard and people sort of, like, hinting that he was going to visit her at night, which is, I've already said my opinion on it, I won't say it again, on June 24th, Anne was sent away from court. She was sent to Richmond Palace. And the reason why she was sent, she was told, was because a plague had broken out. And they were sending her there for her safety to avoid the plague. But there was not a plague in England at this time. And then Henry was like, don't worry, sweetheart, I will join you. Which, like, Henry, when it came to sickness, because he was so about medicine, he was very cautious when it came to sickness. So, like, if there was a pandemic or if there was, like, an illness sweeping through parts of England, he would leave to avoid this because he didn't want to die from illness, because that was, like, one of the redeeming factors for him, I guess. So he promised that because there was a plague that he was going to join her, but because there wasn't a plague, he did not join her. On July 6th, Anne was rudely awakened to a letter that demanded her consent into the investigation into the validity of their marriage. So Henry let her know that he was concerned about all this former contracts that she had signed with the Duke of Lorraine and that he was planning to annul their marriage. And she was like, no, that's not how any of this works. I will not. But then, in the most absurd and bizarre turn of events, he offered her that she would no longer be his wife, but he would adopt her as his sister. And in having this position, she would rule over all of court except for any future queen and their children, and offered her money and houses and all of that. And this sucked, but, like, it was better than what happened to Catherine of Aragon and Anne Boleyn, right? So the next day, on July 7th, clergy agreed to annul the marriage on the grounds of her former contract to the Duke of Lorraine, who, like, the contract was dissolved, but they could, like, conveniently couldn't find the paperwork of the dissolution. So they were saying that, like, she was still, like, legally engaged to the Duke of Lorraine. Also on the grounds that Henry hadn't consented to the marriage, and on the grounds that the marriage had never been consummated.
Henry also said that he had had secret knowledge that he would reveal if this was not enough. Most likely it was his idea and accusation that she wasn't a virgin because she had boobs and a belly. But he didn't have to use this because those 3 grounds that I mentioned were enough for that. And they sent this off to Anne for her approval to accept it. Many said that when she heard the news, she fainted. In the days leading up to this, she cried constantly, where people reported that it broke their heart to witness it. But probably in her mind, she was thinking of the last wife that was named Anne that he was trying to divorce. And she was very much aware that the Tower of London was not that far from Richmond Castle where she was. So on July 11th, 1540, she received all of this information and she wrote a letter to Henry VIII. And I will read that letter now. It's kind of a little bit long, but it's all pretty good. So it read, "Pleaseth your most excellent majesty to understand that, whereas at sundry times heretofore, I have been informed and perceived by certain lords and others, your grace's council, of the doubts and questions which have been moved and found in our marriage, and how hath petition thereupon been made to your highness by your nobles and commons, that the same might be examined and determined by the holy clergy of this realm, to testify to your highness by my writing that which I have been before promised by my word and will. That is to say, that the matter should be examined and determined by the said clergy. It may please your majesty to know that, though this case must needs be most hard and sorrowful unto me, for the great love which I bear to your most noble person, yet having more regard to God and his truth than any worldly affection, as it beseemed me at the beginning, to submit me to such examination and determination of the said clergy, whom I have and do accept for judges competent in that behalf. So now, being ascertained how the same clergy hath therein given their judgment and sentence, I acknowledge myself hereby to accept and approve the same, wholly and entirely putting myself, for my state and condition, to your highness's goodness and pleasure. Most humbly beseeching your majesty that though it might be determined that the pretended matrimony between us is void and none effect, whereby I neither can nor will repute myself for your grace's wife, considering this sentence, and your majesty's clean and pure living with me, yet it will please you to take me for one of your humble servants, and so determine of me as I may sometimes have the fruition of your most noble presence, which I shall esteem for a great benefit. So my lords and others of your majesty's council, now being with me, have put me in comfort thereof, and that your highness will take me for your sister, which, for the most, I humbly thank you accordingly. Signed, your majesty's most humble sister and servant, Anne, daughter of Cleves." And she sent this letter back to Henry with her wedding ring, and asked him to break it into pieces and destroy it because it held no value. So, Henry had probably, expected more of a fight. But honestly, her not fighting spared her from a fate of, these other wives that he had before. Henry wrote back addressing her as his sister, saying that she would be given £4,000 a year in estate money, plus a £500 a year stipend, multiple houses, jewels, furniture, and the lease of Hever Castle, which was Anne Boleyn's fucking home. And she lived there. I don't know why that bothers me so much, but that bothers me so much. Henry also made her write to her brother, William, Duke of Cleves. She didn't want to. She asked if Henry could do it instead, but he thought it would be better to hear it from her. So she finally did. She was very embarrassed, and she didn't want her brother to be angry with her. And he wasn't. He didn't blame her, and he offered for her to come back to Cleves, but the settlement was contingent on her residence in England, and she would have had better opportunities staying in England. The marriage dissolution contract said that both Henry and Anne were free to marry whomever they wanted to, but that couldn't really be the case for her. Technically, if her previous marriage contract was enough to annul her marriage to Henry, then it would be enough to annul any marriage that she would have had going forward. So she never married. She never had any children or anything like that. But it wasn't all bad for her. Anne and Catherine Howard didn't seem to really hate each other. In 1541, on New Year's, she was invited to the castle. She gave the king a few horses, and when he retired, she spent the night dancing and talking with Catherine Howard. The next day, the king gifted Catherine Howard a ring and a couple dogs, and Catherine gave them to Anne. This meeting was rather cordial and pleasant and seemingly happy. between the two, with them like dancing and talking and all of that. And it showed that she accepted her role as the king's sister, and that, you know, she like wouldn't really dispute it. I think a lot of people were really nervous that, you know, the former queen and the current queen would have issues with each other, but they didn't. I mean, she was really kind, and she was seemingly totally fine with the situation. She was one of the richest women in England. She didn't have to be married to Henry anymore, which is probably like a fucking blessing for her. And considering how the first wife ended up destitute and humiliated and never allowed to see her family again, and at the whims of the king, and the second wife was executed and the third wife died, she was the luckiest of the wives so far. I mean, arguably, she was the luckiest of all of Henry's wives. Anne died on July 6, 1557, from unknown reasons, but she outlived Henry. She outlived all of Henry's wives, and it was said that she was happy. So maybe she is the one wife of Henry that did live happily ever after as not his wife. And Henry was happy as well. I mean, mostly happy. He was mostly happy. He wasn't happy with Thomas Cromwell, who in his eyes had failed him. And we all know what happens when Henry is not happy with someone. Now, some people say that Henry was not happy with Thomas Cromwell because of all of the situation with Anne of Cleves. Others say that, like, he was fine with the situation. He knew that Thomas Cromwell was doing his best, and it was other advisors who couldn't stand Cromwell who began like whispering to Henry that he was up to no good. And then there were even some people who speculated that it was because Cromwell was like trying to push the Lutheran beliefs on Henry like really, really hard, and then like Henry just like finally had enough and snapped. On June 10th, so like in the midst of everything happening with Parliament meeting and Parliament making the decisions on whether they're going to dissolve the marriage of Anne and Henry or not, and like what grounds they have to do that, on June 10th of 1540, Thomas Cromwell walked into Parliament, and as he was walking in, the wind blew his hat off, which for some reason seemed just like really foreshadowing to me. And so like he walked into Parliament, and because of his high status, it was customary for everyone there to take off their hats when he entered, and nobody took off their hats for him. And then at dinner that night, nobody spoke to him. Like everyone ignored his existence. And then after dinner, he went to a meeting with all of Henry's counselors, and none of them stood up as he walked in, as was customary. And when he went to sit down, he was told not to, because traitors do not sit amongst gentlemen. And the captain of the guard then came in, arrested him, and dragged him off to the Tower of London. Thomas Cranmer, who was the Archbishop of Canterbury, didn't believe that Thomas Cromwell was guilty of like whatever he was accused with. Didn't believe that he was a traitor. He was one of the few people that are documented that tried to stand up for Thomas Cromwell. He wrote a letter to Henry VIII that said, "Heard yesterday in the King's Council that Cromwell is a traitor, expresses his amazement and grief that he should be a traitor, who was so advanced by the king and cared for no man's displeasure to serve him, and was so vigilant to detect treason, that King John, Henry II, and Richard II, had they had such a counselor, would never have been so overthrown as they were. I loved him as a friend, and the more for the love he seemed to bear the king, and now, although glad that his treason is discovered, I'm very sorrowful. For whom shall the king trust hereafter? Praise that God sends to the king a counselor that he can trust, and who for all of his qualities can serve like him." On June 2nd, 2 days after his arrest, Thomas Cromwell wrote a letter to Henry VIII. It read, "Prostrate at your majesty's feet. I have heard your pleasure by your controller, viz. That I should write such things as I thought meet concerning my most miserable state. And where I have been accused of treason, I never in all my life thought to displease your majesty, much less to do or say that thing which of itself is so high an abominable offense. Your grace knows my accusers, God forgive them. If it were in my power to make you live forever, God knows I would, or to make you so rich that you shall enrich all men, or so powerful that all the world shall obey you.
For your majesty has been most bountiful to me, and more like a father than a master. I ask you mercy where I have offended. What master chancellor has been to me? God, and he knows best. What I have been to him, your majesty knows. If I had obeyed your often most gracious counsels, it would not have been with me as now it is. But I have committed my soul to God, my body and goods to your pleasure. As for the Commonwealth, I have done my best, and no one can justly accuse me of having done wrong willfully. If I heard of any combination or offenders against the laws, I have, for the most part, though not as I should have done, revealed and caused them to be punished. But I have meddled in so many matters, I cannot answer them all. The controller showed me that you complained that within these 14 days, I had revealed a matter of great secrecy. I remember the matter, but I never revealed it. After your grace had spoken to me in your chamber of the things that you misliked in the queen, I told you that she often desired to speak with me, but I durst not. And you thought I might do good by going to her and telling her my mind. Lacking the opportunity, I spoke with her Lord Chamberlain, for which I ask your mercy, to induce her to behave pleasantly towards you. I repeated the suggestion when the Lord Chamberlain and others of her council came to me at Westminster for license for the departure of the strange maidens. This is before your grace committed the secret matter to me, which I have never disclosed to any but my Lord Admiral by your commandment on Sunday last, whom I found equally willing to seek a remedy for your comfort, saying that he would spend the best blood in his belly for that object. Was also accused at his examination of retaining contrary to the laws, denies that he ever retained any except his household servant, but it was against his will. Was so besought by persons who said that they were his friends, that he received their children and friends, not as retainers, for their fathers and parents did find them. But if he have offended, desires pardon. Acknowledges himself a miserable sinner towards God and the king, but never willfully. Desires prosperity for the king and prince. Written with the quaking hand and most sorrowful heart of your most sorrowful subject and most humble servant and prisoner, this Saturday at your Tower of London. He wrote more letters as well, often ending them, like, written at the Tower of London this Wednesday, the last of June, with the heavy heart and trembling hand of your highness's most heavy and most miserable prisoner and poor slave, Thomas Cromwell, with a postscript that read, My most gracious prince, I cry mercy. 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 On June 29th, an act of attainder was passed that declared Cromwell was guilty of treason, heresy, taking bribes, and appropriating money without need of trial. He was sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. On July 28th, 1540, Thomas Cromwell was awoken and taken to Tower Hill. He climbed the scaffold and stated that he had come to die. He had some gallows humor, saying that he died a Catholic, which was very much not the case. He denied all the charges that were made against him. It's reported that he said, quote, Many have slandered me and reported that I have been a bearer of such as I have maintained evil opinions, which is untrue. But I confess that like as God by his Holy Spirit doth instruct us in the truth, so the devil is ready to seduce us, and I have been seduced. He then begged Jesus for mercy and said, I see and acknowledge that there is in myself no hope of salvation, but all my confidence, hope, and trust is in thy most merciful goodness. I have no merits or good works which I may allege before thee. And Clare Ridgway says that this is him admitting that he is a Lutheran. So Thomas Cromwell had begged Henry for mercy, and Henry was merciful. Thomas Cromwell was now sentenced to be beheaded instead of being hanged, drawn, and quartered. Being hanged, drawn, and quartered was a very, very brutal death, very painful, and beheading was not supposed to be as painful. It was not supposed to be as drawn out. But unfortunately for Thomas Cromwell, it was not a quick and painless death for him. It is reported that he kneeled at the block and then, quote, so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungodly performed the office. Reports said that the executioner missed on the first blow. That's not to say he didn't not hit him. That's to say he didn't hit him properly. He didn't deliver that killing blow on the first try, and he had to strike 3 times to complete the job. And
regardless of your personal opinions about someone and like whether you want to paint them as a villain or not in your historical retelling, this is fucking horrifying. And Henry also, on this day, married Catherine Howard. And I honestly think that like executing people close to him just like really did something for him, because that's the only explanation that I can think of. We'll talk a little bit more next time about Catherine Howard, his next wife, and like some of the ensuing things that happened with her and some of like the political stuff that happened surrounding her. Also, like, I didn't mention it, but I think it's very funny that like, well, not funny, but I think it's very interesting that Anne Boleyn, one of the major things that she was executed for was kissing her brother on the mouth, making that incest, and therefore like, you know, a crime and all of that. But if Henry made Anne of Cleves his sister, does that mean that she was his sister when he was like feeling her up and kissing her in bed and calling her darling and sweetheart? Like,
Part 5. Catherine Howard, the one who was punished for her past.
So Catherine Howard was most likely born 1522 or 1523. Some sources say as late as 1524, but most historians believe 1522 to 1523 in Lambeth in England. Her mother was Jocasta Culpeper, and her father was Lord Edmund Howard. He was the son of Thomas Howard, 2nd Duke of Norfolk, which was the man who led Catherine's of Aragon's army in the Battle of Flodden. So we've talked about him a couple times. He was a super cool dude. We like Thomas Howard, although Thomas Cranmer did not like Thomas Howard, but we'll talk about that a little bit more later. Her mother Jocasta had 5 children from her first marriage, and then 6 more with Catherine's father. 11 children, which is a preschool classroom. Yeah. Her grandmother was Elizabeth Tilney, who was the great aunt of Jane Seymour, which made Catherine and Jane second cousins. And her grandfather, being Thomas Howard, made Anne Boleyn, Catherine Howard's first cousin. So we're just keeping it all in the family with Henry VIII. After Catherine Howard's mother died, she and some of her siblings were sent to live at Chesworth House in Sussex with her step-grandmother, the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, which was Agnes Howard. She learned everything that she needed to know for court while she was here, and maybe a little more. I read that Agnes Howard was not there much. She spent a lot of time at court, and it seemed like Catherine didn't really have much guidance from adults, but she did have guidance from the girls and the other men around her. And apparently Catherine's grandmother's house was a pretty sexual place. In 1536, when Catherine was about 13 years old, she began music lessons with a man named Henry Mannix. There are some things that I've read that said this man was like in his mid to late 30s, but he was actually most likely in his like late teens to mid 20s. And while he was giving her music lessons, they began to have a consensual relationship. I mean, as consensual as it can be when you're 12 or 13. I mean, like, I know kids fool around. Like, I'm not naive or prude. And I know I shouldn't look at these historical figures in a modern lens, but I just can't get past the fact that, like, she was a child. And Henry Mannix is just the first of a slew of men who were significantly older than her, who were taking advantage of her. According to record, Mannix and Catherine exchanged letters, they exchanged gifts, they kissed and fondled each other. He said later he was attracted to her more than was convenient, but that they didn't know each other carnally. But she convinced a maid named Mary Lascelles to steal the key, and Mannix was not allowed in the room. Like, Catherine was done with Mannix, but other men were allowed in the room. But, like, this was common at Cheswood. The girls all slept in a dormitory, essentially, together. They often shared beds with each other, and they would often, like, it wasn't just Catherine, like, a lot of the girls would conveniently make the key disappear, and then men would come visit them at nighttime. Like, everyone was having sex. Catherine was not hypersexual. She was not, like, out of the normal. Like, people weren't appalled by her. Like, Chesworth was just a very, very sexual place, apparently. And Catherine, having very little guidance from, like, a maternal figure, like her mother or grandmother or anything like that, like, just sort of, like, did what everyone else was doing, you know? In 1538, she began a relationship with Frances Derham. She was probably about, like, 15 or 16 at this time, as young as 14, as old as 16, most likely. They, unlike Mannix, did know each other carnally. They had a lot of sex, so much sex that the girl that shared her bed with her, like, complained and switched beds with someone else. How awkward. But their relationship seemed to only last, like, about 3 or so months. It ended when Mannix sent an anonymous letter to the Dowager Duchess that basically told her to, like, basically pretend to go to bed and then check on Catherine a half an hour or so after, and she would see what would displease her. So the relationship was discovered because Mannix is a petty bitch who can't, like, you know, get over the fact that he was broken up with. And the Dowager Duchess was worried that it would affect Catherine's looks. Like, she wasn't worried that it would, you know, that she would get pregnant. She wasn't worried that that this would be bad for her reputation or anything. She was like, if you fuck too many boys, you won't be pretty. You need to be pretty. So after this, Derham was sent to Ireland, where he apparently became a pirate. I want to research that more because I had to write, like, a research paper on pirates recently for one of the classes that I'm in, and they're extremely interesting. We're gonna talk about a pirate, I think, next month, or July. Possibly I think in July, we're going to talk about some pirates. So stay tuned for that. But anyway, yeah, apparently he became a pirate, but possibly by Tudor standards, their relationship may have constituted a marriage. So they call each other husband and wife, and they consummated their relationship, which by Tudor standards was enough to be married. There didn't have to be, like, witnesses or anything. You didn't have to do it in front of a priest. If you made promises to each other and then consummated those promises, that was considered enough. And they may have done that. We'll talk about that a little bit more later when Catherine talks about their relationship in one of the letters that we have from her. But, like, they may have done that. So, yeah. Even though Derham was sent away, he, like, left money with her and all of this, and they were, like, still writing a little bit, but she officially broke up with him in 1539 when she was chosen to be a maid of honor to Anne of Cleves. So at this point, she was probably around 17 or so when she came to court and caught Henry's eye, who was 49. Henry saw Catherine Howard as, like, young and pure and virginal, and within months of arriving at court, Catherine Howard most likely became Henry's lover at 17 when he was 49. It's just, she's a child. Like, she's a child. He's almost triple her age. But, I mean, it was totally fine, I guess. So he was recorded, like we kind of talked about briefly last time, taking trips to Catherine's house in the day and night. You know, we'll repeat what I said last time with Richard Hills, who reported courtiers first observed that he was much taken with another young lady, very small of stature, who he now has and whom he has seen crossing the Thames to visit, often in the day and sometimes at night, but it looked upon as a sign of adultery, not divorce. And adultery from a king is totally fine, but of course we know that the marriage with Anne of Cleves and Henry VIII did end in divorce. And then once Henry got serious about wanting to marry Catherine, he had to actually get dispensation to marry her because he was married to her cousin, Anne Boleyn,
And also don't forget second cousin Jane Seymour. On July 28th, 1540, Catherine and Henry married, and it was announced publicly on August 8th that she was the new queen consort. She was showered with jewels. Apparently Henry's like sexual problems that he was having with Anne of Cleves, his impotency issues, like instantly disappeared with her. David Starkey, who is a historian, said sex was easy with Catherine because she made it easy, and Henry most likely lost in pleasure, never asked himself how she obtained such skill. Instead, he attributed all to love and his own recovered youth. They had a 10-day private honeymoon, and it was reported that he cannot treat her well enough and caresses her more than the others. That was said by Marillac, the French ambassador to Francis I of France. But soon after, rumors began to spread about Catherine and how such a young woman was apparently so skilled in her carnal affections. Like, where did she learn, apparently, to fuck so well? She's just like, some people are just naturals. She didn't tell anybody about her relationship with Derham and her relationship with Mannix or anything like that. She just like went to court and played the part of being like this pure virginal little girl. Young woman. And didn't tell anybody about her relationship because she was worried that it would like affect her standing. It was worried that it would give her a bad reputation or anything like that. And unfortunately, by keeping it a secret, it just like all came back to bite her in the ass. But Henry, at this point in time, after their marriage, was very happy. It was reported that Catherine was relatively carefree. She was too young to get involved with political matters because she's a child. There was no coronation date set for her at the time, but she was still recognized as the queen consort. If she were to have gotten pregnant, she probably would have been coronated. In April 1541, she apparently told the king that she was pregnant. It's unknown if she was like mistaken or if she lied about it or whether she was actually pregnant and had a miscarriage, but she never had any children on record, and they were married for a very short time. There were some possible jealousy issues around this time that she was exhibiting because there were rumors in court that Henry was regretting his marriage to Catherine Howard, that she was too young and that, you know, he wanted someone that was maybe a little bit more mature and that he was considering taking back Anne of Cleves. But like, there was no way that was happening. Like he immediately squashed those rumors. And, you know, Anne of Cleves was his sister now, so that would be incest. And that's why we killed Anne Boleyn. Well, that's like one of the reasons why we killed Anne Boleyn. So, you know, yeah, I just so it said that Henry at the end of 1541, like into the summer, into the fall, was like very cranky and frustrated with his council, and that he regretted executing Cromwell, but like, you can't just like Frankenstein his head back on, you know, maybe we should not be so willy-nilly with the executions and like actually think things through. But this is Henry VIII that we are talking about, so that's definitely not what happens at all. On June 30th, 1541, Henry and Catherine began their trip to go see Henry's nephew, James V of Scotland, and he left Thomas Cranmer, Thomas Audley, and Edward Seymour in charge of his council, so like they were essentially running England while he was gone with Catherine. Catherine and Henry were planning to meet James in September, but it took a long time to travel, and they would like make some significant stops along the way, especially to, quote, emphasize the extent of his defeat of the Pilgrims from the Pilgrims of Grace, which we talked about in the Jane Seymour episode, and to humiliate utterly all but those most clearly loyal elements. During his trip, this is also where Catherine Howard began spending a lot of private time with a man named Thomas Culpeper, who was a member of Henry's privy chamber and was like very, very close to Henry, was a very trusted advisor to Henry. I feel like we have seen this all before with Anne Boleyn and Henry Norris and everything that happened with them. History does repeat itself. I just didn't think that it repeats itself so quickly in these cases.
So apparently, Catherine initiated contact with Culpeper on Maundy Thursday, 1541, which I read was April 14th. She gave him a cap and asked him to hide it under his cloak until he was in his room. And then when he became ill, she sent him meals, and they began meeting secretly in the summer of 1541 while they were traveling. It said that they would often be locked in a room together, just the two of them. And it's reported that Jane Boleyn, who was the widow of George Boleyn, Anne Boleyn's brother / Catherine's cousin, helped organize all of these meetings for them. And simultaneously, as all of this was happening, and Catherine may or may not have been meeting with Culpeper, Cranmer and other council members were first made aware that perhaps Catherine was not as innocent as she portrayed herself to be. And Cranmer wanted to get rid of Catherine, not because he disliked her, he didn't have any issues with her, but he disliked her grandfather, Thomas Howard, who was, like I said, the one who led the Battle of Flodden, and was also very, very Catholic. And Cranmer was the Archbishop of Canterbury, and he was not wanting to have someone who was potentially Catholic on the throne. He wanted someone who was very big with the Protestant Reformation, and he believed that King Henry should have a wife that would help the country go in the right direction, not possibly back to the Catholic leanings. But I don't know if Catherine Howard was Catholic or if she cared. I mean, it didn't really talk anything about that. I'm assuming because her family was Catholic that there was the worry that she was Catholic. But again, very little is written about Catherine Howard, so I can only make assumptions off of that. So they went and they did their trip. James V of Scotland actually stood them up, which is ballsy of him, but also I love that because I hate Henry VIII. And they made their way back to London, and by November they were back and everything was up and running as normal. On November 2nd, 1541, when Henry was about 50 years old, he was heading into mass and found a letter from Thomas Cranmer sitting in right next to where he would be. This letter claimed that Catherine Howard was not an innocent virgin, but had a dark and seedy past, that she had lived most corruptly and sensually, and he had gotten this information from Mary Hall, whose maiden name was Lascelles. This woman knew Catherine when she was with Dowager Duchess of Norfolk. She was the maid that stole the key for Catherine. She said that in 1536, Mary Hall said that she approached Mannix and warned him about his relationship with Catherine Howard and what that would mean for him. And he apparently replied, "Hold thy peace, woman. I know her well enough. My designs are of a dishonest kind, and from the liberties the young lady has allowed me, I doubt not of being able to effect my purpose. She hath said to me that I shall have her maidenhead, though it be painful to her, and not doubting, but I will be good to her hereafter." Gross. Let's fixate on the virginity of a 12-year-old, right? And that's a really great accomplishment to be able to take her virginity for this man who was possibly double her age. Just delicious. Mary Hall also said that Mannix knew of a privy mark on Catherine's body. And then she also said that there's one Francis Derham, who was a servant also in my Lady Norfolk's house, which hath lain in bed with her, in his doublet and hose, between the sheets 100 nights. And there hath been such puffing and blowing between them, that once in the house a maid which lay there said that she lie no longer with her, because she knew not what matrimony meant. So that is referencing that Catherine was apparently just having so much sex with Derham that she was annoying the people that she was sharing a room with. But again, this was not something that was uncommon. The women that slept in this room together often did this with men from the court. It wasn't something that Catherine just did. There were a lot of people who did this. When the king finished reading this letter and all of that, he was apparently like devastated. He allegedly just broke down in tears. Cranmer thought that he would be enraged, but he loved his child bride so much that, you know, he was just so heartbroken about this. The BBC documentary that I watched about the wives of Henry VIII had this like dramatic music, and Henry like drops to his knees as the music also drops, and it was very dramatic, which means I enjoyed it very much. And he was like, "No, my hot young teenage wife has seen another penis." Like, oh, this is terrible. It's awful. How would I ever survive? But Henry like actually kind of refused to believe these accusations. He still said that like they needed to conduct a secret investigation into it, again doing it behind her back, just like with Anne Boleyn, when he was just having all of these investigations done behind her back and leaving his wife like none the wiser. But the reason why this was a big deal is because of the legitimacy of children, right? So like if Catherine was still having an affair with Durham, or if she was having an affair with someone else, Henry didn't know about Culpeper at this point, but if she was having an affair with Culpeper and she would become pregnant and it were to be found out that, you know, this child may be illegitimate, then there could be issues. So if you remember when we talked about Catherine of Aragon, like Isabella of Castile had this whole thing where she inherited the throne because there were legitimacy questions between the person that she inherited it from and all of that. And it caused this like giant fucking war. So if something like that were to possibly happen in England, it could cause a giant fucking war, which I mean, already it kind of happens anyway, but we're going to do our best to like stop this from happening before it does. So there were all these just like questions of legitimacy, really. And that's why it was a big deal. And unfortunately, a man can get people pregnant and there's like no evidence of it on him, you know, like he doesn't have to walk around with a big pregnant belly that kind of like shows his like indiscretions, if that's what you want to call it or whatever. But, you know, a woman, she is like a walking poster of it when she is pregnant. I like had someone who told me that like there's nothing more sexual than a pregnant woman because she's just like walking very obviously, you know, that she's had sex. So yeah, anyway, so that was like the whole issue with it. It didn't matter. Men could sleep with as many women as they wanted to, especially if they were married already, because, you know, this is what Henry liked to do. But a woman could not have any extramarital affairs because, you know, the world is a terrible place and double standards are double standards. We love them. On November 6, 1541, Henry abandoned Catherine Howard at Hampton Court Palace while the investigations began into her possible infidelities and her past. During this time, it's reported that she refused to eat and drink, that she wept constantly to the point where like they took things away from her that they deemed she could commit suicide by. Like they were very, very worried about her. Not worried enough to actually like do anything to help her, but worried that she would kill herself before the investigation was complete. The next day on November 7th, 1541, Thomas Cranmer confronted Catherine, told her that she had been accused of committing adultery with Francis Derham, which scared the shit out of her, since what happened to her cousin Anne Boleyn, like, is probably like fucking fresh in her mind. Even though she was young when that happened, like, she probably knew about it. She heard word about it. She was probably surrounded by talk about it still. And it was reported that she burst into tears and became hysterical, and it was impossible to interrogate her. So Cranmer came back the next day after she had composed herself. He had reported to Henry VIII that he intended to interrogate her severely and harshly to like exaggerate the grievousness of her demerits, and then declare unto her the justice of your grace's laws, what she ought to suffer by the same. But when he saw how she was affected, he was worried that if he was too harsh towards her, that she might become hysterical again and she might do something that couldn't be undone. So he told her that if she confessed, King Henry would probably show her mercy. So she did. She confessed. And it's reported that she told Cranmer, "Alas, my lord, that I am alive. The fear of death grieved me not so much before as doth now the remembrance of my king's goodness for me. When I remember how gracious and loving a prince I had, I cannot but sorrow. But the sudden mercy, and more than I could have looked for, showed me
so unworthy at this time, maketh mine offences to appear before mine eyes much more heinous than they did before. And the more I consider the greatness of his mercy, the more I do sorrow in my heart that I should misorder myself against his majesty. From there, she sat down and made a written confession of everything that happened. It began being examined by my Lord Canterbury of contracts and communications of marriage between Derham and me. I shall here answer faithfully and truly, as I shall make answer at that last day of judgment, and by the promise that I had made in baptism and the sacrament that I received upon All Hallows days past. So she said that Derham and her exchanged small gifts, but never really exchange anything significant like rings. If he had anything that he claimed he got from her, then he had stolen it. And some things that she had from him were taken, were things that he had left with her and wouldn't take back or hadn't taken back yet. There was $100 that was his savings that he left with her, which is something that husbands would do for their wives, but also not, I guess. She then went on to say that Derham had asked her to marry him multiple times and that she refused him, never officially said, "I promise you and I love you with all my heart," but she did tell him that she would never have another husband but him. He asked if he could call her wife, and she said that she was content with this, and she called him husband, and he kissed her often in public. But the way that she described it made it seem like she wasn't totally serious about it. She talks about winking and being a little evasive about it. She said that he would come to see her at night and bring wine, strawberries, and apples, and that he would make her happy, and that they slept together. She said, quote, "As for carnal knowledge, I confess as I did before, the diverse times he hath lain with me, sometimes in his doublet and hose, and 2 or 3 times naked. But not so naked that he had nothing upon him, for he always had at least his doublet, and as I do think his hose, but also, I mean, naked were his hose pulled down." She addressed some rumors, like how he was the one who would steal the keys and let him in. And that when it was decided that she would go to court, there was this rumor that she cried and didn't want to leave him, when that wasn't the case at all. He was in Ireland at that point. And also she very much wanted to go to court, and she broke up with him. And this could be confirmed when he wrote her a letter asking if she was getting married to Thomas Culpeper, because before she got in a relationship with the king, there were rumors that she was going to marry Thomas Culpeper. And she responded, "What should you trouble me therewith? For you know that I will not have you." So she was very much just not interested at all. So she wrote a second letter as well that day that begged Henry for mercy. It's actually really sad. At the beginning it says, "And where no cause of mercy is given on my part, most humble on my hands and knees, do desire one particle thereof to be extended unto me. Although all other creatures I am most unworthy either to be called your wife or subject. My sorrow I can by no writing express. Nevertheless, I trust your most benign nature will have some respect unto my youth, my ignorance, my frailness, my humble confession, my faults, my plain declaration of the same, referring me wholly unto your grace's pity and mercy." She then talks about Mannix, and that he touched her in her secret parts of her body, and that Derham used her such sort as a man doth his wife many times, but that they had ended their relationship almost a year before he married Anne of Cleves, which means at this point it's been 2.5 or 3 years since she had anything with Derham. She ends a letter by asking Henry to consider the subtle persuasions of young men and the ignorance and frailness of young women. And that she was afraid that if she told him everything, that it would change the way that he saw her, and that she didn't think it was important because she was planning on only being faithful to him. And now that she's told him the whole truth, she hopes that he will regard her with goodness, pity, compassion, and mercy. After she wrote these letters, she was confined to her chamber at Hampton Court Palace, and her jewels were seized. And Henry read this letter and didn't immediately decide to execute her. He decided that she would be punished, but not killed for now, at least, while they continued their investigation. So he moved her to Sion House, which used to be a nunnery. She was there in modest chambers without much while they tried to, continue this investigation. Now, if it all happened a long time before they got married, like she was saying, then it was okay. It wasn't great for her, but as long as she wasn't actively being an adulteress, Henry could probably look past it because she was just so young and hot or whatever. But Cranmer was not happy with this. He didn't believe that it happened a long time ago. He thought that it was still happening. So later on in November, they went and
arrested Derham and brought him to the Tower of London for questioning, where he was tortured into a confession. So he denied that he was still having an affair with Catherine, but he knew of a man that had her affections after she was done with him, and it was Thomas Culpeper. Catherine was said to have been involved with Thomas Culpeper both before her marriage and after, like we talked about. So maybe before her marriage, there was some interest there, but then it said that he broke up with her and he started pursuing another woman. But then when he got sick and she was sending him meals and sending him gifts and all of that, it sort of like may have reignited their relationship. And, you know, like I said, in the summer of 1541, they could have been meeting secretly while they were traveling across England. So right after this, they searched Culpeper's belongings and found a letter from Catherine. And this letter read, quote, "Master Culpeper, I heartily recommend me unto you, praying you to send me word how that you do. It was showed me that you were sick. The which thing troubled me very much till such time that I hear from you, praying you to send me word how that you do. For I never longed so much for a thing as I do to see you and to speak with you. The which I trust shall be shortly now. That which doth comfort me much when I think of it, and when I think again that you shall depart from me, it makes my heart die to think what fortune I have that I cannot always be in your company. Yet my trust is always in you that you will be as you have promised me, and in the hope I trust upon, praying that you will come when my Lady Rochford is here, for then I shall be best at leisure to be at your commandment. Thanking you for that which you have promised me to be so good unto the poor fellow, my man, which is one of the griefs that I do feel to depart from him. For then I do know no one that I dare trust to send you, and therefore I pray you to take him be with you, that I may sometime hear from you one thing. I pray you give me a horse for my man, who I had much ado to get one, and therefore I pray send me one by him, and in doing so I am set afore. And thus I take my leave of you, trusting to see you shortly again. I would you was with me now, that you might see what pain I take in writing you. Signed, yours as long as life endures, Catherine." And this letter was as good as a death warrant. This letter didn't say explicitly that they were having sex, so maybe they could argue that they were just good friends, or maybe that there was romantic attraction, but there was nothing physical yet. But I mean, that is heavy love language, right? I mean, she says that her heart dies with the thought of not seeing him again. There are clearly really, really strong feelings there. So Thomas Culpeper was immediately arrested. He denied having sex with the Queen, but confessed that he intended and meant to do ill with the Queen, and likewise the Queen did with him. So this was basically just an admission that they wanted to have sex, but they didn't actually do it yet. Didn't elaborate in the sources that I read. So maybe because Henry was 50 at this point, and life expectancy was 40, maybe they were hoping that when the king died they could get married, but they weren't going to say it because remember what happened with Anne Boleyn. But maybe that was their intention, that they weren't going to have sex, but whenever the king died they would get married. Or maybe they were planning on having an extramarital affair, but there was no evidence of this. They both claimed that they didn't do anything. They both claimed that they weren't having an affair. And they hoped that this would mean mercy for them. And it didn't. The intent was enough. On December 1st, 1541, Culpeper and Derham were both brought to trial. They were found guilty of high treason and were sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. They were both executed 9 days later on December 10th, 1541. Culpeper, because he was more of a nobleman and was very high in society and was relatively respected before his downfall, was beheaded instead of the original sentencing because that was a mercy on him. But Derham was subjected to the original sentencing. And I don't think people realize how horrific of a death that is, being drawn and quartered. It often consists of the person being dragged alive behind a horse before being hanged, but not to death, and then disemboweled alive. Then their entrails are burned in front of them while they're bleeding out. Then they are beheaded and quartered, which typically consisted of tying the remaining limbs to horses, and then having those horses run in different directions to physically rip the body apart. And then typically those body parts are then displayed throughout the city to remind people what happens when you commit treason. It's horrific, which is why beheading is a mercy. I don't know about Derham's body parts, but his head was later put on a spike on London Bridge along with Culpeper's. And like they were still there into 1546. This was able to be done because the heads, before they were like put on spikes, were dipped in tar to preserve them and stop them from being eaten by birds and other scavengers. And if it started to smell, all the heads that were on London Bridge, the keeper would just like knock it off into the water. Apparently Derham and Culpeper did not start to smell too badly because, again, there are people who remarked that in 1546 their heads were still on pikes on London Bridge, like 5 years after their execution. Right before their execution on November 23rd, 1541, Catherine Howard was stripped of her crown, but her marriage to Henry VIII was never officially annulled, so she was still queen when she was executed. On December 22nd, 1541, members of the Howard and Tilney family were indicted for misprision of treason for covering up Catherine's affairs while she lived with the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, and they were all found guilty and sentenced to perpetual imprisonment and loss of goods. Catherine was denied a trial in court and the possibility to defend herself, and she was found guilty of treason, largely due to a brand new act called the Royal Assent by Commission Act of 1541, which made it treason for a queen consort to not disclose their sexual history within 20 days of marriage and to commit adultery while married. On February 10th, Catherine was taken from Sion House to the Tower of London by boat and was taken right past London Bridge with the heads of her former lovers who had been executed a few months beforehand. So that is just like psychological torture to see that as she is taken by. The night before her execution, Catherine asked for the execution block to be brought into her cell. She apparently wanted to make a good impression on the scaffold and to die with dignity, and she spent the night with what would be the last thing she ever saw and practiced. Eustace Shapley wrote about this. He said on Sunday the 12th toward evening, she was told to prepare for her death, for she was to die the next day. And that evening she asked to have the block brought into her that she might know how to place herself, which was done, and she made trial of it. On February 13th, 1542, Catherine Howard was executed after a bill of attainder was passed on the 21st of January, which was the bill that made it so that she didn't have to go to trial and receive the death penalty. She was executed with Lady Rochford, Jane Boleyn, who was the wife of Anne Boleyn's brother George. She was being accused with helping, Jane did not confess to taking down the Boleyn siblings. That is a myth. It was probably originated with Gregorio Leti, who was an Italian historian who lived in the mid-1600s. He also wrote a lot of satire, was known for like making up stories and inflating things. And then, of course, The Other Boleyn Girl by Philippa Gregory, just really pushes that Jane Boleyn had like a really big part in the downfall because she was just being like a petty wife or whatever. So unlike what the Tudors show, Jane was not executed first. Catherine was actually executed first because of her higher status. So Jane, when she was being executed, Shapley wrote that the Lady Rochford was brought who had shown symptoms of madness till they told her that she must die. Neither she nor the Queen spoke much on the scaffold. They only confessed their guilt and prayed for the king's welfare. Marillac, the French ambassador, said that the Lady Rochford said as much in a long discourse of several faults which she had committed in her life. Marillac was not there, but that might be where that idea that when she was executed, she confessed to bringing down the Boleyn siblings. That's probably where that originated from. But again, Marillac was not there. He heard secondhand. The people that actually were there did not corroborate his story. So Marillac, his full name is Charles de Marillac. He was the French ambassador to Francis I. He said that Queen Catherine was executed around 9 a.m. and that the queen was so weak that she could hardly speak, but confessed in a few words that she had merited 100 deaths for so offending the king, who had so graciously treated her. But again, he was not there. We do have someone who was there. His name was Otwell Johnson. He was a merchant, and he said something very different. So he wrote, "And for the news from hence, know ye that even according to my writing on Sunday last, I see the Queen and the Lady Rochford suffer within the Tower the day following, whose souls I doubt not be with God, for they made the most godly Christians' end that ever was heard tell of, I think, since the world's creation. Uttering their lively faith in the blood of Christ only, their wonderful patience and constancy to the death, and with goodly words and steadfast countenance, they desired all Christian people to take regard unto their worthy and just punishment with death, for their offences against God heinously from their youth upward, and breaking of all of his commandments, and also against the king's royal majesty very dangerously. Whereof they, being justly condemned, as they said, by the laws of the realm and parliament, to die, required the people, I say, to take example at them for amendment of their ungodly lives, and gladly obey the king in all things, for whose preservation they did heartily pray, and willed all people to so do, commending their souls to God, and earnestly calling for mercy upon him, who I beseech to give us grace with such faith, hope, charity, at our departing of this miserable world, to come to the fruition of his Godhead in joy everlasting. Amen." So he said that Catherine and Jane were both very composed. They said the words that they needed to say. They did what they needed to do. And this was so, like, you had to pretty much do that, because even if you didn't have any children, you had family. And all of the last words were reported to Henry VIII. And if you said something negative, if you shit-talked him before you were beheaded, then he would go after your family. And it was really, really terrible. Also, unlike what's portrayed in the Tudors and all of that, Catherine did not say, "I die a queen, but would rather die wife of Culpeper." That's not historically accurate at all. She just said what Otwell said that she said, and then she forgave the executioner and paid him a gold sovereign, as was custom, and then she did as she practiced. And she kneeled at the scaffold and placed her head upon the executioner's block, and was beheaded, and Jane Boleyn followed right after. This time, Henry's wife was executed by axe, unlike his last wife, who was killed by the sword. But thankfully, and I suppose mercifully for Catherine Howard and Jane Boleyn, the executioner didn't do what happened with Cromwell, and it was just a single swing. Catherine's body, along with Lady Rochford's, was taken to the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula, which was also where Anne Boleyn was buried. When the chapel was restored during Queen Victoria's reign, her body was not one of the ones that was identified. Anne Boleyn's was identified, but George Boleyn wasn't, who was supposedly like buried right next to her. And they also couldn't find the remains of Catherine Howard, because it said that the grounds were most likely disturbed in the 1700s and remains were removed, which is super disrespectful. So Catherine Howard may or may not be buried there. If you go visit the chapel today, you can pay your respects to her, and that's it. Catherine Howard is really only talked about like this. Like, her sexual exploits is like all that's focused on. I could find very little about her actual life and who she was outside of a child who was raised without parents and parental influence and guidance in a hypersexual environment with men, not other children, but men who took advantage of her, and then went to another hypersexual environment at court where another man that was almost triple her age took advantage of her and then killed her for it. And it is so frustrating, and it is so sad. And there are so many historians who like to slut shame Catherine Howard for this, because like she had sex with one person before she got married. Like, the evidence says that she fooled around with Mannix when she was like fucking 12, and then when she was 15 or 16 she had sex with Denham, and she was interested in Culpeper, but they both said that they never actually did anything. So she had sex with one person and was executed for it. And tell me how women are not punished for their sexual lives, and that this law that tried to control the sexuality of the wives of the kings and princes, literally made it treason and an executable offense to cheat on them when kings and princes had like as many fucking mistresses as they wanted. And like, not much has changed, has it? Where women are like punished for their sexuality and women are punished for having sex. In over almost 500 years, we haven't changed fucking at all, right? But you still have historians who say that like women's history and feminist history and like saying that women have been treated like shit historically and that the way that we're treated now is like nothing new to how we've been treated is just like inflated and it's like not justified and it has no grounds and women are just like being dramatic and hysterical and like we must just all be on our periods or whatever. But I mean, you had a child that was beheaded for having sex in England in 1542. And today there are women who are still being punished. So not much has changed.
Part 6. Catherine Parr, the one who survived. So Catherine Parr was born in 1512. Like so many other people during this time, especially women, we don't know her actual birthday, but some people believe that it was possibly in August. Her father was a man named Sir Thomas Parr, who was descended from Edward III, and her mother was a woman named Maud Green, who was lady-in-waiting to Catherine of Aragon. In fact, Catherine of Aragon was Catherine Parr's godmother, and she was actually named after Catherine of Aragon. But we will talk about that. We will get to that. Of course we'll get to that. Don't you know who I am? After her father died when she was relatively young, about the age of 5 in 1517, she grew really, really close to her mother. She was also really well educated. She spoke French, Latin, Italian, and a little bit of Spanish. When she was 17, she married her first husband, whose name was Edward Burrough. I don't honestly really know much about him and that marriage because he was relatively young when they got married. He was around the same age as Catherine, and it didn't last very long because he died in early 1533. After this, she most likely went to go live with her cousin, Catherine Neville, where she was later introduced to John Neville at Snape Castle. Neville and Snape. Like, the entire time, I was just like, does J.K. Rowling just, like, really like Catherine Parr? Or is this Neville, who was at Snape, just, like, a really, really weird, like, Twilight Zone style coincidence? Also, fuck J.K. Rowling. I love Harry Potter. Don't love her. It's really hard when you're a millennial who, like, defines themselves by their favorite pop culture references. Anyway, at that point, Catherine was about 20 and John Neville was 19 years older than her. But she was older and this was like consensual between two adults. So I'm not going to judge or say anything about their age difference because I am not like anti-age gap. I am anti-child bride that you then execute because they've seen someone else's dick before yours. Looking at you, Henry. Catherine Parr and John Neville eventually got married in the summer of 1534. He had 2 children from his first marriage, and Catherine fell into this like loving stepmother role. Additionally, John Neville was in good graces with the king when they got married, which is like always a good place to be, especially when the king is Henry VIII. John Neville supported Henry VIII and even signed the petition to send to the Pope to try to get his marriage to Catherine of Aragon annulled, and was part of Parliament when they voted to split with the Roman Catholic Church, which was probably hard for him because John Neville was a Catholic, like through and through. During the Pilgrimage of Grace of 1536, this was it was something that like didn't work out the best for him. So we talked about the Pilgrimage of Grace a little in the Jane Seymour episode, but it was largely this like religious uprising against the Protestant Reformation, and the people who were uprising sort of demanded things like the monasteries be restored and like protected and all of that. I explained it much more in the Jane Seymour episode. If you haven't listened to it, go back and do that. But there were like small uprisings that came throughout like northern England. But they were like small uprisings that like popped up throughout parts of England. And sometimes these grew to pretty significant numbers. And in October, there was a man in Yorkshire named Robert Aske, and he was raising an army. And basically, he drew up what is called the Oath of Honorable Men, which basically was saying that, like, if you were a Catholic, then you needed to rise up against what was happening within the new Church of England and all of that. And that, you know, it was really terrible to go against the Pope, which a lot of people felt, but not as many people were super vocal about. And Robert Aske and his men in October showed up at Snape Castle and threatened extreme violence if Neville didn't join them. And this is not good, because whether he was forced to or not, he was now in this like rising against the king, especially when he was taken to Pontefract Castle and forced to swear the oath and lead men against the king. And when Aske went to march on London, Neville was one of like the main commanders and was one of the like main people who spoke on behalf of the rebels to the Duke of Norfolk. Thankfully, the Duke saw that he was super reluctant about this and sort of like communicated that to Henry VIII. But yeah, I mean, he was forced to be in this position of like leading an army that he didn't want to lead, all because he was a Catholic. He at one point tried to go see the king to sort of like and explain what happened and be like, dude, I'm not actually like pro pilgrimage of grace. I am like pro not getting my head chopped off. But he wasn't able to get to the king because he was called to the Scottish border. But this like attempt got back to some of the people in the rebellion, and they like stormed Snape and they ransacked the castle and stole stuff, and Catherine and his children were taken hostage and were like constantly being threatened to ensure that Neville would cooperate properly. And Catherine sent him letters, especially one that was like begging him for his help because she was so scared, and he came as fast as he could and he convinced the people to leave. But it was super traumatic for Catherine. And I think it definitely contributed to her supporting the Protestant Reformation and it becoming something that she was extremely passionate about. Like some documentaries that I read, it's like her life's mission to bring about the Protestant Reformation, right? So there were people who were executed for the Pilgrimage of Grace, including Aske, and Catherine Parr's brother was actually the one who had to like oversee all of those executions. And her husband was not on Henry's good list, but he wasn't executed for taking part in the Pilgrimage of Grace because Henry couldn't figure out if he like actually supported it or if he was being forced to support it. And her brother and uncle kind of stepped in to help persuade the king. His standing was never the same, but I mean, at least he was alive, right? I mean, that is saying something when it comes to Henry VIII. But her husband was significantly older than her, and in 1542 his health worsened, and he died the next year in 1543. She actually really did seem to care about him. This wasn't just like a marriage of convenience or anything. She kept remembrances from him for like the rest of her life, and she continued to take care of his children and watch out for them. She also got an inheritance and stuff. So this was now something that put her in a very interesting position because Catherine Parr was wealthy and could marry for love if she wanted to. And instead of going back to be with her family, she went to court and secured a place in Princess Mary's household. And that is where she met Thomas Seymour, not Henry VIII, Thomas Seymour, who was Jane Seymour's brother, and they felt very much in love and were planning on getting married. And at this point, I'm sure you're like, Krystina, what about Henry VIII? My dear Bartholomew, you were so impatient, but I love you, so let's talk about him. After Henry had his fifth wife murdered, he was looking for another victim. I mean, partner. Sorry, partner, wife, what have you. And a lot of people thought that he was actually going to take back Anne of Cleves. There were rumors of this, like, even before Catherine Howard was executed, but he was not interested at all at this point. And it would have been incest, right? Because she was declared the king's sister. But he still needed a wife because, of course, he needed another son. Like, the only thing that, like, pushes him along and is the only motivation for King Henry VIII is children, right? So Henry was now towards the end of his life. He was probably thinking back on his wives and the decisions that he made. Catherine Howard, maybe she was a little too young and a little bit too carefree. Anne of Cleves was just apparently too ugly. But she wasn't. But we'll move on. Jane Seymour gave him a son, so she was great. And she was like the best wife ever. And she was rather meek and submissive for the most part. So she was absolutely perfect, but she died. And Anne Boleyn was a flirt, which he didn't like. Well, I mean, he didn't like towards the end. He liked at the beginning, not towards the end. And then there was Catherine of Aragon. He was married to her for the longest, for a really long time. They were partners. She was strong, maybe a little too strong, but, you know, it worked. She was very sure of herself and very confident in her role as queen consort. And he did say that if he could marry anyone else again in his life, that he would marry Catherine of Aragon, but she died a long time ago, and he, you know, he couldn't go back to marry her again. But there was this new woman in court, a lady in waiting to his daughter Mary. She was very close to Mary and cared about her. She had been married before. She was self-reliant. She was strong and head sure and confident, and she seemed to be rather submissive. She had married an older man and had taken care of him, and maybe she could take care of Henry. And bonus, she was the goddaughter of his first wife and like named after her. It's like he thought he could replicate his first wife and go back to a time before he completely fucked up his life, because that's how we do things, of course. It's like, why marry a wife's cousin when you can just marry someone who reminds you of them with the hopes that they'll just be a clone? This all makes me feel very uncomfy, but we're just gonna move on. And while Catherine Parr was getting to know Thomas Seymour and building up this relationship and this love, and was headed towards marriage with this man that she could marry because she loved him so much, Henry VIII was watching her like a fucking creep. Literally, like in the BBC documentary, it shows Catherine Parr walking around with Thomas Seymour in the garden, and Henry's just like leering at her through the window. And he just decided from watching her that he wanted to marry her. And it didn't matter that she was deeply in love with someone else, because he was the king, god damn it. So in spring of 1543, so like soon after her husband died, pretty much right after she arrived at court, Henry asked Catherine to marry him, like pretty much out of nowhere. And this was absolutely awful for Catherine, because like I said, she wanted to marry Thomas Seymour. She didn't want to be queen. 2/5 of the queen of Henry VIII were executed. 2 more were divorced rather heartlessly, including one of those being her godmother. And the other died giving him a son, which would now like be the expectation that she would do the same and give him a son. And childbirth was the leading cause of death in women, but she had been married twice and she had never had any children of her own. So perhaps she wouldn't be able to have children, and then would just be like a constant disappointment to her husband. And then what would that mean for her? Right. But Catherine was this very, very religious woman, and she turned to God for guidance. And in July of 1543, on July 12th, Henry and Catherine married. Why? Why would you do this to yourself, Catherine? Why? Well, like, first off, she believed that God wanted her to be queen and that this was her calling. She felt that it was like her job to make Henry finalize everything with the Church of England and rid the country of Catholics. Because like I said, she was Protestant, an extreme Protestant, actually, is what it's believed to be. And this maybe was possibly like spurned on by the Pilgrimage of Grace. It's not really known, like we're not in her head, but it isn't unheard of to go through a very traumatic experience and then go aggressively in the other direction. But this seemed to be like her entire personality, or at least like mostly all that's remembered of her. She During her time as queen and like after Henry VIII died, she wrote and published 2 religious books. The first one, well, she published a book anonymously. And then the first one that was published under her name was called Prayers and Meditations. It was published in 1545 when she was queen. And it was actually the first book to be written by a woman and published under her own name in England. So we love her for that, making strides for women everywhere. Thank you, Catherine Parr. It was mostly just a compilation of like snippets of other books that she used for her personal devotions. And it was mostly like direct quotes from the Bible, but it was widely popular. And Princess Elizabeth, even translated it into like Latin and French and Italian as a gift to Henry that year for Christmas. She also wrote a spiritual autobiography in 1547 after the king had died called Lamentations of a Sinner. And it was an extremely personal book. Like there was one like blog post that I read of someone reacting to it. And they were like, I don't feel like I should be reading this. Like this sounds like a diary. And I feel very invasive getting into this because it like recounts some of her own religious experiences and her personal journeys. And she talks about what her life was like before she like came to Christ and that she never really cared about anything and she never really like followed the word of God or anything like that. And it also in this book attacks the very what she calls superstitious Roman Catholic Church. It says that the Pope is a persecutor of the gospel, a settler forth of all superstition and counterfeit holiness, bringing many souls to hell. This is a lot. That's like a direct fucking attack against the Pope and the Roman Catholic Church. And she was very passionate about like trying to rid England of Catholicism. Additionally, another reason why she probably married him was because like you can't really say no to the king. Like you could, but like could you though, really? Especially Henry VIII at this point in his life. I feel like if someone were to reject him, being such like a tyrant and you know, man who's so quick to anger at this point, I don't think that would really work well for anyone if they were to reject him, right? But I think mostly it was the Protestant thing. But this was extremely dangerous for Catherine because extreme Protestant reformers were considered heretics in England, and that was something that was punishable by death. So Protestants, as I understand it, where like the Martin Luther and John Calvin followers, they put an emphasis on the scripture and through the grace of God alone. And then the Church of England was sort of like between that and Catholicism. They weren't as extreme, but they were kind of wanting to just do away with the Pope, but they held some of the similar practices that Catholics still had, maybe slightly less superstitious and all of that. But Catherine was seemingly very Protestant. And she was also very motherly. Her 2 stepchildren were set up well from her first marriage. Her stepdaughter was made a lady in waiting for her, and her stepson's wife was also given a position as a lady of waiting with her. She also convinced Henry to reconcile his relationships with his 2 daughters as well. He was speaking to Mary again, but she was not like, I call her Princess Mary because that's like what Eustace Shapley will like always call her when you read his things. But at this point, like she technically wasn't a princess. She was a bastard daughter, and as was Elizabeth as well. And Catherine Parr convinced Henry to fix this with them. And because of her, Mary and Elizabeth were added to the line of succession behind his son Edward. So it would be in 1543, he declared that it would be Edward who would inherit the throne. And then after Edward, it was his wishes that Mary would inherit the throne. And then after Mary, it would be Elizabeth. And this comes back later. We will talk about this in when we talk about Edward and Jane, Lady Jane Grey. But we're not going to talk about that today. And Catherine, additionally to being very motherly, was also a great nurse. She had experiences looking after her husband, and she had experience looking after unhealthy husbands. I mean, at this point, she had 2 husbands that died, and one of them was almost double her age when they married. And so she was used to being with an older man and all of like the sicknesses that come later on in life. And she became the main nurse that would help Henry, especially with his ulcerated legs. And in 1544, it seemed like this new marriage was empowering him and making him really strong and happy. And he did what he loved to do and went to war with France. Again, like the peace and the war and the peace and the war. Isn't there a book about war and peace? Like, it just, what is it good for, man? And when he left for Paris, he left Catherine as regent. And I need to specify Catherine Parr was left as regent, because I am just having flashbacks of Catherine of Aragon being left as regent when Henry went to France. But this time, Catherine Parr did not defend the country from Scotland. She did not win any battles at Flodden, but she did hold prayer meetings in her private quarters and spread the Protestant gospel. And some people did not like what she was doing, like Stephen Gardiner, who was the Bishop of Winchester, who was a very close advisor of Henry VIII, and he really, really, really disliked Catherine Parr's Protestant ideals. He wanted to return England to, like, what the Church of England was originally like, and to do so he would have to take down Catherine and her extreme beliefs, because she was trying to change the country too much and trying to push everything out when they were trying to take a little bit more of a moderate road. And to do this, he would have to take down Catherine. And like, can we just please leave the wives alone and just let them do their things? Like, I'm so sick and fucking tired of reading about Henry's advisors getting involved, because that does not end well for the women, like 4 out of 5 times so far. And the only one that I exclude from this list is Jane Seymour, and that's because she died before anyone had the chance to turn Henry against her and fuck over her life. Like, she died, that's super sad, but like, maybe she was the luckiest one. Well, no, I guess Anne of Cleves was probably the luckiest one. I guess Jane Seymour was the second luckiest one, being that she died before Henry had the chance to fucking despise her. So for the next year and a half, 2 years or so, Henry was away in France, and Catherine was just sort of doing her thing, working as regent and all of that. But by the summer of 1546, Henry is back from France, and she is back to tending to his wounds and tending to his ulcers and all of that. And as she was doing this, she tried to convince him to fully purge England of Catholicism and cleanse the church of superstition, meaning Catholicism. That's one of the large points of contention with Catholics and Protestants during this time. There are a lot of theories, to take it back to my area of research, which is the history of witchcraft, for anyone who is new here. Hello, how are you doing? That this contributed to witch hunts later on in the 1500s. And it all started between the sort of the theory is that it started between this religious feud where the Protestants were accusing the Catholics of being witches because their practices like the Eucharist and the holy water and whatever, these transformative practices that were very superstitious and bordered on magical, were acts of witchcraft. But the problem with Catherine suggesting these things to Henry is that Henry already thought that he cleansed the church. And now his wife is sitting here basically telling him that he didn't do well enough in doing that. And he didn't want to push further reform because he thought that he reformed the church enough. And while they were doing this, Bishop Gardiner kind of was eavesdropping and overheard these conversations. And he was supportive of anti-Catholic movements, like I said, but he didn't like these extreme Protestant beliefs. And the bishop was basically manipulating Henry and was like, mighty bold for a subject to tell a king what to do. Are you still king regent and she's your consort, or is she queen regent as well now that you're back from France? Are you ruling side by side? Are you being emasculated by her? I know you're getting older and all that, but can we talk about this, Henry? Because this is just ridiculous and it is appalling. And Gardiner basically went on to continue that her religion was not something that he should support, and she's pushing for everyone to be equal. And then he basically told Henry that this was treason and that she deserved to be executed for this. And she would now become the third wife that was to be executed for disagreeing with the king.
okay, like, I understand that extreme Protestant beliefs is heresy during this time, but like, this is just fucking ridiculous. There was like no proof whatsoever. And Henry was betrayed by his wives, as we've talked about before. At least like he thought that he was betrayed. He'd been convinced, even though I like don't fucking believe any of it. And each time he's been quote unquote betrayed, he's conducted this investigation in secret, and then like boom, surprise arrest, and then execution like 2 days fucking later, and then he marries someone new like on the execution day. It's just this continuous cycle, right? with Henry VIII. So he decides that Catherine Parr is going to be arrested, and it looks like the wife that we thought was going to be like Catherine of Aragon is really coming to the same fate as Anne Boleyn and or Catherine Howard. But somebody has got this Catherine's back and tips her off, and now she has this decision in front of her that is basically like, do I hold tight to my personal convictions and beliefs, knowing how Henry is and knowing that this very well may be then like for me? Am I willing to become a martyr for this cause and for my beliefs, or do I push aside my personal beliefs so that I can stay alive? And Catherine chose the latter. And she went and confronted him. The BBC documentary that I watched was him basically being like, why don't you finish what you started the other day? Why don't you finish telling me how to run the country that I have been king of before you were born? You seem to have big ideas. Like, let's fucking hear them. You got big ideas about the church and my inadequacies. Like, why don't you fucking teach me? Enlighten me, sweetheart, darling, other words of endearment that are said with malice. And he did this like expecting to trap her and get her to repeat those things again, and then like give him the justification for whatever he was planning on doing next. But Catherine was smart, and she was like, oh, who, me? Who? Why would I ever tell you how to run your country? God appointed you, and personal beliefs are not. Who am I to challenge him? You have misunderstood me. I am but a woman, and women, we don't teach. We're just far too. Oh shit. What's the word I'm thinking of? Sort of help me out. We're far too. Dumb is the word. We are just far too dumb. I can never teach you anything. I'm just so submissive. And the reason that I said these things to you, is because I was looking to you for guidance. These were things that I had heard, and I was just trying to see like if there was any truth to them. And how you're acting now, I can see that there is no truth to them. Thank you so much for guiding me in this. It was just far too complex for me, a lowly and oh shit, what was that word again? Dumb. Yes, thank you, sweetheart. Yes, just dumb woman. And Henry was like, great. Lovely to hear. I am so glad that this is the truth and that you are not deceiving me at all. But I mean, someone who is like so passionate about religious reform couldn't continue to push this religious reform if her head was no longer on her shoulders, right? And by executing the queen for these ideals of Protestantism and religious, pursuits and all of that, may be detrimental to the cause rather than helping the cause. And Henry on his side believed that this was like finally the wife that wouldn't betray him, that it took him until the end of his life, but he finally found the wife that would be everything that he was looking for. And he didn't really have time to fully enjoy that reality that he believed that he deserved, because on January 28th, 1547, Henry died at the age of 55 of natural causes. Before he died, he made sure that she would be taken care of, that she would be given an allowance of £7,000 per year, which we know I love to calculate. So according to the Bank of England inflation calculator, that would be almost £4.1 million in 2021.
He also said that she would continue to be treated as queen, which I don't like really fully know how that would work, but whatever. And she also became the guardian of Elizabeth, who at that time was about 14 years old. Soon after, Thomas Seymour conveniently arrived back at court. Now, I wonder if he left so that there wouldn't be like another Catherine Howard situation, because people knew that there was something going on between the two of them, but she didn't have to worry about like not being a virgin because she was married twice before. And 4 months later, after King Henry's death, Catherine was finally able to marry the man that she loved and that she believed that she deserved, Thomas Seymour. And they actually married in secret because they knew that their marriage wouldn't be approved because so little time had passed since Henry's death. And when people found out, it was very scandalous. She pissed off a lot of people, including Henry's children, by doing this. And Mary and Edward were both kind of like done with her. And Mary, at one point, I read, tried to convince Elizabeth not to speak to her anymore at all, which was a little difficult considering that she lived with Catherine and her husband, Thomas, for a while. And Catherine, at the age of 35, became pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child. This was her first child. She had been married 3 times and had never been able to get pregnant before. But at the age of 35, here she was, very pregnant, which is, I think, just like some kind of irony in this whole thing and in the grand scheme of this story, because the moment that Henry's first 2 wives reached their mid-30s, they were cast aside because they couldn't have children anymore, and he just like wanted a son so badly. And here was his last wife at the age of 35 who outlived him, married and pregnant. And I just like, I don't know, there's some sort of like poetry in that coincidence, not coincidence, but you know, I don't know, poetic universal justice or something like that. On August 30th, 1548, Catherine Parr gave birth to a daughter that they named Mary. But it is reported that after she gave birth, she started becoming uncharacteristically hostile towards everyone. And unfortunately, this was an early symptom of her becoming very ill. She soon came down with a fever, and she most likely had childbed fever. And she died 6 days later on September 5th, 1548, just like Jane Seymour. And it's really interesting. And this is probably just because like I'm viewing her in this lens of having spoken about Henry and his wives for like the last 6 weeks. But she really does seem in a rather way similar to a lot of Henry VIII's wives, especially the first 3. And there we have it, the wives of Henry VIII. So thank you so much for listening today. If you like what you heard and want to hear more, please consider subscribing or leaving a review or joining my Patreon. And remember, friends, history may be watching you, so don't fuck it up. And thank the gods we are done with Henry VIII for the moment. Like, love his wives. His children are fine. But fuck that dude. Hashtag Henry VIII is a fucking asshole. I swear to God. Okay. Bye.